So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
Cotton candy was co-invented in 1897 by a dentist. His name was William Morrison, and he looked at sugar and thought, you know what? I could spin this into a cloud and sell it to children. The man whose entire career depended on teeth being healthy went ahead and created one of the most teeth-destroying snacks in history. Dentists everywhere should be sending him a thank you card and a bill. There is an asteroid orbiting between Mars and Jupiter called 16 Psyche, and it is made almost entirely of iron, nickel, and gold. Estimated value? Roughly $10 quintillion. That's more money than the entire global economy combined, many times over. One single rock floating in space is worth more than every country on Earth put together, and it's just sitting up there, unbothered. The Saiga antelope has a nose that looks like it belongs on a completely different creature, enormous, droopy, and bulbous, dangling off its face like something went wrong. But that ridiculous nose has a genius purpose. It filters dust and pre-warms freezing air before it reaches the lungs. Basically a built-in air purifier and heater in one. The Saiga antelope looks absurd and thrives because of it. Ugly can be functional. A magnetar is a type of neutron star with a magnetic field approximately 1 trillion times stronger than Earth's. If one got close enough, it wouldn't burn you, crush you, or freeze you. It would rearrange the atoms in your body before you even registered a sensation. You wouldn't feel it happening. You'd simply stop being made of the things you're currently made of. Space continues to be the most terrifying place imaginable. The Babirusa pig of Sulawesi grows tusks that curve upward, pierce through its own face, and keep growing. In older animals, the tusks can complete a full loop and grow back into the skull. The Babirusa is essentially slowly impaling itself with its own face over a lifetime. Evolution handed it that feature and walked away. Buffalo wings were invented in 1964 at a bar in Buffalo, New York, when owner Teresa Bellissimo needed to throw together a late-night meal and grab some chicken wings, toss them in butter and hot sauce, and serve them. A total improvisation. One of the most consumed foods at sports bars across the entire world came from someone just figuring it out at midnight. Accidental genius has fed millions of people. Elijah, the offspring of a male lion and a female tiger, grows larger than either parent. And here's why. In normal breeding, each parent passes along a growth suppression signal. When the species are different, that signal never activates. So the liger just keeps growing, unchecked, with no biological off switch for size. It becomes the biggest cat on the planet because nobody told it to stop, which is deeply relatable. There is a planet called Kepler-16b that orbits 2 stars at the same time. Every single day, it watches 2 sunsets. Scientists call it the closest real-world equivalent to Tatooine from Star Wars. The planet that Star Wars fans thought was a creative invention is just a regular Tuesday somewhere else in the galaxy. The universe has been doing Star Wars the whole time and didn't tell us. Wild chimpanzees have been documented traveling to specific trees, sometimes long distances, to find and eat plants that kill their internal parasites. They self-medicate, deliberately, with targeted botanical remedies. Chimps figured out herbal medicine entirely on their own, without a degree, without a pharmacy, without anyone telling them to. They just knew. And meanwhile, humans are still arguing about whether to take the pill or not. Montana and Wyoming are the only 2 states in the entire U.S. with completely straight borders on all 4 sides. Every other state has at least one natural or irregular boundary, a river, a coastline, some geological quirk. Montana and Wyoming just have clean, flat lines on a map like someone drew them with a ruler and didn't try very hard. They're the most unbothered states in the Union. The polar bear liver is so packed with vitamin A that eating it will kill you. Early Arctic explorers who consumed it died from hypervitaminosis, a vitamin poisoning. And scientists believe native Arctic people passed down the warning about polar bear liver for generations. You can survive the Arctic. You can survive the cold. But eat the wrong part of the wrong animal and the vitamins finish you. Nature booby traps its own creatures. China's FAST telescope, completed in 2016, is 500 meters wide enough to fit 30 soccer fields inside it. It is the largest single-dish radio telescope ever built. Scientists use it to listen for signals from deep space, and when you have a dish the size of a small town, you are not missing much. If something out there is broadcasting, FAST is going to hear it. The platypus, already one of the strangest animals alive, glows bright blue-green under ultraviolet light. Scientists discovered this in 2020. They still haven't fully explained why. A mammal that lays eggs, has a duck bill, has venomous spurs, and uses electricity to hunt also secretly glows under black light. The platypus is nature's way of saying the rules were always optional. Mongolia has roughly 2 people per square kilometer, the lowest population density of any independent country on Earth. Vast stretches of it have never had a permanent settlement. You could drive for hours through Mongolia and not see another human being. There are places on that map that humans have simply never decided to live. That kind of emptiness is hard to even picture. There is a small city in Japan called Obama, located in Fukai Prefecture. When Barack Obama was elected U.S. president in 2008, the city erupted. Banners, parties, local merchandise, full celebration. A Japanese city that had nothing to do with the election was the most excited place on earth about it. Obama the city was thrilled about Obama the president, and honestly, that's one of the better coincidences in recent history. Brazil has more Portuguese speakers than Portugal, and more than every other Portuguese-speaking country in the world combined. The country that created the language is now massively outnumbered by its former colony. Portugal invented the language, exported it across the world, and Brazil ran away with it. That's a colonial story with an unexpected twist. Your skull is not one solid bone. It's assembled from 22 individual pieces, 8 plates forming the brain case and 14 forming the face, all fused together. And the last one doesn't fully fuse until somewhere between age 25 and 30. Your head is technically still a work in progress until your late 20s, which might explain a few things. The Canary Islands are not named after canary birds. They were named after large dogs, from the Latin Canariae Insulae, meaning island of dogs. Early sailors found big dogs there, named the islands after them, and then the birds that lived there were later named after the islands. The islands named the bird, not the other way around. Everything you thought you knew about canaries is built on a dog. Elephant seals can dive to nearly 1,600 meters and hold their breath for up to 2 hours. That's deeper than most military submarines are rated to operate. An animal that spends time flopping around on a beach and looking unbothered can also descend to depths that would crush a naval vessel. The elephant seal contains multitudes and takes none of it seriously. The black mamba is one of the most feared snakes on Earth, but its name has nothing to do with the color of its scales, which are actually brown or olive. The name comes from the inside of its mouth, which is jet black, a deep, dark interior that it displays wide open as a warning when cornered. The black mamba shows you exactly what's coming and gives you a moment to reconsider. That's not evil. That's sportsmanship. Pink does not exist as a wavelength of light. It's not in the visible spectrum. Your brain invented it. When your eyes receive red and violet signals at the same time, 2 ends of the spectrum that don't appear next to each other in a rainbow, your brain constructs the color pink to make sense of it. One of the most popular colors in the world is a hallucination your brain produces on demand. The color pink is a lie your mind is telling you. A beautiful one, but still. Nepal's national bird, the Himalayan monal pheasant, has feathers that don't just change color. They shift between gold, green, crimson, and blue depending on the angle of the light hitting them. a single bird that looks completely different from every direction. You could see it from 5 angles and think you were looking at 5 different animals. Nature's own holographic sticker. The Philippines has approximately 1,700 perfectly cone-shaped hills called the Chocolate Hills. They turn chocolate brown during the dry season. Scientists believe they are ancient coral deposits that were lifted by tectonic forces over millions of years and eroded into those precise, uniform cones. Ancient ocean floor became perfectly shaped hills across an entire landscape. Geology has aesthetic range. Squid, octopuses, and cuttlefish have blue-green blood because they use copper instead of iron to carry oxygen. Copper makes blood blue-green. Iron makes it red. These animals are running on a completely different biological operating system and living in the same ocean like it's nothing. If you're enjoying these facts so far, hit that like button. It really does help. Now let's keep going because it only gets stranger from here. Maggots naturally produce antibiotics that kill MRSA and other drug-resistant bacteria that modern medicine struggles with. Sterile medicinal maggots are still used in hospitals today to clean infected wounds that antibiotics can't reach. Medicine looked at maggots and said, actually, yes. Sometimes the disgusting answer is the correct answer, and science is humble enough to admit it. Venus's clouds are made of concentrated sulfuric acid, the kind that dissolves most materials on contact. The acid rain on Venus evaporates completely before it ever reaches the surface, because the surface is so scorching hot that nothing liquid survives the descent. Venus has acid rain that doesn't even make it to the ground. It's a failed acid rainstorm on a planet that's already a nightmare. Venus is just stacking problems. A single cubic kilometer of ordinary seawater contains approximately 35 tons of dissolved gold. The total gold dissolved in all of Earth's oceans is estimated at 20 million tons, far more than everything humanity has ever mined in all of history. There is more gold sitting dissolved in the ocean right now than has ever been pulled out of the ground. We're sitting on a planet-sized fortune we just can't extract. Infuriating. The North American pronghorn antelope can run at 88 kilometers per hour, fast enough to be the second fastest land animal on Earth. But here's the wild part. No living predator today can actually catch it. Its speed evolved to outrun the American cheetah, which went extinct around 12,000 years ago. The pronghorn is still running at full panic speed from a predator that no longer exists. It is sprinting from a ghost. New Zealand's kakapo is the world's heaviest parrot. It is also completely flightless. It navigates its territory entirely from memory, moving between locations along routes it has memorized over decades. A parrot that can't fly built up a mental map of its home range and just walks everywhere. The kakapo looked at flight and decided it wasn't necessary. Bold choice. Respectable result. The Antarctic icefish has no red blood cells. Its blood is completely colorless and transparent. It's the only known vertebrate in existence without hemoglobin. Instead, it absorbs oxygen directly through its skin in the frigid, oxygen-rich Antarctic water. An animal with see-through blood that breathes through its skin like a living piece of tubing. The Antarctic icefish chose chaos, and it works perfectly. The blue dragon sea slug is tiny, beautiful, and absolutely dangerous. It floats upside down on the ocean surface, eats Portuguese man o' wars, one of the most venomous creatures in the sea, and then stores all of those stinging cells in its own tentacle tips to use as weapons. It eats one of the ocean's deadliest creatures and upgrades itself with its venom. The blue dragon is out here stealing power-ups in real life. The Grand Canyon is not the world's deepest canyon. Tibet has the Yarlung Tsangpo Grand Canyon, which plunges roughly 5 kilometers deep, nearly twice the depth of the one in Arizona. The world's most famous canyon isn't even the most extreme example of what a canyon can be. The Grand Canyon has been holding the title on reputation alone. Each strand of human hair can support roughly 100 grams of weight. A full head of hair could theoretically bear a load approaching 12 metric tons. Your hair is deceptively, absurdly strong for something that tears out every time you comb it too hard. The tensile strength of a single strand defies what it looks like. You are walking around with cables attached to your head. There is a species of crab called the Halloween crab that lives in the rainforests of Central America. It spends most of its life entirely on land. It only returns to the ocean to release its eggs. A crab that lives in the jungle goes to the beach once a year to drop off its children and then heads back inland. The Halloween crab rejected ocean life and never looked back. In 1948, Costa Rica abolished its military entirely and redirected all of that defense spending into education and healthcare. The result? The highest literacy rate and the longest life expectancy in Central America. Costa Rica looked at its neighbors spending billions on armies and decided schools and hospitals were a better investment. The data backed them up completely. No tanks, just thriving. The saguaro cactus can live for 200 years, but it doesn't grow its first arm until it is at least 75 years old. 3/4 of a century of standing there, perfectly vertical, before a single branch appears. A cactus that spent your entire lifetime just getting started. Everything iconic about the saguaro silhouette requires an entire human lifespan of patience before it even begins. Rotifers are microscopic aquatic animals that can be completely dried out to a fine powder, stored for decades, and then brought back to full active life by simply adding water. Rehydrate the powder. The animal lives again. Tiny creatures that turn into dust, wait patiently for as long as needed, and then wake up when conditions improve. Rotifers have been practicing resurrection since before we knew what resurrection was. Sand dollars are not empty shells. They are the preserved skeletons of once living sea creatures related to sea urchins, called tests. Those 5-petal-like patterns you see on the surface mark, where their breathing tubes were located while alive. The beautiful, pale disc you find on the beach is the exposed skeleton of an animal that was breathing through those 5 spots. Every sand dollar is a preserved memory of a creature. The Ross Ice Shelf in Antarctica is roughly the size of France, the entire country of France, and it floats on the Southern Ocean. It acts as a critical natural buttress, holding back the West Antarctic ice sheet from sliding into the sea. France-sized floating ice is the only thing standing between stability and a catastrophic rise in sea levels. That's a lot of pressure for a shelf. The blue-footed booby, yes, that is genuinely its name, gets those vivid, bright blue feet from pigments in the fresh fish it eats. The richer the diet, the brighter the feet. And female boobies consistently pick the males with the most intensely blue feet. Foot color is the currency of attraction. Show up with pale feet and you are going home alone. The blue-footed booby invented the health glow before anyone else did. The Amazon River was named in 1542 by the Spanish explorer Francisco de Orellana, after female warriors his expedition reportedly encountered, named after the Amazons of Greek mythology. The accounts may have been misidentified. The most powerful river system on Earth might be named after a case of mistaken identity during a confused expedition centuries ago. The Amazon River could be named after a hallucination. Still a great name, though. Producing a single glass of milk requires approximately 628 liters of water when you account for everything: the cows drinking water, the irrigation for feed crops, and the farming processes involved. 1 glass of milk, 628 liters of water. The next time someone tells you water conservation is complicated, show them this fact. A glass of milk carries the weight of a small swimming pool. The quiver tree of the Kalahari is a tree that the San Bushmen have been hollowing out for centuries to store their arrows, essentially using it as a living quiver. Some specimens are estimated to be over 250 years old and can survive years without meaningful rainfall. A tree in a desert that doubles as storage, still alive after a quarter millennium. The quiver tree is serving function and longevity simultaneously and making it look easy. The pangolin is the world's most illegally trafficked mammal. All 8 species face extinction risk, and more pangolins are traded illegally each year than elephants, rhinos, and tigers combined. The most trafficked animal on Earth is not the one most people would guess. The pangolin is the most targeted creature in the illegal wildlife trade, and most people don't even know what it is. That's the real tragedy. Laybird's chameleon from Madagascar spends more of its existence as an embryo in an egg than it does as a living, free animal. As an adult, it survives only 4 to 5 months before dying, the shortest known adult lifespan of any 4-limbed vertebrate. It develops for longer than it lives. Spent more time as an egg than as an animal. The Laybird's chameleon prepared for a life that barely started. Iceland has no native mosquitoes. Uniquely among countries at similar latitudes in the northern hemisphere, something about Iceland's specific combination of climate and geology makes it essentially impossible for mosquito populations to establish. You can sit outside in Iceland in summer with your arms fully exposed. They have simply opted out of mosquitoes. Iceland is the only country that ever asked for a refund on mosquitoes and actually got one. The Puerto Rico Trench in the Atlantic Ocean plunges 8,376 meters, the deepest point in the entire Atlantic Ocean. It's also deeper than the highest mountain in North America is tall. The deepest hole in the Atlantic is deeper than the tallest peak on the continent next to it is high. The Atlantic has been holding that fact quietly the whole time. The Saharan sand viper moves in a corkscrew sidewinding motion that keeps only 2 points of its body in contact with the scalding hot sand at any moment. It minimizes how much surface area touches the ground to minimize how much heat it absorbs. A snake that figured out how to walk on a skillet by reducing contact points. Evolution solved thermodynamics using a snake's body. The red-lipped batfish of the Galapagos Islands is a deeply confused creature. It is technically a fish, but it is a spectacularly poor swimmer. Instead of swimming, it walks across the seafloor on modified pectoral fins that work like stubby legs. And it appears to be wearing vivid, bright red lipstick. A fish that walks on the bottom of the ocean wearing red lipstick because it gave up on swimming. Pause for a second. Did you like the video yet? No. Go ahead. I'll wait. France's dune of Pilat is the tallest sand dune in Europe at 110 meters, and it's not staying put. It slowly swallows trees, roads, and chalets as it migrates inland by several meters every year. A dune that eats infrastructure. Cars, paths, whole buildings disappearing under sand as it moves. Europe's tallest dune is a slow-moving catastrophe that nobody can stop. Madagascar's Tsingy de Bemraha is a landscape of razor-sharp limestone spires reaching 90 meters high, an entire forest of stone blades. Unique lemurs and reptiles have evolved specifically to navigate those blade-edged formations. Animals that evolved to live inside a giant knife drawer. Life found a way in one of the most hostile landscapes on the planet and set up a whole ecosystem in it. The human eardrum can vibrate up to 20,000 times per second in response to high-frequency sounds. It is operating at the absolute physical limit of what biological tissue can do. Your ear is a precision instrument running at maximum capacity, and it sits there doing it every waking moment without a single notification that anything extraordinary is happening. The human ear is criminally underappreciated. On one of Uranus's moons, Miranda, there is a cliff called Verona Rupsches that stands approximately 20 kilometers tall, about 10 times taller than the tallest sea cliffs on Earth. If you drop something off the top, it would take around 12 minutes to hit the bottom. 12 minutes of falling just from a cliff. Standing at the edge of that drop would be one of the most terrifying experiences imaginable. And it's just sitting on a moon of Uranus, untouched. All of the gold ever mined by every civilization throughout all of human history. Every mine, every vault, every piece of jewelry, would form a cube with sides of approximately 21 meters. That's about the height of a 6-story building. Everything we've ever pulled out of the ground, melted down, combined, fits in a box the height of an apartment building. Humanity's entire gold legacy is one medium-sized cube. The hummingbird hawk moth looks so much like a real hummingbird, same hovering, same wing blur, same flower feeding, that it regularly fools Europeans into believing they've spotted one, despite the fact that no hummingbirds exist naturally anywhere in Europe. A moth evolved to convincingly perform as a bird that isn't even present on its continent. It's impersonating something that's not even there. Method acting by a moth. Most people picture one kind of bee when they hear the word. But North America alone has over 4,000 species of native wild bees, and the European honeybee that everyone pictures wasn't even native to the continent. It was imported by colonists. The bee you think of as the American bee is European. The real native bees number in the thousands, and most people have no idea they exist. Tokyo's subway system is so punctual that when a train is delayed by more than 5 minutes, passengers receive an official printed certificate, called a chienshomisho, to present to their employers as documented proof of the disruption. A delay certificate, because 5 minutes late is considered a significant failure of the entire system. Japan built a civilization where missing a meeting because of a train delay requires official paperwork. Efficiency taken all the way. The venom of the Brazilian wandering spider causes such prolonged and severe priapism in male victims that pharmaceutical researchers are actively studying its compounds as a potential treatment for erectile dysfunction. It was discovered through the worst possible circumstances. But scientists saw the medical angle. Science will find an application for absolutely anything, no matter how uncomfortable the origin story. Africa is so massive that the United States, China, India, Japan, and most of Western Europe could all fit inside it simultaneously. All of them at the same time. Most world maps make Africa look comparable in size to Russia or the contiguous US. It is not. It is roughly 3 times the size of the US and still has room for more. Africa is the most undersized country on every map you've ever looked at. Peru's Nazca lines are massive geoglyphs etched into the desert floor. Hummingbirds, monkeys, spiders, some stretching hundreds of meters, that are only fully legible from the air. The ancient Nazca people created images that could only be appreciated from a perspective they never had. They built artwork for a vantage point that didn't exist in their time. That's not just art. That's faith in a future that would eventually look down and see it. North Sentinel Island in the Bay of Bengal is home to the Sentinelese people, one of the last communities on Earth that maintains complete isolation from the outside world. The Indian government has made it illegal for anyone to approach within 3 nautical miles of the island. They reject all contact. Every time the outside world has tried to make contact, the Sentinelese have made their answer very clear. Some doors stay closed, and that boundary deserves respect. Freshwater pearl mussels can live for over 200 years, making them among the longest-lived freshwater invertebrates ever recorded. And during food shortages, they can halt their own growth entirely, just pause it for years at a time, then resume. A mussel that can press pause on aging when things get rough and just wait it out. The Gerenuk antelope of East Africa stands fully upright on its hind legs to browse tree branches up to 2 meters off the ground and can hold that position for several minutes. No other antelope species can do this. One antelope evolved the ability to stand like a person and reach shelves that no other antelope can access. The Gerenuk found a food source by doing something its entire family thought was impossible. A full moon is approximately 400,000 times dimmer than direct sunlight. On the clearest, most perfect full moon night imaginable, you receive less light energy than from a candle held at arm's length. The moon feels bright. It is not bright. It is a reflection of a tiny fraction of the sun's output, and we experience it as illuminating. That says more about human perception than it does about the moon. Your body contains roughly 37 trillion cells, and the bacterial cells living on and inside you outnumber your own cells by approximately 1.3 to 1. You are, by raw cell count, more bacteria than you are you. The majority population in your body are not your cells. You are a walking ecosystem that happens to be hosted by a human. The bacteria are just using the facilities. There is a deep-sea cucumber called Enepniastes eximia that can swim. That alone is unusual, but when threatened, it sheds its own glowing bioluminescent skin, which sticks to the predator, making the predator visible in the dark while the sea cucumber escapes into the shadows. It sacrifices its own glow as a decoy. It turns itself into a flare for the enemy and disappears. The sea cucumber is running tactical operations at the bottom of the ocean. The giant squid, one of the most mythologized sea creatures in history, was not photographed alive in its natural deep-sea habitat until 2004. Before that, scientists had only ever examined them as washed-up carcasses or as stomach contents pulled from sperm whales. We knew it existed. We just couldn't find a living one in the wild for the entirety of human history until 22 years ago. The ocean hid the giant squid from us for thousands of years. Bladderwort plants are aquatic and they hunt. They use tiny vacuum-powered bladder traps to suck in water fleas in as little as 10 milliseconds, placing them among the fastest plant movements ever recorded. A plant moving in 10 milliseconds, hunting live prey with a vacuum. Plants are supposed to be passive, peaceful things. The bladderwort rejected that entirely and built a trap that fires faster than a blink. The scorpion lineage has remained virtually unchanged for approximately 430 million years. They predate the dinosaurs by over 200 million years. They've watched every mass extinction event, every climate shift, every continental reconfiguration, and just kept being scorpions. Other creatures evolved dramatically across millions of years. Scorpions looked at the first version of themselves and said, "This is fine, actually. We're good." The porcupine fish can inflate to nearly twice its normal size when threatened. But if a predator swallows it anyway, the fish can bite through the predator's stomach from the inside. The defense against being swallowed is to eat your way out. You attempted to eat the porcupine fish, and now the porcupine fish is eating you from inside your own body. That's not a defense mechanism. That's a counterattack. When an Asian giant hornet invades a Japanese honeybee hive, the worker bees swarm the intruder in a tight ball. Then they vibrate their flight muscles in unison until the internal temperature of the ball reaches 47 degrees Celsius, cooking the hornet alive. The bees survive at that temperature. The hornet does not. Japanese honeybees invented a biological oven and used it specifically to execute their enemies. The hellbender is a giant salamander native to North America. It can reach nearly 75 centimeters long, breathes almost entirely through its wrinkled skin, and is the largest salamander on the continent. It lives under rocks in fast-flowing, oxygen-rich streams, and almost nobody has ever seen one in the wild. A massive salamander that breathes through skin folds and hides under rocks in rushing rivers. The hellbender is real, enormous, and spectacularly overlooked. On certain days with the right ice crystal conditions in the atmosphere, the sun appears to have two bright companion spots flanking it at equal heights, glowing orbs positioned on either side like brackets. It's called a sundog, created when sunlight refracts through hexagonal ice crystals floating in the air. 3 suns in the sky at once, perfectly symmetrical. People who have seen it describe it as alarming and beautiful in equal measure. The atmosphere shows off when it feels like it. The star Eta Carinae is so massive and gravitationally unstable that it's expected to explode in what's called a hypernova, many times more powerful than a regular supernova. When it does, it will likely be bright enough to cast visible shadows on Earth at night. A star in another part of the galaxy will be bright enough to change the shadows on your lawn. The universe has scheduled a light show, and we have a front row seat from 7,500 light years away. The giant barrel sponge can grow to the size of a small car. It can also live for over 2,000 years, placing it among the longest-lived animals ever recorded. A sponge that was alive when the Roman Empire was at its height might still be alive on the ocean floor right now. Sitting there, filtering water, completely unbothered by the 2,000 years that passed, the giant barrel sponge has outlived every empire. The wildlife of the Galapagos Islands evolved with no instinctive fear of humans. They have never been hunted. So birds land on tourists' heads. Giant tortoises walk past visitors without concern. Sea lions sleep next to people on benches. Animals that have had no reason to fear us simply don't. The Galapagos is a window into what every ecosystem might have looked like before humans gave every animal a reason to run. Madagascar's star, Orchid, has a nectar reservoir 30 centimeters deep, and there exists a moth with a tongue exactly that length. The two evolved together, each being the other's exclusive partner. The only moth that can feed from that flower. The only flower that flower's moth can fully access. Two species locked in a 30-centimeter contract, evolving together across millions of years. Co-evolution at its most precise. Bouvet Island, in the South Atlantic, is the most remote piece of land on Earth. It is uninhabited. Norway owns it, and it sits roughly 2,600 kilometers from the nearest human settlement, an island at the end of the world, claimed by a country that is very far away from it, with nobody on it. The most isolated piece of real estate on the planet has an absentee owner and 0 tenants. Bouvet Island is the loneliest place on Earth. The moon has no atmosphere, so the sun's electrically charged solar wind hits the surface directly, and it causes lunar dust to levitate. Apollo astronauts observed a mysterious glowing haze along the lunar horizon at dawn and dusk that nobody could immediately explain. It was floating dust, electrically lifted off the surface. The moon's own surface particles hover above it every day. The moon is constantly dusting itself. The brittle star Ophiuchus functions as a living compound eye. Thousands of calcite crystal lenses are built into its skeleton, detecting light direction across the entire surface of its body. Every inch of it is photosensitive. It doesn't have eyes. It is an eye. An entire creature that is essentially one continuous visual sensor with arms. The brittle star sees with its whole body, and that is either incredible or deeply unsettling. Polaris, the North Star, is not actually fixed permanently in the sky. Earth's axis wobbles over a 26, and in about 14,000 years, Polaris will no longer mark north. The star Vega will eventually take its place, the navigation star that humans have oriented themselves by for all of recorded history is a temporary assignment. In a cosmic sense, Polaris is just covering the shift for a while. The world's smallest flowering plant is called Wolfia globosa. It is smaller than a grain of rice. It has no roots, no leaves. And its flowers are so tiny that 12 of them could fit on the head of a pin. A complete, flowering, reproducing plant that fits on a pinhead. It does everything a plant does: photosynthesis, flowering, seeding, in a space that's smaller than a period at the end of a sentence. When a star explodes in a supernova, it can briefly outshine its entire host galaxy. Every single one of the billions of stars in that galaxy, all at once, dimmed by a single explosion. And that one blast can release more energy in a matter of seconds than our sun will produce across its entire 10 billion-year lifespan. Everything our sun will ever output, matched in seconds. A supernova is not a death. It's the universe's loudest moment. Chile's marble caves are natural tunnels carved through a peninsula of pure marble by 6,000 years of water erosion. The walls swirl with turquoise and blue reflections from the lake below, shifting continuously as the light changes. Pure white marble, 6,000 years of water. and the result is a tunnel system that looks like it was designed by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Nature is the most patient architect alive. Just 47 kilometers west of San Francisco, a city of over 800,000 people, there are islands called the Farallones that are permanently off limits to the public. They host one of the largest seabird breeding colonies on the U.S. Pacific coast, over 300,000 nesting birds. Almost no one in San Francisco can see them from shore. One of the most densely populated natural sanctuaries in the country sits within visible range of a major city, and most residents have no idea it exists. There is a carnivorous pitcher plant in Borneo called Nepenthes loei that struck a deal with tree shrews. It offers nutritious nectar on its lid, and the tree shrew eats it while positioned directly over the pitcher's opening, defecating straight in. The plant receives up to 57% of its nitrogen needs from tree shrew droppings in exchange for the snack. A plant that built a restaurant with a mandatory restroom requirement. Business model of the century. A bat called the Papillos woolly bat roosts exclusively inside the pitchers of carnivorous Nepenthes plants. It sleeps inside the same trap designed to kill and digest insects. In exchange, its droppings fertilize the plant. The plant gets fed. The bat gets a roof. The trap that catches insects became a luxury apartment for a bat through an arrangement nobody planned. Nature negotiates deals that would impress the most seasoned real estate agents. The common cuckoo lays its eggs in other birds' nests and has evolved to mimic the exact color and pattern of the host species' eggs so precisely that even expert ornithologists are sometimes fooled. Different female cuckoos specialize in targeting different bird species across generations, passing down the specific forgery like a family craft. The cuckoo runs a multi-generational con operation. Fraud is an evolutionary adaptation. Instant noodles were invented in 1958 by a man named Momofuku Ando in Japan, who developed the technique by flash frying noodles in his backyard shed. Today, approximately 116 billion servings are consumed worldwide every year. A man in a shed in 1958 accidentally fed more people per year than almost any food innovation in history. Some of the most impactful inventions came from a guy just trying to figure something out at home. In 2013, scientists announced the discovery of the olinguito, the first new carnivorous mammal identified in the Western Hemisphere in 35 years. It had been living undiscovered in Ecuadorian cloud forests the whole time, and it had already been sitting in museum collections, mislabeled as a different species for over a century. A completely new carnivore had been in the museum the whole time, and everyone walked past it. The olinguito was hiding in plain sight. Human babies can simultaneously breathe and swallow at the same time, a skill that closes permanently around 9 months of age and never returns. Once that window closes, adults lose the ability entirely. It's one reason infants almost never choke while feeding. You were born with a superpower that worked perfectly for 9 months, and then your body decided you were done with it. Adults got the upgrade that made breathing and swallowing mutually exclusive. It's a trade-off nobody agreed to. The African wild dog has the highest hunting success rate of any large carnivore on Earth. Around 80% of hunts succeed. Lions manage roughly 25%. And a major reason wild dogs succeed is that the entire pack shares food with injured, elderly, and pup members. Cooperation is the strategy. A wild dog that can't run still eats. A lion that can't hunt starves. The African wild dog built a welfare system, and it made the whole species more effective. Snow leopards have tails that can reach 90% of their own body length, almost as long as they are. They wrap those tails around their face like a blanket while sleeping in sub-zero mountain temperatures. The same tail also acts as a balance rod when they're bounding across cliff faces. One appendage that serves as a blanket, a counterbalance, and a survival tool. The snow leopard's tail does more work than most animals' entire bodies. Mars's moon Phobos orbits so close to Mars that it rises and sets twice per Martian day. and gravitational tidal forces are slowly pulling it closer to planet at a rate of about 1.8 meters per century. In roughly 50 million years, Phobos will either crash into the surface or get torn apart into a ring. Mars is going to either catch or shatter its own moon. The collision or explosion is already scheduled. The word pumpernickel translates from German as devil's fart. That's the official etymology, named for the bread's extremely dense, coarse texture and the digestive effects it was legendarily said to produce. Somewhere in 16th century Germany, someone ate dense rye bread, experienced consequences, and that experience became the bread's permanent name. That name survived centuries, crossed borders, and now sits on bakery shelves in 7 countries. The devil's fart endures. Subscribe so you never miss facts like these. The maned wolf of South America has urine so pungent with a specific compound that when one urinated near a staff room at Rotterdam Zoo, Dutch police were called after employees reported the unmistakable smell of marijuana. Officers investigated a full cannabis operation at a zoo. The culprit was a wolf standing outside looking innocent. The maned wolf triggered a police drug raid just by existing. That might be the most chaotic animal on this list. The Strait of Malacca, between Malaysia and Indonesia, is the busiest shipping lane in the world. Over 83,000 vessels pass through annually. That carries roughly a quarter of all global seaborne trade, including most of East Asia's oil supply. If something blocked that strait for even a few days, economic consequences would ripple across the entire world. One narrow channel between 2 countries is quietly one of the most critical pieces of geography on the planet. 21618 is a black hole with a mass 66 billion times that of our Sun. Our entire solar system, the Sun, all the planets, everything would fit comfortably within its event horizon. The whole thing. Everything we've ever known, orbited, or launched a rocket toward would sit inside the boundary of a single black hole. TON 618 makes the solar system look like a rounding error. The kinkajou of Central and South America can rotate its hind feet completely backward, allowing it to sprint headfirst down trees at full speed without slipping. It also has a prehensile tail strong enough to hold its entire body weight. A mammal that runs down trees face first, supported by a tail that doubles as an anchor. The kinkajou moves through the forest, using a movement set that should not work as well as it does. Sea otters are the reason kelp forests exist. When sea otters were hunted nearly to extinction, sea urchin populations exploded unchecked and consumed so much kelp that entire underwater forests collapsed into what ecologists call urchin barrens, empty stretches of ocean floor. Bring the otters back, the urchins are controlled, and the forests return. One small mammal is holding up an entire ecosystem. Remove it and the whole thing falls apart. The rainbow eucalyptus tree naturally sheds patches of its outer bark throughout the year. Underneath, bright green inner bark is revealed, which then ages through blue, purple, orange, and maroon as weeks pass. The tree is continuously revealing new color beneath old color, repainting itself over and over throughout its lifetime. The most naturally colorful tree on Earth doesn't do it through flowers. It does it through its own skin. Warhogs kneel on their front legs so frequently, pressing down to forage low to the ground, that they develop thick, permanent callus pads on their wrists. Over a lifetime of kneeling to eat, they build cushioning specifically for the posture. A warthog that forages enough grows its own knee pads. The body just adds what it keeps needing. The warthog grew the solution to the problem it created. Different pods of killer whales speak in entirely distinct dialects. Their calls are so specific that marine scientists can identify which pod an orca belongs to purely by listening to its vocalizations. There is zero acoustic overlap between unrelated groups. Orcas have regional accents. They have family languages. A killer whale's voice is essentially its last name, and no 2 families sound alike. The sun bear has the longest tongue relative to body size of any bear species, reaching up to 25 centimeters. It uses that tongue to reach deep inside rotting logs and tree cavities to extract honey, termites, and beetle larvae. A bear that evolved a specialized 25-centimeter tongue specifically to fish food out of holes. The sun bear is the most committed forager in the forest, and the tongue proves it. Blue cheese gets its distinctive flavor from a mold called Penicillium roqueforti. The genus Penicillium is the exact same genus as Penicillium notatum, the mold that Alexander Fleming used to discover penicillin. The mold on your fancy cheese is a close relative of the mold that launched antibiotics. You are eating a cousin of the most important pharmaceutical discovery in human history. Bon appetit. When scientists first detected the impossibly regular, rhythmic radio pulses of a pulsar in 1967, they were so baffled that they seriously considered whether it could be an alien communication signal. They called it LGM-1, Little Green Men 1. They genuinely entertained extraterrestrial contact before identifying it as a rotating neutron star. Scientists named the most exciting discovery of their careers after aliens, just briefly, just in case. LGM-1 is a great name, and it deserved to stay. The Spanish ribbed newt has a defense mechanism that sounds like something from a horror film. When threatened, it pushes its own sharp rib tips through its skin, creating a row of bony defensive spines along its sides. Each puncture heals completely once the threat passes. It stabs itself to scare off predators. A creature that weaponizes its own bones by pushing them out through its flesh and then just heals up and moves on. The Spanish ribbed newt does not flinch. By 1987, there were only 27 California condors left in existence. Scientists made the heartbreaking decision to capture every single one for a captive breeding program, essentially admitting that the wild had failed to protect them. It felt like defeat. But the species recovered. Today, there are over 500 birds, including thriving wild populations. 27 birds became 500. Conservation made it happen. Sometimes admitting the situation is desperate is the first step to fixing it. The sloth bear has evolved a gap in its front teeth and lips built like bellows. It presses its muzzle against a termite mound and literally vacuums the insects directly into its mouth, with a slurping sound loud enough to hear from several meters away. Imagine a vacuum cleaner that walks up to an anthill, presses its face against it, and inhales. The sloth bear is the noisiest eater in the jungle, and it could not care less. Uranus and Neptune are not gas giants. They are ice giants, a completely different category. Their interiors consist of dense, exotic ices of water, ammonia, and methane under extreme pressure, which is fundamentally different from Jupiter and Saturn's hydrogen-helium cores. Two planets were miscategorized in the public consciousness for decades. Uranus and Neptune have a different internal structure from the planets they're always grouped with, and they've been waiting patiently for the correction. Tempura, the beloved Japanese dish of battered, deep-fried seafood and vegetables, was not invented in Japan. It was introduced by Portuguese Jesuit missionaries in the 16th century who needed to fry vegetables during Catholic fasting periods. A technique brought by missionaries on a fasting schedule became one of the most iconic elements of Japanese cuisine. Tempura is Portuguese Catholic fasting food that Japan perfected and made its own. Walruses use their tusks not for fighting or display primarily. They use them as ice picks to haul their enormous bodies out of the water. The scientific name for the walrus, Odobenus rosmarus, literally means tooth-walking seahorse. This animal's most defining feature, encoded right into its scientific name, is that it climbs using its teeth. The walrus is defined by the act of using its face as a grappling hook. The Draco lizard of Southeast Asia has elongated, extendable ribs covered in thin, brightly colored skin flaps. It spreads them into wings and glides up to 8 meters between trees. It evolved unpowered flight entirely independently of birds, bats, and every other flying creature. A lizard grew wings from its ribs without copying the blueprint that everything else used. It invented its own version of flight from scratch. The sun's surface is roughly 5,500 degrees Celsius. Its outer atmosphere, the corona, reaches 1 to 3 million degrees. The further from the surface you get, the hotter it becomes, which is the exact opposite of what the laws of physics would suggest should happen. Why the corona is hundreds of times hotter than the surface it sits above is still one of the most actively debated, unsolved problems in solar physics. The sun is breaking a rule, and nobody has figured out how yet. Margherita pizza was created in 1889 by a Neapolitan pizzaiolo named Raffaele Esposito, specifically for Queen Margherita of Italy. He chose tomatoes, mozzarella, and basil deliberately to mirror the red, white, and green of the Italian flag. A pizza designed as an act of patriotism for a queen. The most eaten food on Earth today was originally a flag on a flatbread for royalty. Margherita pizza has had a remarkable trajectory. The elephant bird of Madagascar, extinct around 1000 CE, laid the largest eggs of any known animal. Each egg could hold approximately 2 gallons of liquid, was equivalent in volume to about 150 chicken eggs, and weighed around 10 kilograms. A single egg that weighed 10 kilograms. That's not an egg, that's a container. The elephant bird laid objects and called them eggs, and nobody corrected it. The human larynx sits far lower in the throat than it does in any other primate. That descended position creates a longer vocal tract, which physically enables the enormous range of vowel and consonant sounds that spoken language requires. Our ability to talk, the thing that separates human communication from every other animal, is a direct result of one piece of anatomy sitting lower in the neck than it does in our closest relatives. Language came from a repositioned organ. The American alligator can replace each individual tooth up to 50 times during its lifetime, directly beneath every existing tooth. Replacement is already growing, ready to push up within days of the original being lost. An alligator that breaks a tooth during a meal has a new one on the way almost immediately. 50 sets of teeth. The alligator turned dentistry into a built-in automated process and retired the concept of dental anxiety forever. The Pillars of Creation, the iconic star-forming nebula photographed by the Hubble Space Telescope, one of the most famous images in the history of astronomy, were almost certainly obliterated by a nearby supernova roughly 6,000 years ago. We just haven't seen the light from that destruction travel all the way to us yet. The most famous image in space photography is showing us something that no longer exists. We are looking at a photograph of a ghost. If you're still watching, you are one of the real ones. Comment Fact Gang, so I know you made it this far. Pulsars, rapidly rotating neutron stars that emit precisely timed radio beams, are more accurate timekeepers than atomic clocks, the most precise instruments humans have ever built. Scientists have seriously proposed using a network of pulsars as a universal navigation grid for spacecraft traveling between stars. Dead stars, rotating in the dark, might be the GPS system of interstellar travel. The universe built a navigation network from its own corpses. Human embryos develop structures in the first few weeks of development called pharyngeal arches, transient formations that look strikingly like gill slits. In fish, they become gills. In humans, they develop into jawbones, the tiny bones of the middle ear, and throat cartilage. The structures that let fish breathe underwater became the things that let you chew and hear. Evolution reused the blueprint and reassigned every part to a new purpose. Nothing in the body came from nowhere. In 1972, the Arabian oryx became the first animal to receive the official designation of extinct in the wild, hunted to complete elimination from its natural range. A captive breeding program kept the species alive. Reintroduction efforts followed. In 2011, nearly 4 decades later, the Arabian oryx was officially removed from the extinct in the wild category. An animal that was declared gone came back. Conservation reversed an extinction, and that needs to be said more often. The painted stork practices a cooling technique called urohydrosis. It deliberately urinates down its own legs and feet, using the evaporation as a heat management system on hot days. The same technique is used by vultures and New World condors. Multiple bird species, across different continents, independently evolved the same strategy of urinating on themselves to stay cool. Sometimes nature's most effective solutions are the ones you wouldn't choose to mention at dinner. The earliest known written recipe for macaroni and cheese did not appear in an Italian cookbook. It appeared in a 1390 English manuscript called The Form of Cury. England had a written mac and cheese recipe over 600 years ago, predating popular claims about Italian or American origins by centuries. The most American comfort food has English medieval origins and predates the United States by nearly 400 years. History of food continues to humble everyone. Seagrass meadows are among the most powerful carbon capture systems on Earth, absorbing carbon up to 35 times faster per unit area than tropical rainforests. Yet they cover less than 0.2% of the ocean floor, and they have received a fraction of the conservation attention that forests get. The most efficient carbon sink on the planet is quietly disappearing while the conversation focuses elsewhere. Seagrass is doing the work, and nobody is watching. A white dwarf is the stellar remnant left when a sun-like star burns out. It is roughly the size of Earth, but it contains approximately as much mass as our entire sun, which means it is so dense that a single teaspoon of its material would weigh several tons here on Earth. A dead star the size of a planet, so compressed that a spoonful would be too heavy to lift. White dwarfs are the universe's most extreme lesson in what happens when you squeeze something very large into something very small. Seafoam on beaches is not pollution. It forms when dissolved organic matter from dead algae, proteins, and fats gets churned by waves into a froth, essentially the ocean manufacturing its own biodegradable soap. The ocean produces foam from its own biological waste through wave action. Nature built its own soap dispenser from decomposing organisms and calls it the tide. Every foam-covered beach is just the ocean doing its laundry. The sandbox tree has the most explosive seed dispersal of any known plant. Its seed pods explode with a sound like a gunshot, launching seeds at up to 70 meters per second across distances of 45 meters. A tree that fires its seeds like a weapon. Botanists have described the sound as genuinely startling from a distance. The sandbox tree does not scatter seeds. It launches them. There is a difference. Newborn human babies cry without producing any actual tears for the first 3 to 4 weeks of life. The lacrimal glands simply aren't fully functional yet. The full sound and distress of crying arrives completely intact, but the tears that adults associate with crying aren't there yet. Babies figured out how to produce the most persuasive part of crying before the part that makes it visually complete. Maximum effect, minimum component requirements. The tenrec of Madagascar is the only known mammal that communicates through stridulation, rubbing specialized spines on its back together to produce ultrasonic clicks. Stridulation is a technique otherwise found only in insects and a handful of snake species. A mammal that communicates like a cricket. A furry creature making sounds by rubbing its own back spines together. The tenrec crossed a communication boundary that no other mammal crossed, and nobody knows exactly why. Neptune's Great Dark Spot, a massive storm system that NASA's Voyager 2 observed in 1989, comparable in scale to Jupiter's famous Great Red Spot, had completely vanished by the time the Hubble Space Telescope looked in 1994. Gone in 5 years. A new dark spot later appeared in a different hemisphere. Neptune's storms don't persist for centuries the way Jupiter's does. They show up, rage, disappear, and start somewhere else. Neptune does not hold grudges. The ornate wobbegong is a carpet shark that is so perfectly camouflaged as rocky seafloor that divers regularly step directly on them without seeing them. Most wobbegong bites on humans occur when someone plants a foot on a resting shark they couldn't detect. A shark whose primary defense is looking exactly like the ground. It didn't evolve teeth for offense, it evolved invisibility for self-defense. And it works so well that the predator consistently gets stepped on by accident. In 1967, the CIA spent an estimated $20 million on a project called Acoustic Kitty. The goal was to surgically embed a microphone and transmitter into a cat and use it to eavesdrop on Soviet conversations. The first cat deployed for espionage was immediately run over by a taxi. $20 million, a surgical procedure, a fully operational spy cat, and a taxi ended the entire program on day one. The CIA funded the worst return on investment in the history of intelligence. In 2018, SpaceX launched Elon Musk's personal Tesla Roadster into space on the maiden flight of the Falcon Heavy rocket. A mannequin in a spacesuit called Starman sat in the driver's seat. The car is now in an elliptical solar orbit. It will likely remain in space for millions of years. Somewhere in the solar system right now, a red Tesla is silently orbiting the sun with a dummy at the wheel and David Bowie playing on the stereo. That is an objectively incredible sentence. The town of Boring in Oregon entered an official sister city partnership with Dull in Scotland in 2012 purely for the comedy of it. They have since been joined by Bland Australia, forming an official international partnership called the League of Extraordinary Communities, a coalition of the most unenthusiastically named places on Earth. Boring, Dull, and Bland formed an alliance. That alliance exists. It has a name. It hosts events. 3 places with the least exciting names alive built something genuinely charming. Greenland shark meat is fatally toxic to humans in its raw state. The flesh is saturated with a compound that breaks down into something disorienting and dangerous. Icelanders deal with this by burying the shark and fermenting the flesh for several months. The result is called hackerel, a pungent traditional delicacy that first-time tasters almost universally describe as overwhelming. Someone in Iceland decided that a toxic shark needed more fermentation time and called it food, and it became a national tradition. Each individual monarch butterfly only completes half of its famous migration. The journey from Canada to Mexico is a one-way trip. The butterfly that arrives in Mexico does not return north. It is the offspring, sometimes the grandchildren, that make the journey back the following spring. No single butterfly ever does the full round trip. The entire migration is completed across generations, with each butterfly navigating to a destination it has never seen, guided by a map encoded in its biology before it was born. Iceland publishes more books per capita than any other country on Earth. Every November, a wave of new titles floods bookstores in a tradition called Jólabókaflóði, the Christmas book flood. It is customary to give books as Christmas Eve gifts and spend the rest of the night reading. In Iceland, the most culturally appropriate thing to do on Christmas Eve is sit quietly with a new book. Iceland built a civilization where reading is the holiday activity of choice, and the data backs it up entirely. Bhutan is the only carbon-negative country on Earth. It absorbs more CO2 than it produces. And its constitution legally mandates that at least 60% of the country must remain forested in perpetuity. A country that legally enshrined environmental protection into its founding document and maintains it. While most countries set targets and miss them, Bhutan is already negative and is constitutionally required to stay that way. Bhutan is doing the homework while everyone else is still debating whether to open the textbook. New Zealand's Moeraki boulders are almost perfectly spherical rocks, up to 2 meters in diameter, scattered along a South Island beach, as if placed there deliberately. They formed naturally over millions of years as mineral-rich water crystallized around a core in ancient seafloor sediment, and were then exposed by coastal erosion. Multi-million-year geological processes produced objects so geometrically perfect that people assume they're artificial. The island of Yap in Micronesia used massive stone discs, some up to 4 meters in diameter, as currency, called rye stones. They were too heavy to move, so ownership was simply declared verbally and recorded in community memory. A rye stone sitting on the ocean floor after it sank in transit was still considered perfectly valid currency. An entire economic system built on objects too large to carry, with a stone at the bottom of the sea counted as money because everyone agreed it should be. Yap invented conceptual currency thousands of years before anyone else. The Dracula parrot of Papua New Guinea has a completely bare, featherless face, raw skin, no feathers, like a vulture. It evolved that way because it feeds almost exclusively on figs, and feathers around the beak would immediately get clogged with sticky fruit pulp. So it grew a face designed for messy eating. A parrot that looks like a Halloween costume because its diet required it. The Dracula parrot is deeply unsettling and deeply practical in equal measure. Periodical cicadas emerge in synchronized broods timed to either 13 or 17 years, both prime numbers. That's not a coincidence. Prime numbers are mathematically difficult for any predator to synchronize a population cycle with, making it nearly impossible for any species to reliably specialize in eating them. Cicadas evolved a prime number life cycle as a biological defense against predators. They are using number theory as a survival strategy. Cicadas discovered mathematics before mathematicians did. Gangkar Puensum in Bhutan stands 7,570 meters tall, taller than any peak in North America or Europe, and it is the highest unclimbed mountain in the world. It has been closed to climbers since 1994 out of respect for local spiritual beliefs that regard high peaks as the homes of deities. The highest unscaled summit on Earth is not unconquered because it's too dangerous. It's unconquered because the people who live near it ask climbers to leave it alone, and climbers respected that. The adult mayfly lives for 24 to 48 hours. That's the entire adult portion of its existence, long enough only to mate and lay eggs. But before that, it spent 1 to 3 years as an aquatic nymph, crawling on riverbeds in the dark. Years of preparation for a day or two of life. The mayfly exists as a larva for years, and as a creature with wings for a weekend. It spent its whole life getting ready for a moment that barely lasted. The electric eel species Electrophorus volti can discharge up to 860 volts, the highest electrical output of any known living organism. Enough to stun a horse, measurably stronger than a standard U.S. electrical wall outlet at 120 volts. An eel in a river in South America is generating 7 times the voltage of the outlet in your kitchen wall. The electric eel is a living power grid, and it uses that power aggressively. The Clark's nutcracker bird caches up to 30,000 pine seeds across thousands of separate locations in a single autumn. Then it retrieves the majority of them up to 9 months later, even through several feet of snow, using spatial memory that surpasses any laboratory-tested animal. It remembers where it buried tens of thousands of individual seeds across kilometers of terrain for 9 months through a full winter. The Clark's nutcracker has a memory that makes the best human map readers look amateur. Deep-sea dragonfish have evolved transparent, fang-like teeth that contain almost no enamel and refract almost no light. In the deep ocean, where any flash of light reveals your presence to prey, their wide-open mouths are entirely invisible. No gleam, no reflection, no warning. Just teeth that cannot be seen in the darkness, attached to a jaw that's already closing. The deep-sea dragonfish turned its own mouth into a stealth weapon. The coelacanth is a fish that scientists believed went extinct 65 million years ago. It was known only from fossils. Then in 1938, a live one was hauled up by a South African fisherman completely by accident. A species considered extinct for longer than the dinosaurs have been gone was alive in the ocean the whole time. The ocean hit a 65 million year extinct creature for the entirety of human history and revealed it to a fisherman on a Tuesday. The coelacanth has barely changed in 400 million years. It didn't need to. A tiger's roar contains infrasound frequencies below 18 Hz, too low for humans to consciously hear. But research suggests those frequencies cause involuntary disorientation and momentary physical freezing in prey animals, even before the tiger is seen or the audible part of the roar registers. The tiger doesn't just roar. It broadcasts paralysis frequencies. By the time you hear the roar, the infrasound has already interfered with your nervous system. The tiger had you before you knew it was there. The electric knifefish of the Amazon generates a continuous weak electric field around its entire body at all times. It detects distortions in that field to navigate in complete darkness, identify prey, identify predators, and communicate with other knifefish, all simultaneously. One sensory system handling navigation, hunting, threat detection, and social communication at the same time. The knifefish built a multifunction sensor array from electromagnetism and runs it continuously 24 hours a day. The peacock spider of Australia is about the size of a grain of rice, and the male fans out a vivid, iridescent abdominal flap that looks like a tiny stained glass window. Then he performs a precise, multi-step courtship dance, specific colors, specific vibrations, specific movements. That must meet the female's exact standards. If anything is off, she attacks and eats him. The most spectacular performance he can manage, assessed by the most critical possible judge, with the consequence of immediate death if he misses a step. The peacock spider performs under the highest pressure in the animal kingdom. The bioluminescent brittle star can deliberately detach its own glowing arm segments when threatened. Each severed arm continues flashing independently on the seafloor as a decoy, attracting the predator's attention. Meanwhile, the brittle star retreats into the darkness to regenerate what it lost. It sacrifices a glowing limb. It uses its own body as a light-up distraction. Then it grows the arm back. The brittle star leaves behind a piece of itself every time something tries to eat it, and it doesn't slow down. The decorator crab covers its entire shell with living material, fragments of sponge, coral, seaweed, and sea anemones that it harvests from its immediate environment. The camouflage is not painted on. It's alive, growing, and changing as the crab moves between different habitats. A crab that redecorates itself in whatever the local environment is made of, carrying a living, shifting ecosystem on its back. The decorator crab doesn't hide in the background. It wears it. The mata mata turtle of South America has a head so highly specialized for one technique that it cannot chew. It cannot bite down on prey. Instead, it opens its enormous mouth and rapidly expands its throat to create a suction force powerful enough to vacuum an entire fish into its mouth whole. Then it closes its jaws around it. The mata mata evolved a mouth that functions purely as a vacuum and outsourced everything else. One tool. Perfect execution. The male redback spider doesn't just risk being eaten by the female during mating. Research shows that males who are cannibalized actually mate for longer and fertilize more eggs than males who escape. Being eaten is reproductively advantageous. The male that survives leaves fewer offspring than the male that gets consumed. From a biological perspective, the redback spider male is supposed to be eaten. It evolved toward that outcome. The most successful redback spider father is the one that didn't make it out. The Christmas tree worm looks exactly like its name. A colorful double spiral of feathery tentacles emerging from coral, shaped like a miniature decorated tree. Those spirals simultaneously filter food particles from the water and extract oxygen. And if anything disturbs it, the entire structure retracts instantly into a tube. It feeds, breathes, and vanishes in a single motion. The Christmas tree worm is doing two jobs at once and can disappear in under a second when needed. Nudibranchs, colorful sea slugs, eat jellyfish and sea anemones, which are loaded with unfired stinging cells called nematocysts. And instead of digesting those cells, nudibranchs store them intact in specialized sacs in their own body tissue. Then they deploy them as defensive weapons. an animal that eats the defenses of one creature and re-equips itself with them. The nudibranch doesn't just eat its enemies. It takes their weapons and keeps them loaded. The satisfying white crunchy crystals in aged Parmesan and other hard cheeses are not calcium deposits. They are clusters of an amino acid called tyrosine, which forms as proteins break down during long aging. Those crystals are considered a marker of proper, complete maturation, a sign the cheese aged correctly. Every time you eat a properly aged Parmesan and hit one of those crystals, you're encountering the cheese's proof of patience. That crunch is a certificate of quality. Sake requires two completely separate fermentation steps that happen in parallel, which makes it unique among all major alcoholic beverages. First, a mold called Aspergillus oryzae converts rice starches into fermentable sugars. Then, yeast converts those sugars into alcohol. Both processes happen at the same time in the same vessel. Brewing sake requires managing two entirely different biological processes simultaneously. It is technically the most complex fermentation process in mainstream beverage production. Nori, the seaweed used to wrap sushi, is one of the very few non-animal dietary sources of bioavailable vitamin B12. That is a nutrient found almost exclusively in animal products, and one of the most difficult gaps to fill in a plant-based diet. A sheet of seaweed on a sushi roll contains something that almost nothing in the plant kingdom contains. Nori is quietly one of the most nutritionally unusual foods in the world, sitting on the outside of a California roll. A whole, unchopped, undamaged garlic clove has almost no flavor and no medicinal properties. Garlic's pungent compounds only develop when its cells are physically broken. Crushing or chopping activates an enzyme called allanase that converts an odorless compound into allicin, which is both the flavor and the health active component. You have to damage the garlic to unlock it. A garlic clove is a latent ingredient waiting to be broken before it becomes what it's known for. Cooking garlic is less preparation than it is an activation. Scientists measured chicken soup and found that it reduces the movement of neutrophils, the white blood cells responsible for triggering the kind of inflammation that worsens upper respiratory symptoms. The soup your grandmother made when you were sick has a measurable, biochemically documented mechanism for reducing cold symptoms. Grandmother was right. The medical literature confirmed it. Chicken soup works, and now we know part of the reason why. In 2020, Japan's Hayabusa 2 spacecraft returned to Earth with samples collected from asteroid Ryugu. Scientists found amino acids in those samples, the same fundamental building blocks that make up proteins in all known life. Organic molecules, the precursors to life, forming in space and arriving on rocks. The raw chemistry of life can originate in the void between planets and travel to Earth on an asteroid impact. Life may not have started here. The ingredients may have been delivered. The atmospheric pressure on Venus's surface is 92 times greater than Earth's at sea level, equivalent to being submerged 900 meters underwater. Every Soviet spacecraft sent to the Venus surface was specifically designed to withstand it. Every single one was eventually crushed. A planet in our own solar system, visible to the naked eye, has a surface so hostile that our best engineered machines couldn't survive it indefinitely. Venus is the most aggressive neighbor in the solar system, and it has made that very clear. In 2016, astronomers revised the estimated number of galaxies in the observable universe from 200 billion to approximately 2 trillion, 10 times more than previously believed, and most of them are too small and faint for any current telescope to detect. We thought we knew the scale of the universe. We were off by a factor of 10. The universe is 10 times larger in terms of galactic population than the scientific consensus held a decade ago. And we're still only seeing part of it. There was an Austrian village called, for years, international tourists visited, stole road signs within hours of installation, and mocked the name relentlessly. Residents held out for a remarkable amount of time. But in 2021, they voted to officially rename themselves Fugging. The village endured decades of international ridicule, changed one letter, and the jokes mostly stopped. Fugging still exists. The signs stay on the posts now. One letter of difference, complete transformation of outcome. Portugal's Vasco da Gama Bridge in Lisbon is the longest bridge in Europe at 17.2 kilometers. It was built in only 18 months using prefabricated sections. It crosses the widest part of the Tagus River estuary and was constructed faster than most bridges, a fraction of its length. Europe's longest bridge went up in a year and a half. When the engineering is right and the prefabrication is done properly, even a 17-kilometer bridge is an 18-month problem. The Camino de Santiago has been a pilgrimage route since medieval times. Today, over 300,000 people walk it every year, some covering nearly 800 kilometers on foot, and the majority now undertake the journey for personal reasons rather than religious ones. A medieval religious pilgrimage became one of the world's great secular walking traditions. People who don't share the original faith now walk the same roads for their own reasons. The path is the point. It always was. Japanese knotweed grows so aggressively that it can push through concrete floors, tarmac, and foundation walls. In the United Kingdom, having it on your property can legally prevent you from selling your home until it is professionally eradicated. A plant. That stops house sales. Legally. It breaks through concrete as a standard behavior. Japanese knotweed is the most legally consequential weed in British history, and it does not negotiate. The dragon arum plant mimics a rotting corpse to attract pollinators. It heats its flower to near human body temperature. It emits the smell of decomposing flesh. It turns deep maroon to visually reinforce the illusion of rotting meat. The entire deception is coordinated, temperature, smell, and color working together. A plant that maintains a fake dead body at body temperature, smelling of rot, to trick insects into visiting. The dragon arum is committed to the bit at a level no other organism has matched. The yellow-bellied sapsucker woodpecker drills precise, orderly rows of small holes into tree bark and feeds on the sap and any insects that get trapped there. But those sap wells attract visitors. Over 250 other animal species have been documented stopping by, including other birds, mammals, and insects that all depend on the sapsucker's work to feed. A woodpecker that makes holes in trees for its own food accidentally created a resource that over 250 other species depend on. The yellow-bellied sapsucker is an unintentional keystone of the entire forest canopy. Drop a comment below with the fact that wrecked you the most, or just say whatever's on your mind. And if you made it all the way to the end, you know what to do. Hit that like button, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one.
Staplers manufactured before 1879 could push a metal staple through paper, but couldn't bend the ends to fasten it. That part had to be done by hand. The mechanism that automatically folds the staple flat wasn't invented until McGill's patent changed the design permanently. The ocarina is a real wind instrument with a history stretching back over 12,000 years, used in ancient China and Mesopotamia. It largely faded from mainstream awareness until the 1998 video game The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, reintroduced it to an entirely new global audience. Country music artist Kenny Chesney named his very first guitar the Terminator. It's a small detail that says something about the teenage ambition behind what became one of country music's longest-running and most successful careers, 35 million albums sold and counting. The three primary eating disorders recognized by clinical psychiatry are anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, and binge eating disorder. Binge eating disorder is actually the most common of the three in the United States, though it receives significantly less public attention than the other two. Billiard balls were made from ivory for most of the sport's history, which created enormous demand for elephant tusks. It wasn't until the early 20th century that manufacturers successfully developed celluloid and later resin alternatives, effectively ending the ivory trade's connection to the game. Cryptosporidium, the parasite responsible for most illnesses linked to contaminated pool water, has a unique and frustrating property. It's resistant to chlorine. Unlike most pathogens killed by pool chemicals, crypto can survive for days in properly treated water, making proper filtration essential. The Pentagon, one of the world's largest office buildings, was constructed without any elevators. The building was designed in the early 1940s with ramps instead, partly due to wartime steel shortages and partly to allow easy movement between its 5 floors for people with mobility limitations. The MI, in MI5 and MI6, Britain's domestic and foreign intelligence agencies, stands for military intelligence. Both organizations trace their origins to early 20th century military structures, and while they operate far beyond military contexts today, the original designation stuck as part of their official names. Many large cruise ships are equipped with small onboard morgues, typically located near the medical center. Given that ships carry thousands of passengers for weeks at a time, often including elderly travelers, having facilities to preserve remains until port is considered standard operational planning. The RMS Titanic had its own daily newspaper for passengers called the Atlantic Daily Bulletin. Printed on board each morning, it contained news received via wireless telegraph, stock prices, horse racing results, and social announcements, a remarkably functional publication for a ship at sea in 1912. Catalan is not a dialect of Spanish. It is an entirely separate Romance language, spoken by roughly 10 million people in Catalonia, Valencia, and the Balearic Islands. It shares features with Spanish, French, Italian, and Portuguese, but has its own grammar, vocabulary, and literary tradition dating back to the 12th century. Giraffes sleep an average of just 1.9 hours per day, the least of any mammal. They typically sleep in short bursts of a few minutes at a time, often standing upright, because lying down in the wild leaves them vulnerable to predators for the time it takes to stand back up. Mustache spoons were a functional piece of Victorian silverware designed with a small curved guard along the rim. The guard prevented soup or liquid from touching a gentleman's well-groomed mustache while eating, a surprisingly elegant solution to a problem most people today don't have. In poultry, dark meat contains significantly higher levels of zinc, iron, vitamin B12, vitamin B6, and riboflavin compared to white meat. The difference comes from myoglobin, the protein that makes dark meat darker and also makes it more nutrient-dense, despite its higher fat content. The first official Paralympic Games were held in Rome, Italy in 1960, featuring 400 athletes from 23 countries. The event grew directly out of the Stoke Mandeville Games organized by neurologist Sir Ludwig Guttmann in England, a man who believed competitive sport was essential to rehabilitation. Minced oaths are the polite, softened versions of profanity, words like heck, gosh, and shoot, that convey the same emotional weight as their more offensive counterparts without the social consequences. The term itself comes from the idea of mincing the original word into something milder. Poet Maya Angelou, author of I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, partnered with Hallmark Cards in 2000 to create a line of greeting cards. The collaboration brought her gift for language into a mass-market format, making her words available in pharmacies and gift shops across America. The first College Board entrance examination covered 9 subjects: Latin, French, English, German, Greek, history, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Introduced in 1901, it was designed to standardize admissions across American universities and replace the dozens of separate exams each school previously administered. In a standard battery, electrons flow from the negative terminal to the positive terminal, generating electrical energy in the process. When a rechargeable battery is plugged in, an external power source forces the electrons to travel in the opposite direction, restoring the battery's stored charge. Emojis and wingdings are both classified as dingbat fonts, a category of typefaces where characters are replaced with symbols, decorations, or pictograms rather than letters. The concept predates digital design by centuries, with early printers using ornamental symbol sets to decorate printed pages. Pho is considered a breakfast dish in Vietnam, where it's traditionally eaten in the morning as a warming, nourishing start to the day. In countries outside Vietnam, it's more commonly served at lunch and dinner, a shift in timing that says something about how foods change when they travel. The Very Hungry Caterpillar by Eric Carle is so scientifically accurate in its depiction of metamorphosis that it has been formally endorsed by the Royal Entomological Society, the world's oldest organization dedicated to the study of insects, founded in London in 1833. Eric Carle, the beloved author of The Very Hungry Caterpillar, had a childhood interrupted by World War II. At 15 years old, he was conscripted by the German army and ordered to dig trenches along the Siegfried Line, a defensive fortification on Germany's western border. In the United States, sheriffs are elected officials, not appointed ones. Each county holds its own election for the position, meaning sheriffs answer directly to voters rather than to police departments or city governments, a structure that makes the role uniquely political among law enforcement positions. The Dead Sea, located between Jordan and Israel, has a salt concentration roughly 10 times higher than the ocean. That extreme salinity makes it impossible for most life forms to survive in its waters, with the exception of certain hardy microorganisms and bacteria adapted to hypersaline conditions. Buckingham Palace contains 775 rooms in total, including 19 staterooms, 52 principal bedrooms, 188 staff bedrooms, 92 offices, and 78 bathrooms. Despite being a working royal residence, portions of the palace are open to tourists each summer when the royal family is away. The garage in Palo Alto, California, where Bill Hewlett and Dave Packard founded Hewlett-Packard in 1939 with a starting capital of $538, is now a registered California historical landmark. It's widely considered the birthplace of Silicon Valley, one of the most consequential rooms in technology history. Christian Bale was reportedly in serious contention for the role of Jack Dawson in James Cameron's 1997 Titanic before Leonardo DiCaprio was cast. Had Bale gotten the role, DiCaprio's career, and possibly Bale's, would have taken an entirely different trajectory through the late 1990s. The Chessington World of Adventures, a theme park and zoo in Surrey, England, bans visitors from wearing animal print clothing on its grounds. The rule exists to avoid confusing or distressing the animals, which can be affected by patterns that resemble the markings of predators or prey. Raw shea butter, extracted from the nuts of the African shea tree, has a fat composition similar enough to cocoa butter that it can be used as a direct substitute for butter, margarine, or lard in cooking. It also has a high smoke point, making it suitable for frying. The fastest recorded typing speed for American English is 375 words per minute, achieved by stenographer Stella Padunas in 1946 on an IBM electric typewriter. For context, the average professional typist today reaches around 50 to 80 words per minute on a standard keyboard. If you're already hooked, hit that like button real quick. Takes 1 second. Okay, moving on. The Patagonian Mara looks like someone combined a rabbit and a small deer. Long legs, large eyes, and a body built for open grassland running. It's found exclusively in Argentina, where it can reach speeds of up to 45 kilometers per hour when fleeing predators. Sophocles wrote his 3 Theban plays out of chronological order. Antigone was written first, Oedipus Rex second, and Oedipus at Colonus last. Yet the events they depict unfold in the opposite sequence. Oedipus Rex, then Oedipus at Colonus, then Antigone. John Travolta didn't go straight from obscurity to the film version of Grease. He first played the role of Danny Zuko in the original Broadway production, giving him a familiarity with the character that likely played a significant role in landing him the 1978 film adaptation. Marcus Garvey, the Jamaican black nationalist leader of the early 20th century, drew heavy inspiration from Zionism, the movement for a Jewish homeland, as a model for black repatriation to Africa. His ideas later became a direct foundation for the Rastafari movement that emerged in the 1930s. The most recognized Mormon temple in the world is the Salt Lake Temple of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Salt Lake City, Utah. Completed in 1893, after 40 years of construction, it remains the symbolic and spiritual center of the Mormon faith worldwide. Dedicated Jimmy Buffett fans call themselves Parrot Heads, a nod to the tropical laid-back vibe of his music. Younger fans, or the children of Parrot Heads who've grown up at concerts, have their own nickname, Parakeets, a smaller, younger version of the same colorful bird. The Bata Shoe Museum in Toronto, Canada, is the only museum in North America dedicated entirely to the history of footwear. Its collection spans over 4,500 years of shoe history, and the building itself bears a coat of arms featuring a boot and 2 keys. Labor Day was declared an official national holiday in the United States by President Grover Cleveland in 1894. The declaration came just days after the Pullman strike, a move widely seen as a political attempt to repair Cleveland's relationship with the American labor movement. The Zulu people are the largest ethnic group in South Africa, numbering over 10 million people. Their language, also called Zulu, is one of South Africa's 11 official languages and is notable for its distinctive click consonants, shared with other Southern African language families. The original Ferris wheel, built by George Washington Gale Ferris Jr. for the 1893 Chicago World's Fair, was so successful that it was dismantled and reassembled for the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair, also known as the Louisiana Purchase Exposition, before being scrapped in 1906. Crocchetti is a small, coin-shaped pasta from the Ligurian region of Italy. What makes it distinctive is that each disc is stamped on both sides with decorative designs, traditionally a family crest or coat of arms, using a carved wooden mold, turning pasta into a piece of edible art. Rugby balls were originally made from inflated pig bladders, literally. As the sport developed, the bladder shape was preserved, but the material was replaced with leather and eventually rubber. The distinctive oval shape of the modern rugby ball is a direct legacy of that original pig bladder design. Miley Cyrus's godmother is country music legend Dolly Parton, a connection that exists because Miley's father, Billy Ray Cyrus, has been close friends with Parton for decades. Miley has described growing up with Dolly as a presence in her life, as both a mentor and a family figure. Anthrax, caused by the bacterium Bacillus anthracis, can enter the human body through 4 distinct routes: through a break in the skin, through the lungs via inhaled spores, through the digestive system by consuming contaminated meat, or through injection. Each route produces a different form of the disease. Tenacious D, the self-described greatest band in the world, consisting of Jack Black and Kyle Gass, got its start appearing on David Cross's HBO sketch comedy series Mr. Show in the late 1990s, long before their debut album and cult film made them mainstream. Postpartum psychosis is a severe escalation beyond postpartum depression. In addition to the emotional symptoms of depression, it involves a break from reality, including hallucinations, delusions, and confusion, and is considered a psychiatric emergency requiring immediate medical intervention. Oktoberfest originates from Bavaria, the southeastern German state, where it began in 1810 as a celebration of the marriage of Crown Prince Ludwig. Today, it remains deeply tied to Bavarian, not broadly German, culture, with traditional dress, music, and food specific to that region. Menarche is the medical term for the first time a girl menstruates, typically occurring between ages 10 and 16. It marks the beginning of reproductive maturity and is influenced by factors including genetics, body weight, nutrition, and geographic location. The PG-13 film rating was introduced in 1984 following widespread controversy over Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, which Steven Spielberg directed. Parents and critics argued the film's graphic content was too intense for younger viewers, but didn't warrant a full R rating. Blackberries are a notable natural source of vitamin K, a fat-soluble nutrient that plays an essential role in blood clotting and bone metabolism. They also contain vitamin C, manganese, and anthocyanins, the pigments responsible for their deep color and antioxidant properties. During the French Revolution, many of France's famous tapestries, some centuries old, were deliberately burned. The goal wasn't destruction for its own sake. The tapestries contained real gold thread woven into their fabric, and revolutionaries were extracting the precious metal to fund the new republic. New York became the first state in the United States to require automobile registration, starting in 1901. Owners had to submit their name and address along with a description of their vehicle. There were no actual license plates issued yet, just a number to display, which owners made themselves, crop circle researchers have developed a simple rule of thumb for spotting fakes. If the stalks in the pattern are snapped and broken rather than bent, the circle is almost certainly man-made. Genuine anomalous circles, whatever their cause, tend to show bent but unbroken stems that can still be harvested. Britney Spears was born on December 2nd, 1981, in Macomb, Mississippi, a small city of around 12,000 people in Pike County. She grew up in nearby Kentwood, Louisiana, a town of fewer than 2,500 residents, before leaving at age 11 to audition for the Mickey Mouse Club. On Venus, the clouds that produce rain are made of sulfuric acid, not water. What falls toward the surface is a mixture of sulfuric acid and methane droplets, though the rain evaporates long before reaching the ground due to the planet's extreme surface temperature of around 465 degrees Celsius. There are over 10,000 man-made objects currently orbiting Earth, ranging from functioning satellites to defunct spacecraft and loose debris. NASA and other agencies actively track these objects, since even a small piece of debris traveling at orbital speed carries enough energy to destroy a satellite. Porcelain is a specific type of ceramic, distinguished by its fine grain, translucency, and high firing temperature. It was first developed and refined in China during the Tang dynasty and reached a level of mastery during the Song and Yuan dynasties around the 1300s. European potters spent centuries attempting to replicate Chinese porcelain, before finally cracking the formula in the early 1700s. If you are the oldest living person in the world, it means every single human being alive on the day you were born has since died. The entire population of the Earth at the time of your birth, every person who existed alongside you at your first breath, has preceded you. Jean Calment of France, born in 1875 and died in 1997 at the verified age of 122, outlived the entirety of her birth year contemporaries by decades. Bono didn't just pick a cool nickname at random. The name comes from bonovox, a Latin phrase meaning good voice. Ironically, it started as a nickname from a hearing aid shop in Dublin called Bonovox. Bono himself didn't initially love it. Germany as a unified nation has only existed since 1871, when Otto von Bismarck consolidated dozens of separate Germanic states under Prussian leadership. Before that, the German-speaking world was a patchwork of kingdoms, duchies, and principalities. Today, millions of German speakers live outside Germany's borders entirely, in Austria, Switzerland, South Tyrol in Italy, Alsace in France, Luxembourg, and Liechtenstein, remnants of a linguistic territory that political borders never fully aligned with. Was the most recent supercontinent, assembling approximately 335 million years ago and beginning to break apart roughly 175 million years ago during the Jurassic period. Before Pangaea, earlier supercontinents including Rodinia and Columbia existed across deeper geological time. The Atlantic Ocean formed as Pangaea split, with North America and Europe separating at a rate that continues today at approximately 2.5 centimeters annually, the same speed human fingernails grow. Becoming a knight in medieval Europe wasn't quick. It required years of structured progression, first serving as a page, usually beginning around age 7, then training as a squire during adolescence, and finally earning the rank of knight through demonstrated skill and loyalty. Epsom salts aren't edible salts. They're magnesium sulfate, a chemical compound made of magnesium, sulfur, and oxygen. Despite the name, they have nothing to do with table salt and are used primarily for muscle-soaking baths, laxatives, and as a magnesium supplement in gardening. The Jackson 5's first major label release came through Motown Records under the banner of Diana Ross and the Supremes, a deliberate association meant to lend the young group credibility by attaching them to the label's biggest star at the time. The word shaman is often used broadly to describe spiritual healers across many cultures, but it actually originates specifically from the Tungusic peoples of Siberia. When used accurately, it refers to the spiritual practitioners of that specific indigenous group, not a universal category. The Julian calendar, introduced by Julius Caesar around 45 BCE following Rome's conquest of Egypt, replaced the Roman lunar calendar. It remained the standard in the Western world for over 1,600 years before Pope Gregory XIII introduced the Gregorian calendar in 1582 to correct its slight miscalculation of the solar year. Vegemite, the dark, intensely savory Australian spread beloved for decades as a national staple, is owned by an American company. The brand has been under U.S. corporate ownership since Kraft acquired it in the 1930s, a fact that surprises most Australians who consider it a point of national pride. Sylvia Plath's novel The Bell Jar, published in 1963 under a pseudonym, was drawn directly from her own experiences, including a suicide attempt at age 20 and her subsequent stay in a psychiatric facility. The book is considered one of the most personal works in American literary history. A tangram is a Chinese geometric puzzle made from 7 flat pieces called tans. Despite containing only 7 shapes, the pieces can be rearranged into over 6,500 distinct configurations, making it one of the most versatile and mathematically rich puzzles ever devised. Despite its Japanese-sounding name, Sudoku was not invented in Japan. The puzzle originated in Europe and was popularized in the United States before Japanese publishers picked it up, gave it the name Sudoku, and trademarked it, after which it became a global phenomenon. In Colorado, any driving violation that results in points being added to a driver's license record will remain on that record for a full 7 years from the date of the offense. The state uses a points-based system, where accumulating too many points within a given period can result in license suspension. The golden Sacagawea dollar coin looks like it's made of gold, but contains none. The coin's gold appearance comes from a copper core coated in manganese brass, a practical, cost-effective alloy that mimics gold's color without using any of the precious metal. The largest ostrich egg on record weighed just under 5 pounds and 12 ounces and was laid by an ostrich in Sweden. For reference, a single ostrich egg is roughly equivalent in volume to about 2 dozen chicken eggs. The record egg was an unusually large specimen even by ostrich standards, which already produced the biggest eggs of any living bird. In the Thai language, the word Thai roughly translates to free man. So Thailand, when broken down literally, means something close to land of the free man, a name reflecting national identity and independence built directly into the country's title. Austin, Texas coined the phrase, "Keep Austin Weird," in 2003, originally as a rallying cry to support local businesses over chain stores. The slogan spread quickly. Portland, Oregon adopted "Keep Portland Weird," and Louisville and Indianapolis followed with their own versions. The word potpourri, used today to describe those bowls of dried flowers and herbs people keep in bathrooms, comes directly from the French phrase meaning rotten pot. The name refers to the original method of preserving flowers by fermenting them in a sealed pot with salt, a process that smelled considerably less pleasant than the finished product. Patchouli, the intensely earthy fragrance found in countless perfumes and scented candles, comes from a plant native to the tropical islands of Southeast Asia, long before it became a signature scent of the 1960s counterculture movement. Patchouli was used practically as a natural insect repellent, particularly effective at keeping moths away from stored fabrics and clothing. When a corpse is moved or repositioned, air that has been compressed and trapped inside the lungs and stomach can be forced through the vocal cords as it escapes the body. The result is a low, moan-like sound, one that has startled mortuary workers and medical professionals for centuries, and likely contributed to early myths about the dead returning to life. The first wire clothes hangers, designed by men's clothier Meyer May in 1906, were directly inspired by the forked shape of a wishbone. May needed a way to hang garments without distorting the shoulder shape, and the natural Y-form of a wishbone provided the structural template, a simple, organic solution that still defines the hanger's silhouette today. St. Patrick's Day is widely celebrated as a cultural Irish holiday, but its religious origin is specifically about the arrival of Christianity in Ireland. St. Patrick, a 5th century missionary, is credited with converting the Irish to Christianity. The shamrock he reportedly used to explain the Holy Trinity became one of Ireland's most enduring national symbols. April Fool's Day is observed in dozens of countries, but it holds official public holiday status in exactly none of them. The origin of the day remains historically unclear, with theories ranging from calendar reforms in 16th century France to ancient spring festivals. Interestingly, both the people pulling pranks and those being fooled are referred to as April Fools. The first commercially sold skateboards, appearing in the late 1950s, rolled on wheels made of clay, a material that offered almost no grip and made riding on anything other than smooth pavement nearly impossible. The sport transformed dramatically in the early 1970s, when Frank Nasworthy introduced polyurethane wheels, providing real traction and opening up entirely new riding possibilities. In parts of South America, particularly in Peru and Bolivia, red sweet potatoes are processed and used as a natural source of cloth dye. The deep pigments extracted from the flesh produce rich red and purple tones in fabric, a tradition that predates synthetic dyes by centuries and continues in some traditional textile communities today. Mindy Kaling's semi-autobiographical comedy series, The Mindy Project, which ran on Fox and then Hulu from 2012 to 2017, went through at least one significant title change during development. The show was originally called It's Messy, before being renamed, a title that arguably described the chaotic romantic life of the main character, just as accurately as the final version. Athens, Georgia, a small college town home to the University of Georgia, produced two of the most influential alternative rock bands of the 1980s, the B-52S and REM. Both bands formed there in the late 1970s, and Athens has been recognized ever since as one of the most disproportionately impactful music scenes in American rock history relative to its size. Vegetable glue sounds like it should be made from vegetables specifically, but the term actually refers to any adhesive derived from plant-based materials. This includes glues made from starches, natural gums, cellulose, and other plant compounds. The category is broad enough to include everything from rice paste used in bookbinding to soybean-based industrial adhesives. North Dakota and South Dakota both take their names from the Dakota people, a branch of the Sioux Nation who inhabited the Great Plains region for centuries before European settlement. In the Sioux language, the word Dakota translates roughly as friend or ally, making both states in literal terms the friendly states by name. Buffalo Bill Cody started working for the Pony Express at just 14 years old, riding mail routes across the American frontier during the brief but legendary period when the Pony Express operated between Missouri and California in 1860 and 1861. The service lasted only 18 months before the transcontinental telegraph made it obsolete overnight. Sitting Bull, the Hunkpapa Lakota leader, gave sharpshooter Annie Oakley the Lakota name Watanya Cecilia after watching her perform with Buffalo Bill's Wild West show. The name translates to Little Sure Shot in English, a tribute to her accuracy that stuck, and one Oakley reportedly treasured more than any of her professional accolades or stage billing. Oceania, the vast region spanning the Central and Southern Pacific Ocean, is comprised of 25 recognized nations. These range from large countries like Australia and Papua New Guinea to some of the world's smallest sovereign states, including Nauru, a single island nation of roughly 10,000 people covering just 8 square miles of land. The Waffle Index is an informal and somewhat tongue-in-cheek metric used by disaster researchers and aid organizations to roughly gauge the severity and economic impact of a natural disaster. It estimates how many waffles, or equivalent food items, a local restaurant could produce before and after a disaster, using consumer activity as a proxy for community recovery. Drought is classified into 4 distinct types based on what it affects. Meteorological drought refers to reduced rainfall. Agricultural drought affects soil moisture and crop production. Hydrological drought impacts river flows and reservoir levels. Socioeconomic drought occurs when water shortages begin affecting the supply and demand of goods and services in an economy. Led Zeppelin were known fans of J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings, and they wove references throughout their catalog. Songs like Ramble On directly quote from Tolkien's text, mentioning Mordor and Gollum by name. The band members were so openly enthusiastic about the books that they reportedly considered naming themselves after Tolkien characters at one point. The Zeppelin, the iconic rigid airship, was conceived by German inventor Count Ferdinand von Zeppelin, but it was actually patented in the United States in 1899. The German military later adopted Zeppelins extensively during World War I, using them for long-range bombing raids over Britain. making them one of the first aircraft ever used in strategic aerial bombardment. Tangerines have a relatively short natural peak season, running from approximately November through January, making them one of winter's signature fruits. They're a mandarin variety, easier to peel than standard oranges, and their sweetness is at its best during those cold months when most other fresh fruits are out of season in the Northern Hemisphere. NASCAR stands for the National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing, founded in 1948 by Bill France Sr. in Daytona Beach, Florida. Stock car. In the name originally referred to standard production vehicles, though modern NASCAR race cars share little more than a visual resemblance to the consumer vehicles whose body shapes they replicate for branding purposes. Winning the Indianapolis 500 comes with a specific and long-standing ritual. The driver drinks milk in victory lane. The tradition dates back to 1936, when Louis Meyer requested buttermilk after his win, and a dairy industry executive made sure it happened again. Today's winners choose from skim, whole, or 2% milk, a surprisingly formal set of options for a motorsports celebration. The mint julep has been the official drink of the Kentucky Derby since 1938. Made specifically with Kentucky bourbon, fresh mint, sugar, and crushed ice served in a silver or pewter cup. Approximately 120,000 mint juleps are consumed over the Derby's 2 race days, a staggering number for a single sporting event with a specific signature cocktail. Japanese tabe socks, traditional split-toe socks that separate the big toe from the rest, are considered the earliest ancestors of modern toe socks. Originally worn with sandals called zori or geta, tabe date back to the 15th century. The modern Western toe sock applied the same individual toe concept to an entirely different footwear culture. Flat roof tiles widely used across southern Germany are called beaver tail tiles, a name that describes their shape perfectly. Each tile is slightly rounded at the bottom edge, resembling the flat paddle-shaped tail of a beaver. The design has been used in Bavarian and Austrian architecture for centuries and remains a defining visual feature of traditional southern German rooftops. Drop a comment below. Which fact so far actually surprised you? I'm curious. Okay, back to it. The Alaskan Malamute is one of the oldest and most genetically pure sled dog breeds in North America, developed by the Malamute Inuit people over thousands of years. The Alaskan Husky, by contrast, is a mixed breed working dog selectively bred for speed and endurance rather than conformation, a distinction significant enough that the American Kennel Club recognizes the Malamute but not the Husky. The United Nations was founded in 1945 with 51 original member states established in the aftermath of World War II to prevent future global conflicts. Today, the UN consists of 193 member states, representing virtually every recognized sovereign nation on Earth, with the notable exceptions of Vatican City and a small number of disputed or partially recognized territories. When a food label lists calorie content, it's measuring food energy, specifically the amount of energy released when that food is metabolized by the body. One dietary calorie, technically called a kilocalorie, equals the energy needed to raise 1 kilogram of water by 1 degree Celsius, a standard unit of measurement applied consistently across all nutritional labeling. The 3.5 mm audio jack, the connector used for headphones on virtually every device for decades, traces its origins to telephone switchboard technology developed in the late 19th century. The original plugs were much larger. Over the following century, the design was progressively miniaturized as consumer electronics shrank, eventually settling on the 3.5 mm diameter that became the global standard. Cotton candy was invented in 1897 by dentist William Morrison and confectioner John C. Wharton, a fact that makes it either ironic or slightly suspicious. Originally called fairy floss, it was introduced to the American public at the 1904 St. Louis World's Fair. The name cotton candy didn't become the dominant term in the United States until the 1920s. Before Justin Bieber became a global pop phenomenon, his most prominent mentor and advisor was actor Will Smith. Smith and his wife Jada Pinkett Smith took a personal interest in Bieber's career early on, offering guidance on navigating celebrity in the entertainment industry, during a period when Bieber was still a teenager, managing sudden, overwhelming worldwide fame. The clicking sound a roller coaster makes while climbing a hill isn't just incidental noise. It's a safety mechanism called the anti-rollback device. A series of metal teeth along the track engage with a ratchet on the car, preventing it from sliding backward if the chain system fails. Each click represents the car safely advancing one more notch up the incline. The astronomical clock in Prague's Old Town Square, installed in 1410, is one of the oldest functioning astronomical clocks in the world. Every hour on the hour, a set of wooden figures animate above the clock face. 12 apostles pass by in a procession through small windows, concluding with the figure of death ringing a bell to mark the passing of time. Qualifying for the U.S. Navy SEAL program begins with meeting minimum physical standards that most people would find extremely challenging. Applicants must complete at least 42 push-ups in 2 minutes just to qualify. The program considers 100 push-ups in 2 minutes the optimal performance benchmark, a standard that filters candidates before the real training even begins. Fragrance strength is determined by the concentration of aromatic oils in the formula. Eau de Parfum has the highest concentration, typically 15 to 20%, giving it the longest staying power. Eau de Toilette sits in the middle at around 5 to 15%. Eau de Cologne has the lowest concentration, usually 2 to 4%, making it the lightest and shortest lasting option. Every Johnny Rockets diner location serves orders of fries with the same signature touch, a smiley face drawn in ketchup on a small paper plate, placed alongside the food. The gesture has been part of the chain's brand identity since its founding in 1986. Designed to reinforce the nostalgic, cheerful 1950s diner atmosphere, the restaurant deliberately cultivates in every location. Otter droppings have their own official scientific term, spraint. Beyond just being a pleasantly strange word, spraint serves an important ecological function. Otters use it deliberately to mark territory along riverbanks. Researchers also analyze spraint to study otter populations, diet, and health without needing to physically capture the animals at all. Tennessee has some of the strictest lockpicking laws in the United States, making the mere possession of lockpicks a criminal offense in certain circumstances, regardless of intent. In most other states, lockpicking tools are legal to own for locksmiths and hobbyists. Tennessee's approach essentially treats the tools themselves as evidence of criminal intent by default. Cricket fields across England and much of the Commonwealth were traditionally encircled by white picket fences, a feature that defined the visual identity of the sport for much of its history. The fences began disappearing in the 1980s as grounds modernized, replaced by advertising boards and open boundary ropes that offered more commercial flexibility for sponsorship revenue. In the Narragansett Bay area of Rhode Island and coastal Massachusetts, the playground staple known everywhere else as a seesaw goes by a completely different name, a dandle or dandle board. Regional slang for common objects varies dramatically across New England, and the dandle is one of the more obscure examples of a single piece of playground equipment collecting entirely different names. Cat burglars earned their name from the specific set of skills their trade requires: the ability to scale walls silently, slip through upper floor windows, move across rooftops without making noise, and navigate unstable or narrow terrain with the agility and stealth typically associated with cats. The term dates to at least the early 20th century in American criminal slang. L'esprit de l'escalier, French for the wit of the staircase, was coined by the philosopher Denis Diderot in his 1796 work Paradox of the Actor. It describes the frustrating experience of thinking of the perfect comeback or remark only after the moment is past, usually on the way out, specifically while descending a staircase after leaving a gathering. The window during which a child can effortlessly absorb any human language, known as the critical or sensitive period, begins at birth and starts narrowing remarkably early. Linguists and developmental psychologists have found that certain foundational language capacities begin closing as early as 6 months, as infants' brains begin specializing specifically in the sounds of the languages they're regularly exposed to. The International Butler Academy, based in the Netherlands, runs one of the world's most specialized hospitality training programs. Its flagship course is an intensive 8-week residential program covering everything from household management and formal table service to travel coordination and wardrobe care, producing graduates qualified to work in the world's most demanding private households and luxury estates. The role of best man in a wedding has darker historical origins than most people realize. In earlier centuries, the best man wasn't chosen for sentimentality. He was chosen for his physical capability. His job was to help the groom capture or secure his bride, and then remain on guard during the ceremony to prevent her family from taking her back by force. The Oneida Community, a utopian religious commune established in upstate New York in 1848 by John Humphrey Noyes, practiced what they called complex marriage, a system in which every adult member of the community was considered married to every other adult member simultaneously. The community also practiced controlled reproduction and operated a highly successful silverware manufacturing business. The Great Fire of London in 1666 burned for 4 days and destroyed approximately 13,000 houses, 87 churches, and most of the medieval city within the walls. Despite the catastrophic scale of physical destruction, the confirmed death toll stands at approximately 16 people, remarkably low, likely because most residents had time to escape as the fire spread relatively slowly through the narrow streets. The nursery rhyme, Mary, Mary, quite contrary, is widely interpreted as a dark political allegory referencing Queen Mary of England, who ruled from 1553 to 1558. Known as Bloody Mary for her violent persecution of Protestants, Mary executed nearly 300 people for heresy. The rhyme's imagery of a garden, growing, is believed to reference her expanding list of executed victims. Yemen has one of the youngest population profiles of any country in the world, with a median age of just 18.9 years, meaning half the population is under 19. This is a reflection of historically high birth rates combined with decades of conflict and instability that have shortened life expectancy and prevented the population from aging at the same pace as wealthier nations. The Day of the Goose, held during the San Antolin Festival in Basque Country, Spain, is exactly as intense as it sounds. A grease-covered goose is suspended head down over a harbor, and young men jump from boats and attempt to remove its head by hand while it swings over the water. The tradition celebrates Basque endurance and strength, though animal welfare concerns have prompted some modern modifications. The World Nomad Games is a biennial international competition celebrating the traditional sports and culture of Central Asian peoples. Events include eagle hunting, cockboru, a game played on horseback involving a goat carcass, traditional wrestling, and archery. Founded in 2014 in Kyrgyzstan, the games serve as a living preservation effort for nomadic traditions at serious risk of disappearing. The original development of Blue's Clues involved some significant character changes before the show reached television. Steve, the human host, was initially conceived as a female character, and Blue, the cartoon puppy at the center of every episode, was originally drawn as an orange cat. Both characters were redesigned before production began, resulting in the blue dog that became iconic. Wine decanters do 2 important jobs. For older wines, they filter out sediment that accumulates in the bottle over years of aging, sediment that's harmless but unpleasant to drink. For younger wines, decanting exposes the liquid to oxygen, a process called aeration that softens tannins and allows the wine's full range of aromas and flavors to develop and open up properly. The Chinese invented the compass, but its first use had nothing to do with navigation. Early Chinese compasses, dating to around the 2nd century BCE, were used as divination tools, instruments for feng shui and fortune-telling based on magnetic alignment. It wasn't until approximately the 11th century CE that the Chinese began applying compass technology to maritime navigation. Nutmeg is commonly assumed to be a nut, but it's actually a seed, specifically the inner kernel of the fruit of the Myristica fragrans tree, native to the Indonesian Banda Islands. The seed is surrounded by a red lacy covering called mace, which is itself a separate spice harvested from the same fruit, making one tree responsible for producing 2 distinct kitchen spices. Amsterdam has more bicycles than residents, an estimated 881,000 bikes, for a city population of roughly 821,000 people. Cycling infrastructure is woven into every aspect of city life, with dedicated bike lanes, bicycle traffic lights, and underground bike parking facilities. The city loses tens of thousands of bikes to its canals each year, retrieved periodically by dredging operations. Despite the rapid growth of digital advertising, approximately 99.4% of retailers still maintain some form of newspaper advertising. Print circulars, inserts, and local newspaper ads remain a reliable method for reaching older demographics and driving in-store traffic, particularly effective for grocery chains, pharmacies, and big-box retailers whose customers regularly consult printed weekly sales listings. Coal ash, the fine powder residue left after coal combustion, gets a second life as a manufacturing filler material. It's used in the production of tennis rackets and golf balls, where it contributes to structural density and material consistency. The same material also appears in concrete, bricks, and certain road construction applications as a cost-effective industrial filler. A standard competitive dragon boat requires exactly 22 people to operate correctly. 20 paddlers sit in pairs and provide the propulsion, pulling in synchronized strokes. One caller sits at the front, setting the rhythm and pace by beating a drum. One steerer stands at the rear with a long oar, controlling direction, each role essential to the boat's performance. Open-air funeral pyres, where a body is placed on a wooden structure and cremated outdoors, remain a deeply significant traditional practice in both Hindu and Sikh religious traditions. In Hinduism, cremation by fire is considered essential for releasing the soul. Sacred riverbanks like those in Varanasi, India serve as designated sites where families gather to conduct these ceremonies publicly. A regulation badminton shuttlecock is constructed using exactly 16 feathers, traditionally goose or duck feathers from the left wing only, which curve consistently in the same direction. The feathers are inserted into a rounded cork base, and the uniform curvature creates the spinning flight path that gives the shuttlecock its distinctive and aerodynamically predictable trajectory. A person's zodiac sign in Western astrology is determined by the position of the sun within one of 12 constellations at the exact moment of birth. The system developed by ancient Babylonian astronomers over 2,500 years ago divides the year into 12 roughly equal segments, each corresponding to a constellation along the ecliptic, the path the sun appears to trace across the sky. Hailstones form inside the towering cumulonimbus clouds of severe thunderstorms, where powerful updrafts carry water droplets high into freezing air. The droplets freeze into ice pellets, accumulate layers as they rise and fall repeatedly within the storm, and finally fall to the ground when they become too heavy for the updraft to support, sometimes reaching the size of a baseball or larger. Sandalwood oil has a surprisingly dual career, one foot in the laboratory and one in the spa. In scientific research, it's used as an immersion oil in fluorescence microscopy, where its refractive index helps improve the clarity of microscope images. In aromatherapy and cosmetics, it's prized for its warm, woody scent and is one of the most expensive essential oils traded globally. The average gladiator in ancient Rome didn't live very long. Most died in their mid-20s, not necessarily in the arena itself, but from the cumulative effects of injuries, infections, and the brutal physical demands of training and combat. Skeletal analysis of gladiator burial sites has revealed patterns of repeated injury and surgical repair consistent with short, violent careers. Citronella incense works as a natural insect repellent by releasing a scent derived from the citronella grass plant, a relative of lemongrass. The strong lemony aroma masks the carbon dioxide and body heat that mosquitoes use to locate hosts. While not as potent as chemical repellents like DEET, citronella products provide meaningful protection during low-exposure outdoor situations. The Trojan horse originated as a story from ancient Greek texts, including Virgil's Aeneid and references in Homer's Odyssey, describing a giant wooden horse used by Greek forces to sneak soldiers inside the walls of Troy. Whether historically real or purely legendary, the story has given the modern world one of its most widely used metaphors for hidden deception or concealed threat. Vince Vaughn shares his initials, VV, with both of his sisters, Victoria and Valerie. All three von siblings were given first names beginning with V, creating an alliterative pattern across the family. It's the kind of naming decision parents make that seems charming in theory and probably gets complicated the moment anyone needs to label their luggage. The Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, the personality assessment that sorts people into 16 types using 4-letter combinations, was developed by Isabel Briggs Myers and her mother Catherine Cook Briggs, both of whom were heavily influenced by Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung's theory of psychological types, published in 1921. Neither creator was a trained psychologist or research scientist. Humans lose between 1 and 5 eyelashes every single day as part of the eyelash's natural growth cycle. Each individual lash goes through 3 phases: growth, transition, and resting, before falling out and being replaced. The full cycle takes approximately 4 to 6 months, meaning the eyelashes visible today are entirely different from those present 6 months ago. Cristiano Ronaldo's full legal name is Cristiano Ronaldo dos Santos Aveiro. The Ronaldo portion was added by his father, a devoted fan of U.S. President Ronald Reagan, who included the name as a tribute at the time of his son's birth in 1985. The name stuck as a middle name before becoming the one the entire world recognizes him by professionally. Before 50 Shades of Grey made him a household name, Jamie Dornan had a modeling career that included serving as the face of Dior Homme in their 2007 fragrance campaign. The campaign established him as a prominent fashion model in Europe before his transition to acting, where he built a resume in television drama before the film role that defined his mainstream career. Rush Limbaugh was the 3rd consecutive person in his direct family to carry the name Rush Hudson Limbaugh. His grandfather, Rush Hudson Limbaugh Sr., was a prominent Missouri attorney. His father, Rush Hudson Limbaugh Jr., was also a lawyer. The conservative radio host became the 3rd bearer of that exact name before his sons broke the naming chain. NWA, the pioneering Compton rap group behind Straight Outta Compton, actively resisted the gangster rap label that critics and media attached to their music. The group, which included Ice Cube, Dr. Dre, and Eazy-E, preferred the term reality rap to describe their lyrical approach, arguing they were documenting real conditions in their community rather than glorifying violence for entertainment. Fairy bread is a children's party staple in Australia and New Zealand that doesn't exist in quite the same cultural form anywhere else. It's made by buttering a slice of white bread and covering it completely with rainbow sprinkles, called hundreds and thousands in Australia. The combination is simple enough to seem unremarkable, but occupies a specific nostalgic space in Antipodean childhood memory. In 2014, PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, disclosed that its animal shelter in Virginia euthanized 81% of the animals that entered its care that year. The revelation drew widespread criticism given the organization's public advocacy for animal rights. PETA defended the practice by noting that many animals it received were severely ill, injured, or unadoptable. The grilled cheese sandwich, as most people recognize it, 2 slices of bread with melted cheese in between, didn't become the standard preparation until the 1960s. Before that, melted cheese on bread was almost always served open-faced on a single slice. The 2-slice closed sandwich format only became dominant as sliced bread and processed cheese became mainstream household staples. Approximately half of all Trader Joe's grocery store locations in the United States are concentrated in California, reflecting both where the chain was founded in 1967 and where its customer base remains most densely concentrated. Trader Joe's expansion has been deliberately slow and selective, maintaining smaller store footprints and regional product variations that differ from its California flagship offerings. Figs are technically members of the mulberry family, the Moraceae, placing them in botanical company with mulberries, breadfruit, and jackfruit. What appears to be a fig fruit is actually an inverted flower structure called a syconium, where dozens of tiny flowers bloom on the inside. Wasps enter through a small opening to pollinate those interior flowers, meaning many figs contain wasp remnants. Between 1.6 and 2.8 billion young people run away from home globally every year, a staggering range that reflects the difficulty of tracking an issue that crosses economic, cultural, and geographic boundaries simultaneously. In the United States alone, an estimated 4.2 million youth experience at least one episode of homelessness annually, driven by family conflict, abuse, poverty, and housing instability. When a lizard voluntarily sheds its tail through a process called autotomy, typically as a defense mechanism to escape a predator, the regrown replacement is notably different from the original. The new tail is usually made of cartilage rather than bone, and tends to come back a different color, sometimes a noticeably different texture, making the join between old and new body clearly visible. Birds, turtles, and crocodiles are all classified as reptiles, a fact that surprises people who assume birds belong in their own entirely separate category. Birds evolved directly from theropod dinosaurs and share fundamental biological characteristics with reptiles, including scales on their feet and egg-laying reproduction. Taxonomically, birds are technically a subgroup of reptiles, not a separate class. Female Komodo dragons can reproduce entirely without male involvement through a process called parthenogenesis, a form of asexual reproduction where unfertilized eggs develop into viable offspring. This ability is particularly useful for isolated females in captivity or on remote islands. Interestingly, the offspring produced this way are always male, since females carry two identical sex chromosomes. We're getting close to the end, and honestly, this has been a good one. If this video has been worth your time, and I think it has, go ahead and leave a like. It genuinely makes a difference for the channel, and it only takes a second. Appreciate it. The Union Jack, the national flag of the United Kingdom, is actually a composite design blending three older national flags. The Red Cross of St. George represents England, the White Diagonal Cross of St. Andrew represents Scotland, and the Red Diagonal Cross of St. Patrick represents Ireland. The three symbols were overlaid and merged to create the single recognizable flag used today. Drew and Jonathan Scott, the twin brothers who host HGTV's Property Brothers, have a lesser-known third sibling, J.D. Scott, who has built his own career in entertainment as a television host and producer. J.D. has appeared on several home improvement and lifestyle shows, largely operating outside the immediate shadow of his enormously famous identical twin brothers. 4 U.S. states use the title Commonwealth rather than state in their official names: Massachusetts, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. The distinction is largely historical and ceremonial rather than legal. All 4 are governed identically to other states under the Constitution. The term reflects their colonial-era emphasis on government existing for the common good of the people. Before it became one of the world's most famous cities, London began as a Roman settlement called Londinium, established around 47 CE as a strategic commercial trading post on the north bank of the Thames. Within a century, Londinium had become the largest city in Roman Britain, featuring a forum, amphitheater, basilica, and a bridge crossing the river at what is now London Bridge. During the First World War, Adolf Hitler served as a corporal in the German army. In October 1918, during the final weeks of the war, he was caught in a British mustard gas attack near Ypres, Belgium. The gas temporarily blinded him, and he spent weeks recovering in a military hospital, an experience he later described extensively in Mein Kampf. Grandfather clocks got their name not from any grandfather, but from a song. The 1876 ballad, My Grandfather's Clock, written by Henry Clay Work, told the story of a lawn case clock that stopped working the moment its owner died. The song became enormously popular, and the term grandfather clock replaced lawn case clock in everyday English almost entirely as a result. Before becoming one of comedy's most distinctive voices, Demetri Martin earned a full scholarship to New York University School of Law and spent time studying there before abandoning his legal career to pursue stand-up comedy. His comedic style, featuring large illustrated pads and wordplay, bears little resemblance to anything a courtroom would recognize. His younger brother's name is Spyro. Bok choy, the leafy green vegetable central to Chinese and broader East Asian cuisine, is botanically a subspecies of turnip, which places it in the genus Brassica, the same genus that includes cauliflower, broccoli, cabbage, and Brussels sprouts. Despite looking nothing like any of those vegetables, Bok choy is technically a closer relative to cauliflower than it is to spinach or lettuce. Walruses have one of the longest gestation periods of any marine mammal, with pregnancies lasting between 15 and 16 months. Combined with the fact that females typically give birth to only one calf at a time and nurse it for up to 2 years, walruses have an extremely slow reproductive rate, making their populations particularly vulnerable to environmental disruption and hunting pressure. Sean Hannity's radio program, The Sean Hannity Show, won the NAB Marconi Radio Award, one of the broadcasting industry's most prestigious honors, in both 2003 and 2007. The Marconi Award is given by the National Association of Broadcasters and recognizes excellence in radio performance, making Hannity a 2-time industry award winner, independent of his political profile. Charlie Chaplin, one of the defining stars of silent film and early Hollywood, was barred from re-entering the United States in September 1952 after traveling to England for the premiere of Limelight. U.S. Attorney General James McGranary revoked his re-entry permit, citing allegations of communist sympathies and moral misconduct. Chaplin chose to settle in Switzerland rather than fight the ban. A volleyball player in a typical competitive match jumps approximately 300 times over the course of the game, making vertical leap and lower body endurance among the most physically demanding requirements of the sport. Each jump involves an explosive muscular contraction, and the cumulative stress on knees, ankles, and hips over a full season makes injury prevention a central focus of volleyball training. Edward Snowden, the NSA contractor who leaked classified surveillance documents in 2013, had a military career that ended before it truly began. He enlisted in the U.S. Army Reserve in 2004, but broke both legs during a training exercise. The injuries were severe enough to result in his discharge, redirecting him toward a civilian intelligence career that would eventually change global surveillance policy. Pinball machines were banned in New York City from 1942 until 1976, over 3 decades, on the grounds that they were a form of gambling that corrupted youth and wasted money. The ban extended to many U.S. cities during the same period. Pinball was finally legalized in New York after a player named Roger Sharp demonstrated in front of the city council that the game required skill. The small letter-shaped pasta found floating in alphabet soup goes by 2 formal names, Alphabito in Italian and Alphagetti in North America, where it's a registered brand name. Despite being a children's novelty food, alphabet pasta is structurally identical to any other small pasta shape. The letters are purely decorative, formed by the same extrusion process used for all pasta production. The Asia-Pacific Harmonica Festival is among the largest competitive harmonica gatherings in the world, held every 2 years in rotating cities across Asia since 1996. Competitors participate across multiple categories including solo, ensemble, chromatic, and diatonic harmonica, a reminder that the harmonica, often seen as a casual folk instrument, has a global competitive culture with serious technical standards. The WikiLeaks Party was a short-lived Australian micro-political party founded in 2013 around the principles associated with Julian Assange's WikiLeaks organization. The party contested Senate seats in the 2013 Australian federal election, but performed poorly and was formally deregistered by the Australian Electoral Commission in 2015 after failing to meet membership requirements for continued recognition. Harry Houdini's younger brother, Theo Weiss, adopted the stage name Hardeen and built a remarkably successful career as a magician and escape artist in his own right. The two brothers occasionally performed together during the early 1900s, but more cleverly, they sometimes publicly posed as rivals, staging apparent feuds to generate press coverage and boost ticket sales for both of their separate shows. The name Kodak was deliberately invented to mean absolutely nothing in any language. Company founder George Eastman chose it in 1888, specifically because it had no existing meaning that could be lost in translation, was easy to pronounce in virtually any language, and couldn't be confused with or mispronounced as something else, making it one of history's earliest examples of intentional brand name engineering. Hair braiding carries deep cultural weight far beyond aesthetics, particularly in African traditions, where it has functioned for centuries as a form of social bonding, communication, and intergenerational knowledge transfer. Specific braid patterns could indicate social status, age, tribe, and marital status. The practice of braiding together also created dedicated time for storytelling, teaching, and community connection across generations. Helen Keller lost both her sight and hearing before the age of 2, at just 19 months old, following an illness now believed to have been scarlet fever or meningitis. Despite being left without 2 of the 5 senses during the critical language acquisition period, she went on to learn to communicate, graduate from college, and become one of the most influential activists of the 20th century. Uranus is named after the ancient Greek primordial deity Uranos, the personification of the sky, and one of the earliest gods in Greek cosmology. He was the father of the Titans, including Cronus, who in turn fathered Zeus, making Uranus the grandfather of the most powerful god in the Greek pantheon and one of the oldest figures in the entire mythological family tree. In military slang used by U.S. and NATO forces, a click refers to exactly 1 kilometer, a unit of distance that appears constantly in field communications, mission planning, and tactical reporting. The term is used across branches and is understood internationally among Allied military personnel, making it one of the most practical pieces of informal military vocabulary in everyday operational use. You've got enough material to keep people thinking for the rest of the day, and enough to impress someone at dinner tonight. If you want more where that came from, hit subscribe, and I'll catch you in the next one.
You think vanilla is a flavor that comes from a beautiful orchid on some tropical farm. Almost all of the vanilla flavor used in global food production is completely synthetic, manufactured from petrochemicals or linen pulled out of paper mills. Not a single vanilla bean in sight. So that vanilla ice cream, that vanilla yogurt, that vanilla anything, it's basically a chemistry lab in a bottle. Black garlic sounds like something a villain eats in a movie, but hear this out. It's made by slowly fermenting regular garlic at low heat for weeks until it turns jet black and develops a rich, sweet, almost balsamic flavor. And it ends up with roughly twice the antioxidants of raw garlic. So the weird black version of garlic is actually the superior version. Flamingos eat with their heads completely upside down. That's not a quirk. That's a full biological requirement. Their curved beaks evolved specifically to filter food from water, only when inverted, meaning they physically cannot eat right side up. So every meal a flamingo has ever eaten has been consumed while looking at the world backwards. Commitment to the process is everything. About 80% of all deep-sea animals produce their own light. 80%. Down in the pitch, black abyss where sunlight has never reached, the majority of creatures are literally glowing in the dark. Bioluminescence isn't a party trick down there. It's standard equipment. The deep ocean is essentially a rave that's been running for millions of years, and nobody on the surface was invited. Pigs can get sunburned. Their pale skin with minimal hair coverage means that on a hot day, a pig left in direct sunlight will genuinely burn just like a person at the beach who forgot their SPF. That's why they dive into mud and seek shade. It's not just a habit, it's survival. The pig wallowing in mud isn't being gross. It's wearing sunscreen. Respect the strategy. The Caspian Sea has the word sea right there in its name, and science would like a word. Technically, it's a lake, the largest lake in the world. It's completely landlocked with no connection to any ocean whatsoever. Geographers called it a sea because of its size and saltiness, but by every formal definition, it qualifies as a lake. The Caspian Sea has been misbranded for centuries, and nobody's bothered to fix it. When astronauts return from long missions in space, they temporarily lose their sense of smell. Zero gravity causes fluids to shift upward into the body, congesting nasal passages so severely that it takes days after landing for the smell to come back. So after months in space, the first thing an astronaut gets back on Earth is gravity, and the last thing they get back is their nose. The universe has a strange sense of humor. Supermarkets are playing mind games with you every time you walk in, and slow music is one of their most effective weapons. Studies show that deliberately playing slow-tempo music causes customers to move at a more leisurely pace, and that simple change increases total sales by up to 38%. You think you're just grocery shopping. You're actually being gently herded into spending more money by a carefully selected playlist. The produce section has a soundtrack, and it's working. Your mouth is home to an estimated 700 different species of bacteria. 700. To put that in perspective, that's more microbial species than there are people in most cities. Every time you have a conversation, every time you eat, you're operating with a full ecosystem living rent-free in your mouth. Brushing your teeth isn't cleaning a surface, it's managing a civilization. The Aral Sea was once the fourth largest lake in the entire world. Then Soviet irrigation projects started diverting its rivers to grow cotton in the desert. By the time anyone paid attention, the lake had shrunk by over 90%, and now, in what used to be the middle of a massive body of water, there are rusting ships sitting stranded in the middle of a desert. Real ships, just sitting there in sand. One of the greatest environmental disasters in human history, and it happened in slow motion. A cat can squeeze through any opening large enough for its skull to fit through, and here's why. Its collarbone isn't connected to the rest of its skeleton. It just floats freely in muscle. No rigid connection. No bone-on-bone constraint. The whole front of a cat's body can compress and reshape to fit a gap because there's nothing solid anchoring it in place. Cats are technically structured like a liquid, and that explains everything about them. The light you see when you look at the North Star left it 434 years ago. You're not seeing Polaris as it is right now. You're seeing what it looked like in the late 1500s, when Shakespeare was writing plays and nobody had a telescope. By the time that light reaches your eyes tonight, whatever you're looking at is ancient history. Broccoli, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, kale, kohlrabi, and cabbage are all literally the same species. Same plant. Brassica oleracea. Farmers and cultivators just selectively bred it for centuries to grow in completely different directions. Some toward the flower, some toward the leaves, some toward the stem. They look nothing alike, taste nothing alike, and yet they share the same botanical identity. Next time someone says they hate Brussels sprouts but loves broccoli, they're just picking favorites within the same family. Llamas are secretly excellent security guards. They instinctively bond with whatever flock they're placed near and have been documented charging, chasing, and flat-out attacking coyotes and foxes that come near sheep. Farmers have been using them as livestock guardians for this exact reason. Nobody expects the llama. The predator shows up ready for a sheep and finds an angry 300-pound camlet instead. Nature's best surprise security system. The Yellowstone supervolcano is sitting beneath a magma reservoir so enormous that if it had a major eruption, it could theoretically blanket most of the continental United States in a thick layer of ash. Most of the country, crops, cities, roads, covered. Scientists monitor it constantly, and the good news is a major eruption is not considered imminent. The better news is if it ever does go off, you won't have to worry about traffic for a while. Some species of sea slug can cut off their own head and then grow an entirely new body from just that head, including a new heart, within a few weeks. They decapitate themselves on purpose. The old body wiggles around for a bit and dies. The head just sits there and rebuilds from scratch. This makes sea slugs one of the most horrifying and impressive creatures in the ocean, depending on your perspective. When Norse settlers arrived in Iceland, the island actually had significant forest cover. They cut it down so aggressively for fuel and farmland that within a few generations, the landscape was stripped nearly bare. The treeless, windswept Iceland you picture today, largely man-made. People arrived at a forested island and methodically removed the forest faster than it could recover. Iceland is a cautionary tale dressed up as a beautiful vacation destination. About 1 in every 50,000 cats is born a chimera, the result of 2 embryos fusing together in the womb. What you get is a cat whose face is literally split down the middle, each half an entirely different color, because each half is genetically a different cat. Two cats decided to become one cat before they were born. Chimera cats look like someone drew a line down the middle and colored each side separately. They are real, and they are spectacular. Hawaii is slowly moving toward Japan. The Pacific tectonic plate is carrying it northwest at about 10 centimeters per year. In geological time, the islands are on a long, slow trip across the ocean. Nothing to worry about in any human lifetime. But somewhere in the distant future, Hawaii and Japan are going to have a very awkward tectonic conversation. Plate tectonics is the universe's most patient storytelling. Lemon sharks navigate hundreds of miles back to the exact lagoon where they were born in order to give birth to their own pups. They use the unique chemical signature of their birthplace as a GPS system. Decades later, across vast open ocean, they find the exact same spot. A shark remembers the smell of the water from the day it was born and uses it to come home. That's not instinct, that's loyalty. A sperm whale's mouth is large enough to park a small car inside, the whole car. Inside its mouth. And yet sperm whales almost exclusively hunt squid, swallowing them whole in the deep ocean. An animal capable of swallowing a vehicle uses that mouth to eat calamari. The restraint is genuinely impressive. The Sundarbans, spanning India and Bangladesh, is the world's largest mangrove forest, and the only place on Earth where wild Bengal tigers live and hunt in tidal saltwater jungle. These tigers can swim between islands, navigate through flooded forest, and hunt in conditions that would disorient almost any predator. Bengal tigers that live in the ocean, just casually. The Sundarbans is the most intimidating place on the planet. If you're enjoying these facts so far, hit that like button. It takes 1 second, and it means everything. Now back to the facts. A raindrop falls at only 8 to 10 kilometers per hour. It feels like nothing because air resistance slows it dramatically during the fall. But here's the wild part. Without atmosphere, that same raindrop would hit the ground at nearly 300 kilometers per hour. You've been standing in what is essentially a very slow-motion bullet storm your entire life, and the only reason you're fine is air. The atmosphere is doing more for you than you ever gave it credit for. Earth's magnetic North Pole isn't where the geographic North Pole is. It wanders constantly, and right now it's sitting somewhere in northern Canada, slowly drifting toward Siberia at an accelerating pace. Every compass on Earth is pointing at a moving target. Navigation systems have to be updated regularly to stay accurate. The planet's magnetic field is not a fixed feature. It's a slow-motion drift that never stops. The capybara is the world's largest rodent, growing up to 1.3 meters long and weighing 65 kilograms. But here's the thing about capybaras that science doesn't fully explain. They seem genuinely indifferent to every other animal around them. Birds sit on them. Monkeys hang around them. Caimans rest next to them. The capybara is somehow the one neutral party in the entire animal kingdom, a 65-kilogram rodent living its best life while everyone else works out their issues nearby. Glaciers cover about 10% of all of Earth's land surface and hold around 69% of all the fresh water on the entire planet. 2/3 of the world's fresh water is frozen. Not in rivers or lakes or underground reservoirs, frozen, sitting in glaciers. If you've ever been thirsty and looked at a river and thought there's plenty of water, understand that almost all of it is actually locked in ice you can't access. The Galapagos Islands have marine iguanas, the only lizards in the world that regularly swim and dive into the ocean to graze on underwater algae. They sneeze out salt from special glands after surfacing. They warm themselves on rocks between dives. They are marine reptiles, doing marine things, with a face that looks completely unbothered about all of it. There is a Japanese island called Miyakijima, where sulfuric acid clouds are so toxic and so permanent that all residents are legally required to carry gas masks with them at all times whenever they go outside. Every single time. And people still live there. They made peace with the volcano, bought gas masks, and stayed. The most metal community on Earth is an island in Japan, where people just walk around with gas masks and go about their day. Komodo dragons can reproduce without a male. Females are capable of producing fertile eggs entirely on their own through a process called parthenogenesis, and the offspring are always male. A female Komodo dragon, isolated from all males, can single-handedly produce sons. The Komodo dragon looked at the concept of requiring a partner and decided it was optional. Nature will find a way, and sometimes that way is deeply inconvenient for traditional biology. A desert locust swarm can contain up to 80 million insects per square kilometer and travel 130 kilometers per day on the wind. One swarm can consume as much food as 35,000 people eat in a day. They don't pick a direction, they go wherever the wind takes them, eating everything in their path. A desert locust swarm isn't a natural event. It's a natural catastrophe wearing wings. The Sargasso Sea is the only sea on Earth that has no coastline. It's not bordered by land on any side. It's defined entirely by surrounding ocean currents that form a kind of circular fence. And floating inside it, massive mats of sargassum seaweed create a nursery habitat for young sea turtles and glass eels. An ocean within an ocean, with no edges, held together entirely by physics. Even the sea itself plays by different rules here. A great white shark's skin is covered in tiny tooth-like scales called dermal denticles, not smooth, not rough like sandpaper, covered in thousands of miniature teeth pointing backward. Sailors used dried shark skin as literal sandpaper for centuries because of how abrasive it is. Running your hand the wrong way across a shark's skin would tear it open. The great white shark is covered head to tail in weapons, and that's before you even get to the mouth. About 1.7 billion years ago, deep underground in what is now Gabon, Africa, a uranium deposit spontaneously achieved nuclear fission and ran itself as a natural nuclear reactor for hundreds of thousands of years. No human engineering, no fuel rods, no cooling systems. Earth just quietly ran a nuclear reactor in its own crust, completely on its own, and we didn't discover it until 1972. The planet has been doing things we don't know about for a very long time. The Yeti crab was discovered in 2005 near Easter Island, and it looks exactly as extraordinary as it sounds. It's covered in silky, blonde-colored filaments, and it deliberately waves those filaments over hydrothermal vents to farm the bacteria that grow there, which it then eats. It grows its own food on its own arms by positioning them over heat vents like a tiny underwater greenhouse. The largest snowflake ever officially recorded fell in Fort Keogh, Montana in 1887 and measured 38 centimeters across. That's roughly the size of a dinner plate. A single snowflake, the size of a dinner plate, falling from the sky. Nobody photographed it. Nobody measured it with modern instruments. We're taking someone's word for it from 1887. But the record stands, and it is magnificent. Barn owls can pinpoint a mouse moving under 30 centimeters of snow using only their hearing and strike with near-perfect accuracy in complete darkness. No visual cues whatsoever. Their ears are positioned asymmetrically on their skull to create a three-dimensional sound map of the world around them. A barn owl in a pitch-black field over a snow-covered mouse is essentially running sonar, silent, invisible, and terrifyingly accurate. Leafcutter ants have been farming fungus underground for roughly 50 million years, not foraging, not scavenging, farming. They cultivate it, weed it, fertilize it, and apply natural pesticides to protect their crops from other fungi. They were practicing organized agriculture tens of millions of years before humans figured it out. The leafcutter ant had a working agricultural system while dinosaurs were still alive, and it still works perfectly today. Norway built the world's longest road tunnel straight through a mountain, 24.5 kilometers of underground driving. But here's the detail that breaks your brain. The designers were so aware that drivers would zone out or fall asleep in a featureless tunnel that long. They built 3 artificially lit, cave-like chambers inside to give drivers visual breaks and keep them alert. a 24-kilometer tunnel with rest stops inside the mountain. Norwegian infrastructure is on another level. A starfish can push its entire stomach out through its own mouth, slide it inside a mussel shell through a gap as thin as 0.1 millimeters, digest the prey externally, and then pull its stomach back inside its body. It reaches inside the shell with its own organs, digests the animal while it's still in the shell, and then retracts everything. The starfish does not open the shell to eat what's inside. It sends its stomach in to do the job. This is one of the most horrifying eating strategies in nature, and the starfish acts like it's completely normal. There is one single point on Earth where 4 countries share a border junction, Kazungula, where Botswana, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Namibia all converge within meters of each other. You can stand in one place and be simultaneously at the edge of 4 different nations. Geography did something almost mathematically satisfying there and deserves at least some acknowledgement. The Kuiper Belt beyond Neptune contains over 1 trillion icy objects, some of them larger than Pluto itself, 1 trillion. Objects that big, that numerous, orbiting quietly at the edge of our solar system, most of them unnamed and unstudied. Pluto got demoted from planet to dwarf planet. Some of its neighbors in the Kuiper Belt didn't even get a name. Space is vast, and most of it is stuff we haven't paid attention to yet. Pearls dissolve in vinegar. Drop a pearl into a glass of vinegar. Give it 24 to 36 hours, and the acetic acid will completely break down the calcium carbonate, and the pearl will be gone. Moose legs are so disproportionately long that they can't comfortably bend down to reach grass at ground level. To eat from the ground, a moose has to awkwardly splay its legs outward or kneel down. That same leg length that makes them look absurd on flat ground lets them wade into deep rivers and ponds with ease. Moose are not designed for meadows. They are designed for water, and everything about their proportions makes sense the moment you accept that. Japan's Aokigahara Forest sits at the base of Mount Fuji, and inside it, compasses don't work. The volcanic soil is so rich in iron that it interferes with magnetic fields, causing compass needles to spin unpredictably and GPS signals to lose accuracy. The forest is already one of the most unsettling places in Japan, and nature decided to add one more thing. It took your navigation tools away at the door. Piranhas are mostly scavengers. Their legendary reputation as vicious attackers of living prey is almost entirely myth. They far more commonly eat seeds, fruit, and dead fish than anything with a pulse. Schools of piranhas are usually just cleaning up whatever died and drifted downstream. The most feared fish in the Amazon is, in reality, mostly doing garbage collection. Great marketing, though. Human hair grows about 15 centimeters per year on average, but growth measurably slows during prolonged cold weather and during serious physical illness. Your hair is a health indicator growing in real time on the outside of your body. If you've been sick for a long time or spent an extended period somewhere very cold, your hair has a record of it. You're essentially growing a biological diary on your own head. Pause for a second. Did you like the video yet? No. Go ahead. I'll wait. Okay, let's keep going because things are only getting weirder. In Vietnam, there's a cave called Hang Son Uong, so enormous that it has its own weather system. Clouds form inside it. There's a jungle inside it. It has its own ecosystem with species found nowhere else on Earth. It is by volume the largest known cave on the planet. The inside of a cave is big enough for a forest, a cloud, and a climate, all happening underground. The Earth keeps reminding us how little of it we've actually seen. The Barringer crater in Arizona is 1.2 kilometers wide and 170 meters deep. A meteorite punched that hole into the ground roughly 50,000 years ago, and scientists didn't officially confirm it was even an impact site until 1960. For decades, geologists argued about whether it was volcanic, a hole nearly 1.5 kilometers wide, made by a rock from space, and it took humanity until the middle of the 20th century to agree on what made it. We are slow sometimes. The Vatican City issues passports to fewer than 600 people in the entire world, making it the rarest passport on Earth by active holders. Not 600,000, not 6,000, 600. There are more people named Steve in any random small town than there are active Vatican passports on the planet. The most exclusive travel document in existence belongs to a country smaller than most theme parks. Galapagos tortoises can live over 170 years and survive up to a full year without food or water. Early sailors figured this out quickly and started loading them onto ships alive as a walking food supply for long ocean voyages. You could just put a tortoise on a ship and it would stay alive, ready to eat, for months without anyone having to feed or water it. The Galapagos tortoise is the most patient, most resilient, and historically the most inconvenienced animal in the world. Russia spans 11 time zones. 11. When it's noon in Moscow, people in the far east of Russia are already heading to bed the next day. One country covering so much of the Earth's surface that it experiences almost half of the entire 24-hour cycle simultaneously. Russia is so wide that it has its own time zone problem, and no one talks about it enough. The palms of your hands and the soles of your feet cannot tan. It's the only skin on your body that completely lacks melanin-producing cells capable of responding to sunlight. No matter how long you spend in the sun, those areas stay the same. Your hands and feet are operating under entirely different biological rules than the rest of your skin. The body made an exception for the parts you use the most. Uranus has hydrogen sulfide in its upper atmosphere, the exact same compound that makes rotten eggs smell like rotten eggs. If you could somehow breathe the clouds of Uranus, they would smell like a very large, very cold, cosmic rotten egg. Uranus is already the punchline of more jokes than any other planet. Now it also smells terrible. It is having the worst time out there. The Malaysian exploding ant has a defense mechanism that should not be possible for a living creature. When threatened, it contracts its muscles with enough force to rupture its own body, spraying toxic, sticky fluid on whatever is threatening it. It kills itself to protect the colony. A suicidal explosion as a defense strategy. The exploding ant chose to go out like a tiny grenade, rather than let the colony be compromised. That's commitment at a level most of us will never understand. Antarctic ice cores contain air bubbles trapped hundreds of thousands of years ago, before humans existed, before agriculture, before written language. Scientists can drill down, extract those bubbles, and literally breathe in the ancient atmosphere. They're analyzing air from before our species walked the Earth. The most direct connection to deep prehistoric time isn't a fossil or a cave painting. It's a bubble in ice. The largest hailstone ever officially recorded fell in Vivian, South Dakota in 2010, measuring 20 centimeters across and weighing nearly 900 grams. The size of a volleyball falling from the sky. That's not precipitation. That's an assault. The fact that the worst injury that day was probably property damage is genuinely remarkable and slightly lucky. Fraser Island off Australia is the world's largest sand island. And somehow, on top of pure sand with no soil underneath it, a thriving freshwater rainforest grows over 240 meters high, a sand dune with a rainforest on top, freshwater lakes sitting in sand, an ecosystem that has no right to exist but absolutely does. Fraser Island exists specifically to make geologists and botanists rethink everything. If you're still watching, you're officially part of the Fact Gang. Drop a comment and let us know. And don't forget to subscribe. There's a lot more where this came from. Lake Titicaca sits 3,812 meters above sea level on the Peru-Bolivia border, making it the highest navigable lake in the world. And on its surface, communities live on floating islands made entirely from woven totora reeds. Islands they build, maintain, and live on, floating on a lake nearly 4 kilometers above sea level. People built their own land out of plants and decided to live on it at altitude. The ingenuity there is staggering. The Atacama mummies of Chile are among the best preserved human remains ever found anywhere on Earth. The desert is so dry that bodies desiccate before decomposition can even begin, naturally preserving them better than Egyptian mummification did with all its chemicals and rituals. The driest place on Earth turned out to be better at preserving the dead than ancient civilizations' most sophisticated techniques. The Atacama wasn't trying. It just couldn't help itself. The shipworm is not a worm. It's a clam. A saltwater clam that can grow up to 1.8 meters long, bores through wood using a shell-tipped drill on its head, and has destroyed entire naval fleets throughout maritime history. Wooden ships rotting at the bottom of the ocean. Many of them were bored apart from the inside by what is technically a bivalve. The shipworm is a long clam with a drill, and it has sunk more ships than most wars. African farmers discovered that hanging beehives around the perimeter of their crops deters elephants better than electric fences. Elephants are so deeply afraid of bees that they flee at just the sound of buzzing. A buzzing hive is more terrifying to the largest land animal on Earth than an electric shock. The bee wins. The elephant, 6 tons of pure power, retreats from a hive. Nature has a sense of hierarchy, and it's not always what you'd expect. Suriname is over 90% covered by tropical rainforest, the highest percentage of forest cover of any country on Earth. The vast majority of the country is untouched, undisturbed, canopy-covered jungle. In a world where deforestation is a constant conversation, Suriname is quietly sitting there being 90% forest. It's one of the last places on Earth where the map and the jungle still match. The Tibetan fox has an unusually square, flat face that gives it a permanently deadpan, completely unimpressed expression. It doesn't look confused. It doesn't look alarmed. It just looks like it's heard everything you have to say and found none of it particularly interesting. It is the most relatable face in the animal kingdom, and it belongs to a fox that lives at altitude and probably has very little patience for nonsense. Every second, the sun converts approximately 4 million tons of its own mass into pure energy through nuclear fusion. Every second. It has been doing this for 4.6 billion years and has only lost about 0.03% of its total mass. The sun is burning itself alive to keep everything in the solar system running, has been doing it longer than Earth has existed, and it's barely made a dent in itself. The sun is operating at a scale that makes human comprehension feel like a rounding error. Scientists estimate there are about 8.7 million species on Earth, and we have identified only about 15% of them. That leaves around 7.5 million species that science has not yet formally discovered. Not in space, not underground. On this planet, in forests, oceans, soil, and sky, living organisms that nobody has cataloged or named yet. We have more unidentified life on Earth right now than we've ever described. The planet is still full of surprises, and we haven't even looked properly yet. Icebergs make noise. They creak, they moan, and they occasionally produce deep, low hums as their internal stresses shift. Meltwater moves through cracks, and the ice adjusts to temperature and pressure changes. A massive floating chunk of glacier is groaning to itself in the open ocean. If you've ever imagined the Arctic as silent and still, subtract that image entirely. The ice is talking. Most people just aren't there to hear it. The Coco de Mer palm of the Seychelles produces the world's largest seed. A single seed can weigh up to 25 kilograms, 25 kilos. One seed, from one palm, the weight of a large dog. If that fell on you, it would not be a gentle experience. The Coco de Mer decided to do everything at maximum scale, and the seed is proof. Hippos can run at 30 kilometers per hour on land. A 2-ton animal. Sprinting faster than most people. Hippos are responsible for more human deaths in Africa than lions, crocodiles, or sharks. People underestimate hippos because they spend most of their time wallowing peacefully in water. But if you're on foot and a hippo decides you're too close, it will cover the distance between you faster than you can process what's happening. Never underestimate the hippo. Victoria Falls on the Zambia-Zimbabwe border is so wide, 1.7 kilometers across, and its spray rises so high that local people named it Mosi o Tunya, meaning the smoke that thunders. The mist from the falls is visible from 50 kilometers away. Not the falls themselves, the spray. A curtain of water so massive it generates its own weather pattern and announces itself from the horizon. Victoria Falls is not a waterfall, it's an event. There's a plant in Africa called Hydnora africana that has no leaves, no chlorophyll, no above-ground body at all. It lives entirely underground as a parasite on desert plant roots, completely invisible, and only surfaces when it flowers, which it does by producing a smell like feces to attract the beetles that pollinate it. The Pacific halibut starts life swimming upright like a normal fish. Then, as it matures, one of its eyes physically migrates across its skull to join the other eye on the same side of its face, and it permanently flattens out to lie on the ocean floor. It starts symmetrical and normal looking, and ends up with both eyes on one side of a flat sideways body. The halibut undergoes one of the most dramatic physical transformations of any vertebrate during its own lifetime. Inside a volcanic crater in Vanuatu, Lake Voi regularly shifts color from vivid green to deep red to milky white, depending on the volcanic activity in the magma chamber below. The lake is essentially a mood ring for the volcano. When the color shifts, scientists pay attention. When it turns a color it hasn't been before, everyone starts backing up. It's one of the most beautiful and one of the most dangerous lakes on the planet, and the combination makes it one of the most spectacular. There is a bacterium called Deinococcus radiodurans that can survive radiation doses 3,000 times greater than what would kill a human. Scientists have nicknamed it Conan the bacterium. It can survive the vacuum of space, extreme dehydration, acid, and ultraviolet radiation. It is essentially indestructible by any measure available to us. The most resilient living thing on Earth is a microscopic organism we barely know about, and it got the best nickname in science. The deepest gold mine in the world is the Mponeng mine in South Africa, reaching 4 kilometers underground. And down there, ambient temperatures naturally reach 66 degrees Celsius, hot enough to kill. To keep workers alive, the operation pumps in enough ice slurry every single day just to cool the tunnels to a survivable temperature. People go 4 kilometers underground into 66-degree heat to dig gold, and the whole thing only works because of a continuous river of ice being pumped into the earth. The extremes humans go to for gold are genuinely staggering. The diving bell spider is the only spider on Earth that lives permanently underwater. It builds a dome-shaped air bubble among aquatic plants, keeps it filled with oxygen from the surface, uses it as a home, hunts from it, and spends virtually its entire life submerged. A spider, which most people would expect to hate water, has engineered an underwater habitat and moved in permanently. It built its own scuba setup out of silk. The diving bell spider solved a problem no other spider even thought to address. Colombia is the only country in South America with coastlines on both the Pacific Ocean and the Caribbean Sea simultaneously. Two completely different oceans, two completely different marine ecosystems, one country. The Pacific side and the Caribbean side have different temperatures, different species, different currents, and different everything. Colombia has both within its own borders. Two oceans for the price of one country. On a hot summer day, your body can lose up to 2 liters of water per hour through sweat alone. 2 liters per hour. And here's the dangerous part. Your thirst signal doesn't keep up with that rate of loss. So most people walk around in summer chronically underhydrated without feeling thirsty enough to fix it. Your body is evaporating water faster than your brain is telling you to drink. The hydration deficit builds quietly, and most people never notice until it becomes a problem. Traditional aged balsamic vinegar doesn't sit in one barrel and wait. It moves through a sequential series of barrels made from different woods, chestnut, cherry, juniper, and others, each one smaller than the last, each one adding a different layer of complexity as the vinegar slowly concentrates over years, sometimes decades. What ends up in that tiny, expensive bottle has passed through multiple types of wood, shrunk dramatically in volume, and been managed longer than most wines exist. The price is earned. Oyster farms suspend their harvest in mesh bags hanging in the water column rather than letting them sit on the seafloor, keeping them away from bottom-dwelling crabs and predators in cleaner and more oxygenated water, and controlling the exact conditions of their development. What looks like a simple net bag is a precisely engineered aquaculture system managing predation, water quality, and shell shape at the same time. Oyster farming is more sophisticated than it looks, and almost nobody gives it credit. Some venomous animals don't inject toxin through hollow fangs like a needle. Certain species use grooved fangs, where venom runs down the outside of the groove and into the wound through capillary action rather than pressure injection. The groove tears the tissue slightly on entry, helping draw the toxin in. Nature found multiple engineering solutions to the same problem of delivering venom, and some of them are more subtle and more unsettling than others. In sumo wrestling, the thick silk belt wrestlers wear the mawashi, is the entire tactical vocabulary of the sport. Every throw, every hold, every maneuver revolves around gripping, controlling, and leveraging that belt. A wrestler who secures the right grip on an opponent's mawashi has a meaningful mechanical advantage going into every technique. The silk belt is simultaneously the uniform, the equipment, and the strategic battleground. Soy sauce starts with mold. Specifically, a mold called Aspergillus oryzae, also called koji, is deliberately grown on wheat and soybeans to kick off a fermentation process that runs for months or even years. The complex, layered flavor of properly aged soy sauce is entirely the result of organized microbial activity over time. Traditional soy sauce is a carefully managed, multi-year fungal project. You have been enjoying the output of controlled mold your entire life, and it tastes incredible. Rebreather diving equipment doesn't just feed air to a diver, it recycles the exhaled breath, scrubs out the carbon dioxide, and feeds the cleaned oxygen back for another breath. A regular scuba tank lasts about an hour. A rebreather keeps a diver going for several hours on the same gas supply. The same breath, cleaned and recirculated, used again and again. It's a miniature life support loop strapped to someone's back at the bottom of the ocean. The engineering involved in keeping a person alive underwater just got a lot more impressive. There are bees in France that produce vivid neon purple honey. When they feed on the nectar of bell fuchsia flowers, the pigments pass directly into the honey, turning it an unmistakably bright purple. It's real honey in every biological sense. It just looks like something from a cartoon. Nature occasionally produces things that look like they shouldn't exist, and purple honey from French bees is near the top of that list. Scratch lottery tickets are more sophisticated than anyone realizes. They use ink loaded with magnetic metallic particles specifically designed to block external scanning devices from reading the result before purchase. High-end espresso machines run two completely separate boilers at once, one calibrated for brewing and a separate one for steaming milk, because the temperatures required for each are different enough that a single boiler would compromise both. The reason a properly made espresso tastes different from a cheap machine isn't just pressure or beans. It's the fact that the machine is running two independent thermal systems simultaneously. Good coffee is fundamentally an engineering problem. In curling, when sweepers furiously scrub the ice in front of a moving stone, they are not being theatrical. The friction from the broom heads briefly melts a microscopic layer of ice, creating a thin film of water that reduces resistance under the stone, letting it travel farther and curl less. In dense, steep forests where no road can reach, loggers use helicopters to pluck individual felled trees from the canopy one at a time and carry them out through the air to a landing zone. Slow, expensive, Absolutely the only option when terrain is too extreme for any ground machine to navigate. Some lumber literally arrives by helicopter. The supply chain for a wooden floor or a timber beam sometimes starts with a helicopter hovering over a mountaintop. The things we don't know about how ordinary materials reach us. The Brazilian tree hopper doesn't hide by blending in. It hides by growing elaborate spherical appendages from its body that mimic the appearance of fungal growths on a branch, complete with textured surfaces and the coloring of real decay. Predators skip over anything that looks infected or diseased. The tree hopper isn't using camouflage. It's using disgust as a defense mechanism. That's a completely different and arguably smarter strategy, and it works. Sea urchin spines are each a single unbroken crystal of magnesium calcite. Not a cluster of crystals. Not a composite material. One continuous, flawless crystal from base to tip. Material scientists have been studying urchin spines for years because their crystalline structure gives them mechanical properties that engineered ceramics still can't fully replicate. An organism with no brain is producing precision crystalline structures that human manufacturing hasn't matched. The urchin has no idea it's ahead of us. Male fiddler crabs have one claw so enormous, it's sometimes as large as the rest of their entire body combined. They use it exclusively for territorial combat and attracting females, waving it, wrestling with it, signaling with it. The giant claw is so heavy it's useless for feeding, and males with it are genuinely worse at eating than females. They are carrying a weapon that actively inconveniences them in everyday life in exchange for social advantages. Harvestmen, the long-legged arachnids often called daddy long legs, wrap their extremely flexible legs around grass blades, stems, and thin branches rather than walking across flat surfaces. Each leg can bend and grip independently, anchoring them to vegetation in wind and rain. They grip the world rather than stand on it. An arachnid that treats every blade of grass as a handhold rather than a floor has an entirely different relationship with the environment than anything else its size. Don't go anywhere. We've still got a lot of ground to cover, and the best ones are ahead. Dynamic climbing ropes are deliberately built to stretch, sometimes up to 40% of their length when a climber falls, absorbing the shock gradually over distance rather than stopping it instantly. An inelastic rope that stopped a fall dead would transfer the full force to the climber's body and harness like a whip, which would be catastrophic. The stretch is not a design flaw. It is the entire safety mechanism. A rope that doesn't stretch would be far more dangerous than one that does. Softness is what saves the climber. Ice climbers ascend vertical frozen waterfalls using boots fitted with metal spiked frames and handheld axes, kicking directly into the ice face, hanging there by the spikes, and chopping handholds with axes. The entire technique is built on the physics of a metal point driven into ice being strong enough to hold a person against gravity. It works. People do this recreationally and on weekends, on frozen waterfalls, for fun. The frozen waterfall is there, apparently, and that is reason enough. A beaver's flat tail works as a rudder while swimming, a fat reserve for winter, a temperature regulator because it's threaded with blood vessels close to the skin, a loud alarm slap on the water surface to warn the colony, and a counterbalance on land. One flat, leathery appendage doing 5 completely different jobs. The beaver tail is quietly one of the most multifunctional single structures in the mammal kingdom, and nobody gives it nearly enough credit. In genuine Arctic conditions, researchers and military personnel wear garments with battery-powered heating coils built directly into the fabric, targeting the core, hands, and feet, the exact places where heat loss is most dangerous. When wind chill is extreme, passive insulation simply isn't enough. The difference between a down jacket and a powered heating garment can, in genuine Arctic field conditions, be the difference between manageable cold and life-threatening hypothermia. The technology exists, is reliable, and is regularly used by people whose jobs take them somewhere actually cold. The leafy sea dragon is covered in elaborate leaf-shaped appendages that sway gently as it drifts through seagrass. But those appendages do nothing for swimming. They're purely decorative. The sea dragon actually propels itself using tiny, nearly transparent fins that flutter almost invisibly along its body. All of that spectacular leaf structure is theater, pure visual deception for the purpose of looking like a drifting piece of plant. The whole plan is to not look like a fish, and it works so well that predators swim right past it. Fortune cookies were not invented in China. They were created in California, most likely by Japanese immigrants in the early 1900s, and were completely unknown in mainland China until they were imported back as a Western novelty decades later. The most famous symbol of Chinese restaurant culture in America was invented in California by Japanese Americans. The fortune cookie's origin story is the opposite of what everyone assumes, and it has been quietly hiding in plain sight inside every takeout bag. The three smallest bones in the human body are all located inside your ear, the malleus, incus, and stapes. And the smallest of them, the stapes, is under 3 millimeters long. The entire chain of bones responsible for transmitting sound vibrations to your inner ear fits inside a space you could cover with your thumbnail. The most delicate mechanical system in the human body is operating in a space smaller than a pencil eraser. And it's been doing it flawlessly your entire life without a single maintenance check. Every Hollywood movie involving a bald eagle uses the wrong sound. The iconic screech you hear in films and on TV is actually the call of a red-tailed hawk, dubbed over, because the real bald eagle makes a soft, high-pitched chirping sound that someone in a production meeting once decided was insufficiently majestic. The national bird of the United States has been replaced in cinema by a hawk. The bald eagle sounds like a seagull having a slightly dignified moment. Nobody wanted to break the illusion. Half of the Netherlands sits below sea level. The lowest point is 6.7 meters below the North Sea, held back only by a centuries-old system of dikes, pumps, and water management infrastructure that runs continuously. If the pumps stopped, significant portions of the country would flood within days. The Netherlands exists in its current form because of an engineered agreement between the Dutch people and the sea that requires constant maintenance. Every single day. Extra virgin olive oil is technically raw fruit juice that must be cold-pressed without chemical treatment. But independent studies consistently show that the majority of bottles labeled extra virgin on supermarket shelves fail to meet the actual standard. The flavor grading, the acidity levels, the processing standards, most of it doesn't hold up under testing. You've probably been buying olive oil that legally shouldn't be called extra virgin and paying extra virgin prices for it. The olive oil market has a quality problem, and it's been an open secret for years. The white stork migrates from Europe all the way to sub-Saharan Africa every year and back. What makes it remarkable is that upon returning, it flies directly back to the exact same nest, often the exact same chimney or rooftop that it used the year before, sometimes for generations. A bird that has crossed continents, navigated thousands of kilometers, and returns to land on its own specific chimney. The white stork knows exactly where home is every single time. There is a point in the Pacific Ocean called Point Nemo, the most remote location from all land on Earth. It's so isolated that the nearest human beings to you, when you're standing, there are typically the astronauts aboard the International Space Station, orbiting 400 kilometers overhead. The closest people to the loneliest point on Earth's surface are in space. That fact has no right to be as beautiful and eerie as it is. Spotted hyenas are more closely related to cats than to dogs. Despite looking like a large dog, moving like a large dog, and living in packs like large dogs, they belong to the same biological suborder as meerkats, civets, and mongooses, not canines. The hyena has been fooling people with its appearance for centuries, and science had to get involved to set the record straight. Looks deceive. Genetics reveal. The Red Sea is slowly becoming a full ocean. It sits on a tectonic spreading ridge that widens about 1 centimeter per year, And in tens of millions of years, it will have completely separated Africa from the Arabian Peninsula into two distinct landmasses with a new ocean between them. The Red Sea is an ocean in its early stages, and we're watching it happen in geological slow motion. Japan's matsutake mushroom sells for over $2,000 per kilogram, more expensive than truffles. It only grows in specific forests of red pine and cannot be cultivated under any conditions. Nobody has figured out how to grow it commercially. It simply refuses. The most expensive mushroom in the world grows where it wants, when it wants, and the entire market has to wait for nature to cooperate. That kind of exclusivity is built entirely on the mushroom's own terms. The Suriname toad carries its eggs embedded directly into the skin on its back. They incubate there for months, growing inside little pockets beneath the surface. And when they're ready, the young hatch by bursting through the skin as fully formed baby toads, hatching through their mother's back. This is real. This happens. And if you need a moment to recover from that mental image before continuing, that's completely understandable. The cookie-cutter shark bite's perfect. Circular plugs of flesh out of whatever it can find. Whales, large fish, dolphins, and has even been documented latching onto the rubber sonar domes of military submarines. A shark small enough to hold, leaving circular bite marks in the exterior of military hardware. Scientists found the marks and confirmed the culprit. The deepest breath hold dive ever achieved was 253 meters, completed by freediver Herbert Nitsch in 2007. He then suffered severe decompression sickness on the ascent and was temporarily paralyzed. He went nearly the height of the Eiffel Tower below the ocean surface on a single breath. He almost died coming back up. He survived. The record still stands. Herbert Nitsch is living proof that humans will push into territory the body was never designed for, just to see what happens. Off the coast of Mauritius and the Indian Ocean, sand and silt drift off the edge of an underwater plateau in a continuous stream downward into the deep. Seen from above, from an aerial view or a drone, it looks exactly like a waterfall pouring off the ocean floor into an abyss below. It's an optical illusion, all of it's still underwater, but the visual is so convincing that photographs of it regularly fool people into thinking they're seeing something physically impossible. The ocean is an artist, and it doesn't need to try very hard. Mammoth Cave in Kentucky is the world's longest known cave system, with over 676 kilometers of surveyed passages. That's more than twice as long as the second longest cave system on Earth. 676 kilometers of mapped tunnels underground, beneath one American state, and explorers are still finding new sections. The inside of Kentucky is bigger than most people's concept of what a cave can be. Mammoth is not a name chosen modestly. There is a cloud of water vapor surrounding a quasar 12 billion light-years from Earth containing 140 trillion times the water in all of Earth's oceans combined. 140 trillion times. The largest known reservoir of water in the universe is a cloud around a black hole at the edge of the observable universe. Earth's oceans look like a drop compared to what's out there, and most of it will never be touched by anything. Cooking with cast iron skillets actually transfers measurable amounts of iron into your food. Historically, in communities where iron deficiency anemia was a public health problem, cooking in cast iron was deliberately promoted as a dietary intervention. The cookware was the supplement. Every time you sear something in a cast iron pan, you're doing something humans have used as a health strategy for generations, whether or not you knew about it. Japan's Lake Suwa has frozen in a specific line across its center nearly every winter for over 500 years. Locals call it Omiwatari, the God's Crossing. Records of its annual appearance have been kept continuously since 1443. Humans are the only primates with clearly visible whites around the iris of the eye. Every other primate has dark sclera. You can't easily tell where their eyes are pointing. Researchers believe our visible whites evolved specifically to allow subtle, silent communication through gaze direction, telling each other where to look, what to watch, who to watch. The whites of your eyes are a social signaling tool that evolved to be readable by other humans. Every glance you give is a communication your body evolved to make legible. Here's your reminder to smash that like button if you haven't yet, and subscribe so you never miss a video. In 1908, an asteroid or comet exploded several kilometers above a remote part of Siberia and flattened roughly 2,000 square kilometers of forest in a single instant. The Tunguska event left no crater, just leveled trees pointing outward from a central point across an area the size of a major city. Nutmeg was once literally worth more than gold by weight in Europe. The quest to control its supply drove the colonization of entire island chains in Southeast Asia. And in the strangest real estate trade in history, the Dutch once gave up Manhattan Island to the British in exchange for a tiny nutmeg-producing island called Run. A spice was once valuable enough to trade away the island that would become the most expensive real estate on Earth, Manhattan for nutmeg. The Dutch have been thinking about that one for a long time. The white-throated sparrow exists in two color forms, white-striped and tan-striped, that almost exclusively mate with the opposite type, display entirely different personality traits, and behave so distinctly they were classified as separate species for a long time. Same bird, two versions, different personalities, different mating preferences. They sort themselves into categories and consistently choose across those categories. Scientists still find this arrangement unusual enough to keep studying it. The white-throated sparrow has more complex social dynamics than many larger animals. Lake Malawi in Africa contains more freshwater fish species than any other lake on Earth, over 1,000 species. For comparison, all rivers and lakes combined in North America contain fewer. One African lake has more fish diversity than an entire continent's freshwater system. Lake Malawi is doing something in terms of biodiversity that nothing else freshwater on the planet is doing at the same scale. It's not famous enough for what it is. The Boits Void is a nearly spherical region of space, about 330 million light-years, across that contains almost no galaxies. In a universe packed with billions of galaxies, this void is an enormous, empty bubble of almost nothing. Astronomers call it one of the largest known voids in the observable universe. The universe is not uniformly distributed. It has enormous empty spaces where almost nothing exists. The Boits void is so empty that some researchers initially assumed their instruments were broken. They weren't. Nutella uses approximately 25% of the entire world's annual hazelnut supply. One brand, one product. 1/4 of all the hazelnuts grown on the planet every year. Nutella is so dominant in hazelnut consumption that it directly influences global prices and the agricultural economies of entire growing regions. When the price of Nutella changes, it can affect farmers in Turkey, Italy, and beyond. A chocolate hazelnut spread is a geopolitical agricultural force. That is not an exaggeration. The velvet ant is actually a wingless wasp, and it delivers a sting so agonizingly painful it earned the nickname cow killer in the American South, though its venom isn't actually lethal to cattle. The name exists purely because the pain is so severe that someone, at some point, decided it was capable of killing a cow. It's not. But the name stuck, and it serves as an excellent warning. The velvet ant is fuzzy, colorful, and one of the last things you want to step on barefoot. The world's hottest curry, the fall, was not invented in South Asia. It was invented in Birmingham, England, by Bangladeshi chefs who created it specifically to challenge British customers who kept insisting they could handle anything. The hottest curry in the world was born from a dare, from a group of chefs who decided to find out if their customers were really as tough as they claimed. Most weren't. The fowl is the result of exasperation turned into cuisine. The Daintree rainforest in Queensland, Australia, is the world's oldest surviving tropical rainforest, estimated to be 180 million years old. It predates the Amazon by roughly 100 million years. Plants and animals in the Daintree have been evolving in relative isolation since before the continents were arranged the way they are now. Walking through the Daintree isn't just walking through a rainforest. It's walking through a living record of Earth's biological history that goes back to the time of dinosaurs. Since 1989, researchers have been tracking a whale that sings at a unique frequency of 52 hertz, a pitch no other whale species responds to or communicates with. It has been heard calling for decades. No response has ever been recorded. Scientists have never conclusively identified what species it belongs to. It's been nicknamed the world's loneliest whale, and the name is accurate, in a way that's hard to think about for too long. Somewhere in the deep ocean, something has been calling out since 1989, and nothing has ever called back. Amputees can feel vivid sensations, sometimes including sharp pain, in limbs that no longer physically exist. The brain continues sending signals and receiving false feedback from the missing body part, sometimes for years after amputation. Phantom limb is not a psychological trick, it's a neurological reality, where the brain's map of the body refuses to update to reflect what's actually there. The brain insists on a reality that the body has moved past. The body changes faster than the brain can accept. China's Ferry Bridge in Guangxi Province is the world's largest confirmed natural arch, spanning 120 meters across a gorge. And despite being locally known for centuries, it wasn't formally documented by scientists until 2010. A natural arch the size of a city block, sitting in China, known to local people for generations, somehow not officially on the scientific record until 12 years ago. The world's largest natural arch was hiding in plain sight. Which raises the obvious question of what else is out there that we haven't formally noticed yet. Scientists have mapped less than 20% of the ocean floor in high resolution, less than 1/5. We have more detailed maps of the surface of Mars and the surface of the Moon than we do of the bottom of our own oceans. The thing covering 71% of our planet's surface is less explored than 2 other worlds. The ocean floor is the largest and least understood landscape in the known universe, and it's right here, underneath us, every single day. Human tears contain an enzyme called lysozyme, a natural antimicrobial compound powerful enough to destroy the cell walls of many common bacteria. Crying is a literal physical defense mechanism against eye infections. Every time you tear up, your body is releasing an antibacterial agent across the surface of your eye. The human body turned one of its most emotional responses into a functional immune defense at the same time. It multitasks even when you're not trying to. When a praying mantis detects the ultrasound of a bat, one of the most precise biological sonar systems in nature, it immediately enters a spiraling dive, the most effective mid-flight evasion maneuver documented in any insect. The mantis evolved a specific countermove specifically for the bat's specific hunting technique. One predator evolved precision sonar, another evolved an escape maneuver tuned exactly to that sonar, an arms race happening in the air, in the dark, in milliseconds. The Zhangjiajie National Forest Park in China contains over 3,000 sandstone pillars rising up to 200 meters from the forest floor, many of them topped with living trees. It's widely believed to have inspired the floating mountains in Avatar. But here's what's more impressive than the inspiration. The real place looks like that without any visual effects. You can stand there and see what appears to be impossible geology just existing, completely matter-of-factly, in southern China. Methane hydrate is a form of ice found in deep ocean sediments, where methane gas is locked inside frozen water crystals. It contains more total energy than all known coal, oil, and natural gas reserves on Earth combined. All of them combined. The world's largest energy reserve is frozen to the bottom of the ocean, extremely difficult to extract, and would release devastating quantities of greenhouse gas if it melted. The biggest energy deposit in the world is also one of the most dangerous things to disturb. The Canada lynx and the snowshoe hare share one of the most documented predator-prey relationships in ecological science. Their populations cycle together with remarkable precision every 10 years. When hares boom, lynx populations surge. When hares crash, lynx populations follow. Two species so deeply linked that their population graphs look like synchronized waves. The lynx doesn't decide when it thrives. The hare does. The predator is entirely dependent on the prey in ways that flip the expected power dynamic completely. In extreme medical emergencies, severe infection, massive blood loss, bone marrow releases immature, unfinished blood cells directly into the bloodstream before they've fully developed, skipping the normal maturation process to flood the immune system with reinforcements immediately. The body, when pushed to its limit, starts releasing things that aren't fully ready because waiting is worse. The human body in crisis doesn't follow the standard protocol. It improvises with whatever it has. Grapefruit contains a compound that blocks the enzyme your body uses to break down over 85 different medications, causing drug levels in the blood to surge to potentially dangerous concentrations. Doctors have to warn patients about it specifically. A piece of breakfast fruit can make your medication dangerously overpowered. The grapefruit doesn't know it's doing anything wrong. It's just existing, being a fruit, quietly interfering with modern pharmacology. There are over 27,000 pieces of tracked debris orbiting Earth right now. Defunct satellites, rocket fragments, flecks of paint, bolts, all traveling at up to 28,000 kilometers per hour. At that speed, even a centimeter-sized fragment has enough energy to punch through a spacecraft's hull like a bullet. Earth's orbit is a minefield of discarded hardware moving faster than anything on the surface. Every space mission has to navigate it. The space age left a mess that nobody has cleaned up, and it's getting worse every year. Argentina's Perito Moreno Glacier is one of the only glaciers on Earth that is still growing. It periodically advances until it dams a lake. Then the pressure builds until the ice wall ruptures in a spectacular, thunderous collapse. And then it starts advancing again. Growing, damming, collapsing, growing again. The same cycle, over and over, in public, in front of tourists. Perito Moreno is the only glacier putting on a show while every other one quietly retreats. The Tibetan Plateau, the highest large landmass on Earth at an average elevation of 4,500 meters, acts as a massive seasonal heat pump. It heats up intensely in summer, drawing moist air inland and driving the entire Asian monsoon system. The rainfall patterns for billions of people across South and Southeast Asia are determined largely by a plateau in Tibet absorbing heat and redistributing moisture across the continent. The Tibetan Plateau doesn't just affect local weather. It runs the monsoon for a significant fraction of humanity. Honey never spoils. Pots of honey have been found in Egyptian tombs thousands of years old and were still edible. The reason is that honey is hygroscopic. It absorbs moisture from its environment so effectively that bacteria simply cannot survive in it. No moisture, no bacterial growth. The same properties that make it shelf-stable for millennia also made it an effective wound dressing used in ancient Egypt, wartime field medicine, and modern clinical settings. Honey was a medical tool before medicine had a name. Jellyfish blooms, sometimes stretching across hundreds of square kilometers, have repeatedly shut down nuclear power plants in South Korea, Japan, and Scotland by clogging the seawater cooling intake systems. A nuclear facility, cooled by ocean water, gets its intake blocked by an enormous mass of jellyfish. The plant shuts down. Jellyfish have no brain, no coordinated behavior, no intention of any kind, and they have managed to shut down nuclear infrastructure on multiple continents. The jellyfish does not know what a nuclear plant is. It doesn't matter. Whale sharks are the largest fish in the ocean, and they are so completely docile that divers routinely swim alongside them. Some individual whale sharks have been observed actively approaching boats and appearing to seek out human contact. The largest fish on Earth is also one of the most gentle, and individual animals have been noted returning to the same areas repeatedly, possibly recognizing regular human divers. A whale shark that knows your boat is something nobody expected to be true, and it apparently is. The holes in Swiss cheese are not random. They're created by carbon dioxide gas produced by specific bacteria feeding on lactic acid inside the cheese as it matures. Each hole is a gas pocket left behind by microbial activity. Every bubble of empty space in your cheese was produced by bacteria doing their job perfectly. Swiss cheese is a biological process you can see from the outside. The holes are not an accident of manufacturing. They're a signature of what's alive inside. In 1930s Swansea, Wales, a dog named Swansea Jack pulled 27 people out of the docks before drowning. 27 people. He was named Dog of the Year by a British newspaper twice. He has a memorial drinking fountain that still stands in his honor. A dog decided that when people fell into the water, the correct response was to go in and pull them out, and he did it 27 times. Swansea Jack is one of the most decorated rescue heroes in British history, and he was a retriever who didn't think twice. Before oranges arrived in Europe, from Asia, English speakers had no single word for the color orange. They called it yellow-red. The fruit arrived. The word for the fruit became the word for the color. And that's the entire origin story of orange as a color name. The color orange in English is named after the fruit that taught Europeans the color existed. Before the fruit, the color had no name. Language has gaps that only fill in when the world delivers something new. The human body can produce its own version of aspirin. When you eat a diet rich in fruits and vegetables, the salicylic acid naturally present in their skins, and leaves is absorbed and converted into compounds similar to what's in aspirin. The body synthesizes its own anti-inflammatory compound from food. The pharmaceutical version is a concentrated, manufactured form of something the body was already making from a good diet. Aspirin didn't invent a new chemical. It packaged one the body already knew how to use. At the bottom of the ocean near hydrothermal vents, water can reach temperatures exceeding 400 degrees Celsius without boiling. The crushing pressure at those depths is so extreme that the water physically cannot convert to steam, no matter how hot it gets. The boiling point of water stops being a rule at 400 atmospheres of pressure. The deep ocean is playing by different physics than everything on the surface, and the water down there operates outside the rules most people learned in school. The platypus hunts entirely by sense of electrical fields. Its bill is covered in approximately 40,000 electroreceptors that pick up the tiny electrical impulses generated by muscles contracting inside prey animals hiding in mud. It closes its eyes, ears, and nose underwater and navigates purely on bioelectrical sensation. The platypus sees the electrical signatures of life. It doesn't look for prey. It feels the electricity of living things and follows it. That is either the most alien or most impressive hunting adaptation in the mammal kingdom. There is a star called Methuselah, HD1, estimated to be approximately 13.7 billion years old. The universe itself is about 13.8 billion years old. This star is almost as old as everything. It formed within a few hundred million years of the Big Bang, survived everything that followed, and is still there tonight. Astronomers have spent years trying to explain how it could have formed so early. It's not supposed to exist by current models. It exists anyway. Methuselah doesn't care about models. The thorny dragon of Australia drinks rain and dew from its own skin. Microscopic grooves between its scales channel water from every surface of its body, its back, its sides, its tail, directing it toward the mouth. Its entire skin is a water collection and delivery system. A lizard in one of the driest environments on Earth evolved skin that works like a fully functional irrigation system. The thorny dragon didn't adapt to the desert by tolerating thirst. It built a solution into its own body. Adding salt to pasta water does essentially nothing to the boiling point. The temperature change is less than 1 degree Celsius. Chefs add salt purely for flavor. It seasons the pasta from the inside as it cooks. The widespread belief that salt makes water boil faster has no basis in physics and has been repeated confidently in kitchens for generations. One of the most common pieces of cooking wisdom is a myth. The salt is still worth adding, just not for the reason most people think. The Azores, Portuguese islands sitting in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, are positioned on the exact junction of three tectonic plates: the North American, Eurasian, and African. Three plates meeting at one archipelago. It makes the islands one of the most geologically active locations on Earth, with earthquakes, volcanic hot springs, and geothermal activity built into the landscape. The Azores exist because three pieces of the Earth's crust decided to converge at the same address. The kiwi bird of New Zealand has its nostrils at the very tip of its beak, the only bird in the world built this way. Instead of using sight or hearing to find food, it sniffs along the soil surface like a mammal, detecting earthworms and insects below the ground by smell alone. A bird that hunts by nose rather than eye. It flies poorly, sees poorly, and doesn't need to do either. The kiwi found a completely different way to be a bird. If the Strait of Gibraltar were sealed off, the Mediterranean Sea would completely evaporate in roughly 1,000 years. The rate of evaporation in the Mediterranean so dramatically exceeds what all rivers flowing into it can supply that only continuous Atlantic Ocean inflow keeps it filled. The entire Mediterranean Sea, 2.5 million square kilometers, is only a sea because a narrow strait 14 kilometers wide stays open. One geological event at Gibraltar, and the Mediterranean becomes history in 1,000 years. At Tokyo's Toyosu Market in January 2019, a single bluefin tuna sold for $3.1 million at the ceremonial New Year's auction. Primarily symbolic, the bids reflect cultural prestige and the honor of the first catch rather than market rate. But the number is real. A single fish. $3.1 million. The tuna market in Japan is a place where fish become cultural monuments, and the first auction of the year is when that sentiment gets priced in publicly. Australia's Murray-Darling River system is so heavily over-irrigated for agriculture that it frequently runs dry before completing its journey to the sea, failing to reach the ocean entirely. The continent's largest river network drained to exhaustion before it gets to where it's going. A river that cannot reach the sea because agriculture took everything it had on the way. It's one of the most consequential water management failures in the world, and it happens quietly, in a country most people associate with coastline and ocean. Cheese is the most stolen food product on Earth. An estimated 4% of all cheese produced globally is stolen each year, making it statistically more likely to be shoplifted than any other food category. Cheese has its own black market. There are professional cheese thieves, organized cheese theft operations. Law enforcement agencies have recovered truckloads of stolen cheese. The world's most sophisticated food theft problem involves dairy, and nobody expected that to be true. The greater sage grouse inflates two enormous yellow air sacs on its chest during mating displays and rapidly collapses them to produce a booming sound that carries up to 3 kilometers across the sagebrush landscape. 3 kilometers. From a bird, the sound of a sage grouse doing its courtship display can be heard before it's visible from the distance of a medium-length walk. It is operating at a volume that demands attention across an enormous area, and it does it to impress a mate. Dung beetles navigate at night using the Milky Way as a compass. They are the only insects confirmed to use the galaxy for orientation, positioning their body relative to the band of stars above to roll in a straight line. A beetle that rolls animal waste in a straight line across a dark field, guided by the galaxy overhead, using stars as navigation. The dung beetle is doing celestial navigation while doing one of the least glamorous jobs in nature. Flooded rice paddies produce more methane through bacterial decomposition than the entire global aviation industry. Rice farming, one of the most ancient and widespread food production methods in the world, is a surprisingly significant contributor to greenhouse gas emissions in a way that rarely enters the climate conversation. Every bowl of rice has a carbon footprint that most people never think about, produced not in a factory, but in the water sitting in a paddy field. Hair doesn't turn gray purely from stress. It turns gray when stem cells that produce pigment gradually stop receiving signals from a specific protein. Stress can accelerate the loss of those cells, but it cannot on its own trigger the process. So the idea that a single shocking event can turn your hair gray overnight is largely myth, but prolonged. Chronic stress can genuinely push the process forward faster than it would otherwise go. The Burmese python can shrink its own organs between meals. Its heart, liver, kidneys, and intestines can reduce by up to 40% in mass during extended fasting, and then regrow completely after eating. The organs compress, conserve energy, and rebuild on demand. A python that hasn't eaten in months is operating on a dramatically reduced internal system, and then, after one meal, it rebuilds itself from the inside. The Burmese python is one of the most physiologically extreme animals on Earth, and it does all of this quietly, while digesting something enormous. Feta cheese has European Union protected designation of origin status, so strict that cheese made with identical techniques and identical ingredients, anywhere outside specific Greek regions, cannot legally be called feta anywhere in the EU. Not in Denmark, not in Germany, not in America. The name belongs to Greece the way champagne belongs to France. Feta is not just a type of cheese. In European law, it is a place. And Greece fought hard enough for long enough to make that permanent. Drop a comment below telling me which one absolutely hit you the hardest, or just say whatever's on your mind. And hey, give this video a like even if you don't want to. You've earned nothing, but you've learned everything.
Thailand's name has changed more times than most countries care to. The country was called Siam for centuries, renamed Thailand in 1939, reverted to Siam in 1945, then renamed Thailand again in 1949, where it has stayed since. The switches reflected political ideology more than geography. Thailand translates roughly to land of the free, while Siam was the older regional name used by neighboring countries and European colonial powers. Pinocchio is Italian for pine head. Carlo Collodi published the original story in 1883, and the name was a deliberate choice. Pinocchio is literally carved from a block of pine. In Tuscany, where Collodi was from, Pinocchio was also slang for a simpleton. So the name works on two levels, descriptive and mildly insulting, which suits a puppet who repeatedly makes terrible decisions. Judah's wolves are radio-collared wolves trapped specifically so hunters can follow their GPS signal back to the pack and kill every member. The collared wolf unknowingly leads people directly to its own family. Conservation groups have documented the practice across several U.S. states, and it remains one of the more quietly devastating tools used in large-scale wolf population control. Human muscle anatomy varies more between individuals than most people realize. Some people have an extra head on certain muscles, while others are born entirely missing muscles, such as the palmaris longus in the forearm, with no functional consequence. Standard anatomy charts represent an average, not a universal blueprint. The lowest temperature ever recorded in Singapore was 66.9 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 19.4 degrees Celsius. Singapore sits just 1 degree north of the equator, making it one of the most consistently warm places on Earth. That record low would comfortably qualify as a warm summer day across most of Europe or North America. The country essentially has two seasons, hot and slightly less hot with more rain. Scientists successfully cured red-green color blindness in adult squirrel monkeys by injecting a functioning red cone gene directly into their eyes. The monkeys, which had been colorblind from birth, began distinguishing red wavelengths within weeks of treatment. The results, published in 2009, were significant because it demonstrated the adult visual system can adapt to entirely new color information, which had been a major open question in whether the same therapy could work in humans. If consciousness could be transferred between bodies, The recipient would likely be unable to walk or speak normally at first. Each brain develops motor coordination mapped to its specific body's proportions and muscle responses. A new body would require relearning basic movement from scratch, regardless of what the mind remembered. In 2011, astronomers confirmed the existence of a planet orbiting two stars simultaneously, a binary star system where both stars revolve around each other. Scientists nicknamed it Tatooine, after Luke Skywalker's fictional home planet. It was the first confirmed circumbinary planet ever discovered and proved that the kind of dramatic double sunset George Lucas imagined in 1977 was, in fact, astronomically possible. Before Apollo 11 launched in 1969, Neil Armstrong packed a small swatch of fabric and a sliver of wood from the Wright Flyer, the original 1903 aircraft. Both traveled to the moon and back. Orville Wright had died in 1948, just 21 years before the material from his plane made the 238,000-mile journey. The Sedlec ossuary in Kutna Hora, Czech Republic, is decorated entirely with the bones of approximately 40,000 people. Chandeliers, coats of arms, and wall garlands are all constructed from human remains. It is a fully functioning Catholic chapel and receives roughly 200,000 visitors annually. Breast cancer receives more research funding than any other cancer type in the United States, including several cancers that cause significantly more deaths annually. Lung cancer, for instance, kills far more people each year, but attracts a fraction of the funding. Researchers attribute the gap partly to decades of highly effective advocacy campaigns and partly to the demographics of donor bases. The disparity has been a persistent point of debate within the oncology community. Archaeologists in the field sometimes lick unidentified fragments to determine whether they're bone or rock. Bone is porous and slightly sticks to a wet tongue due to capillary action. Rock does not. It's a low-tech, immediately reliable test that has been standard field practice for decades, regardless of how it sounds. A duck's quack genuinely doesn't echo, and scientists have no solid explanation for why. Researchers at the University of Salford studied it in 2003 and found the claim was actually slightly exaggerated, but the echo is so faint it remains effectively inaudible. It's one of those facts that sounds like a riddle someone made up, except no one has cleanly debunked it either. The second most spoken word in the English language is you. The most common is the, which linguistic studies have consistently placed at the top across spoken and written English alike you. Ranking second reflects how fundamentally conversational and relational the language is. Even in written form, English gravitates toward direct address. The full top 10 is dominated almost entirely by short function words, which collectively make up a disproportionate share of everything ever said in English. Some original PlayStation 1 game discs stored their background music as standard CD audio tracks rather than compressed game files. This meant you could physically put the disc into any CD player and listen to the soundtrack directly. Some developers hid bonus tracks or secret messages in the audio that were never accessible during gameplay, discovered only by fans who thought to play the game disc in a stereo. A lion in the wild typically makes no more than 20 kills per year. That sounds low for an apex predator, but lions are actually not particularly efficient hunters. Their success rate on solo hunts can be as low as 17 to 19%. They conserve energy by sleeping up to 20 hours a day and rely heavily on opportunistic feeding, scavenging from other predators, and group hunting strategies. Most of their actual calories are consumed in relatively short, intense bursts of eating. In 2004, 30 men in Melbourne agreed to grow mustaches for 30 days to raise awareness for prostate cancer. It raised some money and a lot of eyebrows. That informal event eventually became the Movember Foundation, a globally recognized men's health charity that has since raised over $550 million worldwide. One of the more successful public health campaigns in recent memory started with a group of Australians and some facial hair. Los Angeles County has a larger population than 40 of the 50 U.S. states. With over 10 million residents, it contains more people than Michigan, New Jersey, or Virginia. It is a single county, governed by 5 elected supervisors, yet it operates at a scale that would make it the 8th largest state if it were its own. The county includes 88 incorporated cities and an enormous unincorporated area governed directly by the county itself. Isaac Newton was only 23 years old when he began developing his theory of gravity, during a period in 1665 and 1666, when Cambridge University was shut down due to an outbreak of plague. Forced to work from home at Woolsthorpe Manor, he had what he later called his most productive 2 years. The falling apple story may be embellished, but the timeline is real. One of science's greatest breakthroughs came out of a forced quarantine. Twister, the 1996 tornado disaster film, was one of the first movies ever released on DVD. The format launched in the United States in March 1997, and Twister was among the inaugural titles. It was a fitting choice. A film about things spinning rapidly introduced a disc format defined by the same principle. Studies have found that playing Tetris shortly after experiencing a traumatic event can meaningfully reduce the formation of intrusive flashback-style memories associated with PTSD. Researchers at Oxford published findings in 2009 suggesting the game's intense visual demands compete with the brain's memory consolidation process, essentially interrupting how traumatic images get stored. It remains one of the stranger intersections of clinical psychology and 1980s video games. Canadians consume roughly 55% more Kraft macaroni and cheese per capita than Americans, despite the product being an American invention launched in 1937. Canada became such a dominant market that Kraft developed separate Canadian-specific formulations and marketing. The reasons are partly historical. The product was heavily promoted in Canada during wartime rationing, and partly cultural, as it became embedded in Canadian food identity in a way it never quite matched in the US. Armadillos almost always give birth to identical quadruplets from a single fertilized egg that splits 4 ways. It's a biological quirk unique among mammals at that consistent rate. Researchers have used armadillo litters extensively in genetics and leprosy research precisely because of this reliable uniformity. The penguin is genuinely unique among birds. It cannot fly, but it is one of the most capable swimmers in the animal kingdom. Emperor penguins can dive to depths of over 1,800 feet and hold their breath for more than 20 minutes. Their wings evolved into rigid, flipper-like structures perfectly shaped for propulsion through water. They essentially fly underwater, reaching speeds of up to 15 miles per hour, which is far more impressive than it sounds for a bird their size. Baby robins consume roughly 14 feet of earthworms every single day during their growth period. That figure represents the combined feeding effort of both parents, who make hundreds of trips to the nest daily. Earthworms make up the majority of a young robin's diet because they're soft, protein-rich, and easy to digest. The nestlings grow at a remarkable rate, going from hatching to fully feathered and flight-ready in as little as 2 weeks, which requires an enormous caloric input. Studies showed dogs maintained at a slightly lean body weight live measurably longer than those even moderately overweight, in some breeds, by up to 2 years. The findings mirror caloric restriction research in other mammals. Veterinarians increasingly use the data to push back against the cultural tendency to interpret a well-fed dog as a well-loved one. There are significantly more plastic flamingos in the world than live ones. The wild flamingo population numbers around 4 million globally. The plastic lawn variety, invented by Don Featherstone in 1957, has been manufactured in quantities that surpassed the real population decades ago. Crocodiles can gallop in short bursts, moving all 4 legs in the bounding gait pattern associated with horses and cheetahs. Most people assume they only lumber slowly. At full gallop, a crocodile can briefly reach 11 miles per hour, fast enough to matter if you're nearby. Before commercial toilet paper arrived in the 1850s, corn cobs were a common substitute across rural America. They were abundant, biodegradable, and, by available accounts, reasonably functional. Outhouses on farms often kept a bucket of them nearby as standard equipment, with no apparent irony attached. Cats have more than 100 distinct vocalizations, while dogs manage around 10. The interesting part is that most of those cat sounds, including the meow itself, are almost exclusively used to communicate with humans, not other cats. Adult cats rarely meow at each other. They essentially developed an expanded vocal vocabulary tailored specifically to interact with people, which suggests that over thousands of years of domestication, cats studied us at least as carefully as we studied them. The Swiss military conceals fully operational artillery bunkers inside ordinary-looking residential buildings and farmhouses throughout populated areas. From the outside, they are indistinguishable from normal structures. Inside, they house weapons, ammunition, and military equipment maintained in operational readiness. Switzerland has maintained this decentralized defensive infrastructure since World War II as part of a national strategy built around the assumption that invasion must be made as costly as possible. A city in Umeå, Sweden installs special light therapy panels inside bus shelters during winter to combat seasonal depression. At that latitude, daylight can shrink to just 5 hours, leaving residents in near-total darkness for months. The UV-emitting panels simulate natural sunlight during commute hours. It's a practical, city-funded mental health intervention built directly into public infrastructure, unusually forward-thinking for a bus stop. Some airports deploy miniature horses as therapy animals to calm anxious travelers. Unlike dogs, miniature horses are hypoallergenic, have exceptional memories, can live up to 35 years, making them surprisingly practical comfort animals beyond just being unexpectedly charming in a terminal. King Harald V of Norway declared in his youth that he would either marry Sonja Haraldsen, the daughter of a cloth merchant, or remain a bachelor for life. The Norwegian government resisted the match for 9 years because she was a commoner. Harald held firm. They married in 1968, and Sonja became Queen of Norway when Harald ascended to the throne in 1991. He kept his word completely. In Raiders of the Lost Ark, if you look closely at the wall carvings in the chamber where the Ark of the Covenant is stored, you can spot what are clearly R2-D2 and C3PO carved into the hieroglyphics. It's a visual Easter egg placed there by the production team. Both films were George Lucas productions, and the in-joke was apparently Steven Spielberg's way of letting the two franchises quietly share a universe, however briefly and impossibly. Ganure is the actual technical term for the accumulation of lint, fluff, and debris that collects inside jacket or trouser pockets. It is a real word, documented in dictionaries, that almost no one has ever needed to use. Now you have it, completely ready for deployment. Snoop Dogg's legal name is Calvin Cortazar Broadus Jr. He acquired the nickname Snoopy in childhood from his mother, who thought his droopy-eared appearance resembled the Peanuts character. The name evolved into Snoop Doggy Dogg when he began rapping, then shortened professionally to Snoop Dogg. He has since also performed under the name DJ Snoopadelic and briefly Snoop Lion, but Calvin Broadus remains on his actual documents. If 108 atoms were laid end-to-end, they'd span a human fingernail. That same count of wooden pencils placed end-to-end would circle Earth's equator more than 47 times. The comparison captures, more viscerally than any textbook, just how incomprehensibly small an atom actually is. The most common form of lethal violence among primates is infanticide, the killing of young, typically by unrelated males competing for breeding access. Studies across chimpanzees, gorillas, and langurs confirm it as statistically dominant. Researchers examining the evolutionary roots of human violence have pointed to infanticide rates as a significant baseline for comparison. In 1888, Friedrich Engels, Karl Marx's longtime collaborator, predicted with striking accuracy that Europe's next major conflict would be a world war involving millions of soldiers, massive casualties, and continental devastation. He wrote this 26 years before World War I actually began. He also predicted the war would destabilize existing governments, which it did, collapsing 4 empires by 1918. YouTube and Netflix together account for roughly half of all peak internet traffic in North America during evening hours. Both platforms stream video continuously to tens of millions of simultaneous users, placing extraordinary demand on internet infrastructure. Internet service providers have had to renegotiate bandwidth agreements specifically because of these two services. Two companies that didn't exist before 2004 now define how the continent's digital infrastructure is engineered. Ants breathe through small openings along their bodies called spiracles rather than lungs. Oxygen diffuses directly into their tissues through this system. It works efficiently at ant scale but imposes a hard size limit. The reason insects cannot grow large is partly that this breathing method simply cannot support a bigger body. During an Apollo 10 mission in 1969, a piece of feces escaped its bag and floated through the cabin. None of the 3 astronauts claimed ownership. The exchange, captured in the mission transcript, involves all 3 crew members earnestly denying responsibility while attempting to deal with the situation. It remains the most undignified moment in NASA's otherwise distinguished records. A housefly's feet contain taste receptors approximately 10 million times more sensitive than the human tongue. Every surface a fly lands on, it is simultaneously tasting. This is why flies investigate food so persistently. Landing is, for them, essentially the same act as eating. The U.S. federal government maintained a conscience fund where citizens could anonymously mail in money if they felt they had defrauded the government in some way. The fund dates back to 1811. Its largest single payment came in 1909, $18,669, equivalent to roughly $490,000 today, with no explanation attached. The Treasury still technically accepts such payments, filed under miscellaneous receipts. A pound of houseflies contains more usable protein than a pound of beef. Flies are approximately 55% protein by dry weight, and researchers studying sustainable food sources have pointed to insects broadly as a more efficient protein delivery system than livestock, requiring far less land, water, and feed to produce equivalent nutrition. This is less a culinary suggestion than a logistics observation, though insect-based protein products are already commercially available in several countries and increasingly studied as a viable future food source. Dogs and cats in the United States collectively consume over $11 billion worth of pet food every year. That's a larger food economy than the entire GDP of some small nations. The pet food industry has also grown increasingly sophisticated, with grain-free options, breed-specific formulas, fresh refrigerated meals, and even subscription delivery services now standard. Americans spend more on pet food than on baby food, which says something interesting about the country's priorities. Bagels were traditionally given as gifts to women during and after childbirth in Eastern European Jewish communities. The round shape was thought to symbolize the circle of life, and the dense, chewy bread was considered practical and nourishing for recovery. The tradition predates the bagel's commercial popularity by centuries and is documented in Polish records from the 1600s. The connection to birth rituals is part of why bagels held such specific cultural significance within those communities. The Matrix, released in 1999, became the first film in history where DVD sales were more than 1 million. Shark skin is covered in tiny, tooth-like structures called dermal denticles, and they function almost exactly like teeth do, down to having a similar enamel-like coating. This texture reduces drag and turbulence as the shark moves through water, making it hydrodynamically efficient in ways that engineers have since tried to replicate in swimsuit fabric and aircraft surfaces. Running your hand along shark skin against the grain would cut you, which is one reason handling them requires care. The U.S. Navy operates a research vessel called FLIP, Floating Instrument Platform, that is specifically designed to tip vertically in the water. When flipped, it stands 300 feet tall with only 55 feet above the surface, providing an exceptionally stable platform for ocean research. Because the ship regularly operates in both orientations, most rooms on board have 2 complete sets of doors, furniture, and fixtures, one set for horizontal use and one for vertical. Orville Wright, who made the first successful powered airplane flight in December 1903, was also involved in the first recorded aircraft accident just 5 years later, in 1908. During a demonstration flight at Fort Myer, Virginia, a propeller blade cracked midair, causing the plane to crash. Orville survived with broken ribs and a broken leg. His passenger, Lieutenant Thomas Selfridge of the U.S. Army, became the first airplane fatality in history. Norway has gifted London a Christmas tree every year since 1947 as a gesture of gratitude for British support during World War II. The tree is cut from the forests outside Oslo, transported to Trafalgar Square, and officially lit each December. The tradition has continued uninterrupted for over 75 years. Living bones are not the rigid, dry structures most people imagine. They contain up to 1/3 water, are laced with blood vessels, and flex measurably under pressure. The dry, brittle quality associated with bones only develops after death, once the organic components break down. The human foot contains over 250,000 sweat glands, and collectively, both feet produce about half a pint, roughly 250 milliliters, of perspiration every day. The foot is one of the most sweat-dense areas of the human body, which is why foot odor is such a persistent issue. The sweat itself is odorless, but the warm, enclosed environment of a shoe creates ideal conditions for the bacteria that produce the smell. Feet essentially generate their own microclimate inside footwear. A cat uses its whiskers as a remarkably precise measuring tool. The whiskers, called vibrissae, are roughly as wide as the cat's body, and they detect subtle changes in air pressure and spatial resistance. Before squeezing into a tight gap, a cat essentially runs a quick physical calculation using them. They also extend over the eyes to help detect nearby objects and are sensitive enough to pick up the faintest vibrations in the surrounding environment. The human brain actively filters out the nose from conscious vision despite it being constantly visible in the lower field of sight. It's called unconscious selective attention. If you deliberately look for it right now, you'll see it immediately. Then the brain will quietly erase it from awareness again within seconds. In space, astronauts can technically cry. The tear ducts still produce fluid in response to emotion, but the tears don't fall. Without gravity, the liquid simply accumulates in the eye and forms a small, trembling bubble of fluid clinging to the eyeball. Astronauts on the International Space Station have confirmed this firsthand. Eventually, the bubble gets large enough to break free and float away as a small sphere of salt water drifting through the cabin. The small ribbon of toothpaste placed on a toothbrush has an official name, a nurdle. The term was coined by toothpaste manufacturers and even became the subject of a trademark dispute between Colgate and GlaxoSmithKline in 2008. A legal battle fought entirely over the shape of toothpaste on a brush. Germany has an estimated 25,000 castles, more than any other country in the world, many dating back to the medieval period. To put that in a very specific perspective, the United States has approximately 13,000 McDonald's locations. Germany essentially has twice as many castles as America has fast food restaurants from its most recognizable chain, which feels like the kind of comparison that belongs in a geography textbook somewhere. Smiling as a default social greeting became culturally embedded in America partly because of mass immigration. In a country where dozens of languages were spoken in the same neighborhood, a smile functioned as a universal, language-free signal of friendliness. What feels instinctively natural to Americans often strikes other cultures as performative or excessive for exactly this historical reason. The pineal gland, a small endocrine structure deep in the human brain, commonly develops tiny calcium deposits called corpora arenacea, informally known as brain sand. They appear on X-rays and MRIs and are considered normal in adults. Their function, if any, remains unclear, which has made the pineal gland a persistent subject of speculation far beyond mainstream neuroscience. McDonald's launched McPizza in the late 1980s, hoping to capture the dinner market. It failed primarily because pizzas took up to 11 minutes to prepare, far outside the fast food model. Locations that adopted it were left with expensive commercial pizza ovens they no longer needed once the product was discontinued. McPizza is now a recurring reference in discussions about fast food concepts that seemed logical on paper and collapsed in practice. Research on intermittent feeding in mice found that those consuming all daily calories in a single window lived longer than those eating the same amount spread throughout the day. The pattern mirrors findings in human fasting research. Time-restricted eating may matter as much as total caloric intake, at least in mice, and possibly beyond. Barack Obama set a Guinness World Record for reaching 1 million Twitter followers faster than anyone in history, and held that record for exactly 2 weeks before someone else broke it. He had joined the platform during the 2008 campaign, but the record was set later as his account surged. It's a minor footnote in an otherwise historic presidency, but it's in the official record books. Lady Gaga reportedly spent $50,000 on an electromagnetic ghost detecting device, convinced that a spirit named Ryan was following her on tour. Whether Ryan ever manifested is undocumented. The detector did not come cheap, which suggests either genuine belief or the most expensive security blanket in entertainment history. Cher was born Sherilyn Sarkisian in El Centro, California, in 1946. She dropped her surname early in her career because, as she put it, no one could pronounce it correctly. It was a practical decision more than an artistic one, though Cher did turn out to be extraordinarily distinctive. She has since become one of the few performers in history recognizable worldwide by a single name that wasn't even her original one. The San Francisco cable cars are officially designated national monuments, and they're the only ones in the United States that move. Established as a monument in 1964, the cable car system has been operating since 1873, making it the world's last manually operated cable car system still in daily use. The cars don't have their own motors. They grip onto a continuously moving underground cable and release when they need to slow down, a mechanism that has remained essentially unchanged for 150 years. Anne Boleyn, the second wife of Henry V I and mother of Queen Elizabeth I, was born with a condition called polydactyly. She had 6 fingers on one hand. Historians debate whether it was a fully formed 6th finger or a smaller extra digit near the little finger, but multiple contemporary accounts confirm it. In an era obsessed with signs and omens, her enemies used it as supposed evidence of witchcraft during her 1536 trial. The human appendix has independently evolved at least 29 separate times across mammalian species, and been lost multiple times too, yet evolution keeps producing it. That repeated reappearance suggests it serves a function worth preserving. Current research points to a role in housing beneficial gut bacteria and supporting immune function, particularly after gastrointestinal illness. The organ once dismissed as useless has turned out to be considerably more persistent than anyone expected. The shortest monarch in British history was King Charles I, who stood at just 4 feet 9 inches tall. He ruled England from 1625 until his execution in 1649, making him both the shortest and one of the most consequential monarchs the country has seen. Despite his stature, he carried himself with deliberate formality, famously wearing platform shoes and thick heels to project greater height in portraits and public appearances. A Japanese professor discovered that exposing mushrooms to artificial lightning strikes doubled both their size and yield. He began investigating after noticing how consistently the myth appeared across different cultures worldwide. The working theory is that electrical current activates a specific enzyme that accelerates growth. It has since been tested on shiitake and other commercial varieties with replicable results, and some Japanese farms have begun using the technique. Charlie Chaplin came to America in 1910 believing he was collecting an inheritance. It turned out to be a clerical misunderstanding. The trip was actually arranged for a meeting with film producers. He stayed, began performing, and within a few years became the most famous comic actor in the world. One administrative error effectively redirected the entire course of film history. Relative to their body size, cats have the largest eyes of any mammal. A human scaled to cat proportions would have eyes roughly the size of grapefruits. Cat eyes are also structured for low-light hunting. The pupils can open to near full circles in darkness, and a reflective layer behind the retina called the tapetum lucidum bounces light back through the eye a second time, which is why cats' eyes appear to glow and why they can see in light levels 6 times lower than humans can. In his later years, Mark Twain formed a small private club of young girls he called the Angelfish Club. Lonely after the deaths of his wife and daughters, he invited girls aged 10 to 16 to his home regularly for card games and conversation. He corresponded with them by letter and treated the friendships with evident sincerity. The club had official membership cards and rules, and Twain considered it one of his genuine sources of comfort in old age. In Victorian England, people deliberately consumed small doses of arsenic to achieve fashionably pale skin. The practice was widespread enough to have its own name, arsenic eating, and users developed genuine tolerance over time. Beauty standards have rarely been quite this aggressively toxic. Theodore Roosevelt's 1909 African safari resulted in the collection of over 11,400 animal specimens. Mammals, birds, reptiles, and insects shipped back to the Smithsonian Institution. The catalog took more than 8 years to complete. Roosevelt framed it as a scientific expedition, and the Smithsonian did use many specimens for research. It remains one of the largest single expedition natural history collections ever assembled by one person. Stop signs were originally yellow, not red, because red dyes that remained visible at night didn't yet exist. The yellow standard was used from 1915 onward. Once retroreflective red materials became available in the 1950s, the manual on uniform traffic control devices officially switched the color to red. Fort Jefferson, located in the Dry Tortugas off the Florida Keys, was constructed from over 16 million bricks and is the largest brick masonry structure in the Western Hemisphere. Built by the U.S. military beginning in 1846, it was never fully completed despite decades of construction. Its walls stand 50 feet high and stretch nearly half a mile around. It is now a national park accessible only by ferry or seaplane. Leonardo da Vinci is widely credited with inventing the scissors, sometime around the 1490s. Now, basic cutting tools existed before him, but da Vinci is believed to have designed the pivoted, crossed blade version we actually use today. This is the same man who sketched flying machines and solar power concepts centuries ahead of their time. So adding scissors to that list feels almost modest. Maine is the closest point in the contiguous United States to Africa. Sail due east from Quoddy Head, Maine, and you'd reach Morocco before anywhere in Europe. Most people assume Florida or the Carolinas, but the geography of the Atlantic tilts further east than intuition suggests. Miss Piggy was almost named Piggy Lee, a reference to jazz singer Peggy Lee. The name was changed before the Muppets debuted widely. Given how thoroughly Miss Piggy's personality overshadowed everything around her, the final name feels considerably more fitting than the original. Research has found a measurable link between economic insecurity and heightened physical pain sensitivity. When people feel a lack of control over their financial situation, it activates anxiety responses that lower pain thresholds and increase reliance on painkillers. The studies suggest that financial stress doesn't only affect mental health, it physically changes how the body processes discomfort, which has implications for how painkiller dependency develops across economically vulnerable populations. Cockroach allergens, particles from shed skin, droppings, and decomposed bodies, are a documented contributor to asthma in urban children. Studies in U.S. cities found that inner-city homes with high cockroach allergen levels corresponded with significantly higher pediatric asthma rates and more frequent hospitalizations. The problem is difficult to address because it requires both pest control and structural housing improvements, two things that are expensive and often beyond residents' control. Manly Beach in Sydney was named by Arthur Phillip, the British naval officer who founded the colony of New South Wales in 1788. Encountering the local Guyamagal people, he noted in his journal that their bearing struck him as particularly manly, a word he used in the 18th century sense of confident and dignified. The name stuck through the colonial period and has remained ever since, despite the somewhat one-sided framing of the original observation. A Japanese scientist named Toshiyuki Nakagaki placed oat flakes on a map of the Tokyo area, each flake representing a population center, and introduced a single-celled slime mold. Given light to simulate inhospitable terrain, the organism grew a network connecting all the food sources. The resulting pattern closely mirrored Tokyo's actual rail system, suggesting the mold had independently optimized for the same efficiency principles human engineers had used. J.K. Rowling has quietly and actively edited the Harry Potter books over the years to correct internal continuity errors. Some involve character ages, others involve timelines that don't quite add up across the 7 novels. The books were written over a decade, so inconsistencies accumulated. Most readers never notice because the corrections are made between printings without announcement. From the Willis Tower skydeck in Chicago on a clear day, you can see Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, and Michigan simultaneously. 4 states visible from one glass ledge, 1,353 feet up. Chicago's position at the southern tip of Lake Michigan makes the unusual 4-state sightline geometrically possible. The distinctive shuffling sound of E.T. walking in Steven Spielberg's 1982 film was created by sound designer Joan Darling, squishing her hands through a container of jelly. That's the entire effect. No electronics, no complex layering. The film's sound design relied heavily on these kinds of organic, tactile solutions, which is part of why E.T. still sounds convincingly alive decades later, despite being a puppet operated by humans. Japanese police are authorized to use a large plastic restraint sheet to wrap and immobilize individuals who are dangerously drunk or physically combative in public. The sheet is applied by multiple officers and secures the person without requiring handcuffs or physical holds that could cause injury. It's designed to be both effective and minimally harmful, a distinctly pragmatic solution that reflects Japan's broader policing philosophy of containment over confrontation. In Uganda, Western films shown in video halls are accompanied by live comedic translators called VJs, video jokers, who improvise humorous running commentary over the entire movie in real time. The films are dubbed on the fly with jokes, local references, and exaggerated character voices. The format has become its own distinct entertainment genre in Uganda, where the VJ's performance is often considered as entertaining as the film itself. The Atlantic Ocean is the saltiest of the world's major oceans, averaging about 37 parts of salt per thousand. Its enclosed shape and higher evaporation rates relative to freshwater input concentrate its salinity. The Pacific is larger but measurably less salty, a distinction that rarely comes up but is definitively settled. Washington state has an official law on the books, making it illegal to kill, capture, or harm Bigfoot, Sasquatch, or any similar undiscovered hominid creature. Skamania County passed the ordinance in 1969. With violators originally facing felony charges, it was later amended to a misdemeanor. The law was partly a publicity stunt, but it remains technically enforceable, meaning Washington is the only jurisdiction in the world with statutory protections for a creature whose existence is unconfirmed. Toni Collette faked appendicitis so convincingly that surgeons actually removed her appendix. Whether the performance was intentional deception or psychosomatic commitment remains unclear, but method acting rarely gets more physically consequential than losing an organ. Pound cake gets its name from its original recipe, which called for exactly 1 pound each of flour, butter, eggs, and sugar. No measurements, no ratios, just 4 equal pounds. The simplicity made it easy to remember in an era when most home cooks couldn't read. Isaac Asimov is the only author in history to have published a book in every single Dewey Decimal category. That's all 10 divisions, from pure science to philosophy to the arts. Asimov wrote over 500 books across his lifetime, covering everything from biochemistry textbooks to Bible guides to science fiction. No other author has managed to fill every shelf of that system before or since. In 1933, 3 Japanese schoolgirls jumped into the volcanic crater of Mount Mihara on Oshima Island in an apparent suicide pact. The act received intense media coverage in Japan, and within the following year, over 800 people made the same jump. The crater was eventually fenced off and access restricted. It remains one of history's most documented and disturbing examples of suicide contagion driven by press coverage. The cheetah is the only species of cat that cannot fully retract its claws. Every other cat, from house cats to lions, sheathes its claws when not in use, keeping them sharp and protected. The cheetah's semi-retractable claws work more like cleats, providing grip and traction during high-speed chases. This adaptation makes the cheetah an extraordinary sprinter, capable of reaching 70 miles per hour, but it also means its claws dull faster than those of other big cats. The original patent for the fire hydrant was destroyed in a fire at the U.S. Patent Office in 1836. The inventor is believed to have been Frederick Graff Sr., but without the surviving document, it cannot be officially confirmed. It remains one of history's more perfectly ironic archival losses. Spain is the world's leading producer of cork, accounting for roughly a third of global output, though Portugal often leads depending on the year and measurement. Cork comes from the bark of the cork oak tree, which can be harvested every 9 to 12 years without harming the tree. A single cork oak can live for over 200 years and be harvested more than a dozen times. The bark simply regenerates, making cork one of the more sustainably harvested natural materials in commercial use. The word honeymoon traces back to the Norse tradition of newlyweds drinking mead, fermented honey wine, every day for 1 full lunar cycle after marriage. The honey supplied the sweetness, the moon supplied the timeline. The tradition predates the English word by several centuries. Princess Aiko of Japan, the only child of Emperor Naruhito, was pulled from her elementary school in 2010 after suffering prolonged bullying by classmates. She was subsequently homeschooled for a period, which drew significant public attention in a country where school attendance carries enormous cultural weight. The incident prompted wider national conversation about bullying in Japanese schools, where the problem had been officially acknowledged but inadequately addressed at the institutional level. In 1982, Peter Wade deliberately derailed a freight train in the United States simply to see what would happen. The engineer, aware of the impending crash, used his body to shield a teenage passenger and was killed on impact. Wade was convicted and imprisoned. After his release, he went on to make millions in stock trading and eventually built a career as a Hollywood film producer, one of the more jarring second-act stories in American criminal history. Jon Stewart earns an estimated $25 to $30 million per year, making him one of the highest-paid figures in late-night television. He hosted The Daily Show on Comedy Central for 16 years before stepping down in 2015 and returned in 2024. His salary reflects both his negotiating position and the cultural influence the show carried. At its peak, surveys found Americans ranked him among the most trusted news figures in the country. Jennifer Lawrence learned to skin a squirrel for her role in Winter's Bone, and did it herself on camera. The 2010 film required authentic Ozark survival skills, and Lawrence committed fully. The performance earned her first Academy Award nomination at age 20. The average American or Canadian consumes around 11.9 pounds of cereal per year. That figure covers everything from sugary children's cereals to oatmeal and granola, but it still represents a remarkable cultural and dietary staple. The modern breakfast cereal industry was essentially invented in the late 1800s by John Harvey Kellogg, who created corn flakes as a bland, health-focused food for sanitarium patients. A pretty distant origin story for what became a $10 billion industry. In French grammar, the space before certain punctuation marks, like exclamation points and colons, is classified as feminine, while other spaces are considered masculine. French grammatical gender extends even to invisible typography. It is either charming or exhausting depending entirely on how you feel about learning French. Cannibalism is technically legal in the Netherlands provided the flesh is obtained with full consent and through lawful means. No specific law prohibits it. A Dutch presenter ate a piece of a willing participant on live television in 2011, and authorities confirmed no law had been broken. In the United Kingdom, dogs, bees, and cows are statistically among the most dangerous animals to humans. Cows kill an average of 3 to 4 people annually, mostly farmers, making them deadlier than any wild predator in Britain. Dog attacks cause thousands of injuries yearly. Bee and wasp stings kill several people through anaphylaxis. The UK has no large predators left, so its most dangerous fauna is almost entirely domestic or agricultural. Gummy worms technically contain more bones than real earthworms do, since gelatin is derived from boiled animal bones and connective tissue. Earthworms have no skeleton whatsoever. The candy version is, structurally speaking, the more ossified of the two, which is a sentence that should probably appear on the packaging. In 1971, John List murdered his entire family in New Jersey and arranged their bodies neatly before fleeing. He evaded capture for 18 years. In 1989, America's Most Wanted aired a segment featuring an age-progressed forensic sculpture created by artist Frank Bender. It so closely resembled List's actual appearance that he was identified and arrested in Virginia less than 2 weeks after the broadcast. Bender's sculpture is now considered a landmark achievement in forensic artistry. Reindeer and caribou are the same species, Rangifer tarandus. Reindeer typically refers to domesticated or Eurasian populations, while caribou refers to wild North American herds. Santa's reindeer are biologically caribou, which also means, given that only females retain antlers in winter, his entire sleigh team is almost certainly female. Hannibal Barca, the Carthaginian general who famously marched war elephants across the Alps to attack Rome, lost the sight in one eye during that campaign. He contracted ophthalmia, a severe eye infection, while crossing the Arno River marshes in northern Italy in 217 BC. He reportedly had a guide lead his remaining elephant through the swamp so he could stay elevated above the water. He continued commanding his army with one eye for years afterward. Bob Dylan, the Nobel Prize-winning songwriter often called the voice of a generation, was born Robert Allen Zimmerman in Duluth, Minnesota in 1941. He adopted the name Dylan early in his career, reportedly inspired by the Welsh poet Dylan Thomas. It's a curious detail, one of the most distinctly American voices in music history, quietly borrowing his identity from a Welsh writer most of his fans have never read. A turtle's shell is not a separate structure. It's a direct extension of the spine and ribcage, fused into a single unit containing over 60 bones. It's also laced with nerve endings, meaning turtles can feel pressure and touch through their shells. Tapping a turtle's shell is, to the turtle, a tactile experience. Beer was illegal in Iceland from 1915 until March 1, 1989, a prohibition that outlasted the American version by nearly 6 decades. Wine and spirits were legalized earlier, but beer specifically remained banned. March 1st is now informally observed as Beer Day in Iceland, celebrated with considerable enthusiasm given the weight. Despite selling over 1 billion records and becoming one of the most recognized names in entertainment history, Elvis Presley never performed outside North America. He did complete a brief tour of Canada in 1957, but never set foot in Europe, Asia, or Australia as a performer. His manager, Colonel Tom Parker, an illegal immigrant from the Netherlands, reportedly feared that international travel might trigger immigration scrutiny. One man's legal anxiety cost millions of fans a concert. There are over 58 million pet dogs in the United States, making it one of the highest rates of dog ownership anywhere in the world. To put that in perspective, that's more dogs than the entire population of South Korea. American dogs are also well cared for by global standards. The U.S. pet care industry generates tens of billions of dollars annually, with a significant portion going toward veterinary care, grooming, training, and specialty food formulations. During the 2014 Ebola outbreak in West Africa, a number of travelers reportedly canceled flights to or avoided the Liberia airport in Costa Rica, confusing it with the country of Liberia in West Africa, over 6,000 miles away. The Costa Rican city of Liberia saw a measurable drop in tourism. It's a surprisingly consequential example of geographic confusion at a moment when accurate information genuinely mattered. The average American spends around 24,000 hours over the course of their working life just earning enough to pay their taxes. That's roughly equivalent to 11 full years of full-time employment, dedicated entirely to covering federal, state, and local tax obligations. The Tax Foundation calculates an annual Tax Freedom Day, the point in the calendar year when the average American has theoretically earned enough to pay their total tax bill and can start keeping the rest. En-Sabah Nur, better known as Apocalypse from Marvel's X-Men, possesses one of the most exhaustive power sets in comics: flight, super strength, size alteration, energy manipulation, telepathy, teleportation, and immortality. He was designed in 1986 to be essentially unkillable by any single method, which has made writing compelling storylines around him a persistent challenge for Marvel writers ever since. LASER is an acronym, light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. The term was coined in 1959 by physicist Gordon Good, who also spent decades in legal battles trying to claim the patent. He eventually won partial rights in the 1970s, long after the technology had already transformed medicine, manufacturing, and telecommunications without him. George Washington died in 1799. The word dinosaur wasn't coined until 1842, and the first scientifically recognized fossil discoveries came later still. Washington lived and died entirely unaware that dinosaurs had ever existed, a historical overlap that sounds impossible but is simply a matter of timing. In 1979, a man named Kane Kramer filed a patent for a small electronic device designed to store and play music digitally. His design included a screen, a menu interface, and a built-in system for purchasing and rights managing music. It closely resembles what Apple released as the iPod in 2001. Kramer couldn't afford to renew the patent, so it entered the public domain. And he received nothing from one of the most valuable product categories in consumer electronics history. During World War II, German intelligence trained soldiers to eat with their left hand so handlers could more easily identify American spies, who typically switched their fork to the right hand after cutting food, a distinctly American table habit. It's one of the more quietly observant counterintelligence techniques of the war. Banana Island is a gated peninsula in Lagos, Nigeria, and the wealthiest residential area in the country. Unlike most of Nigeria, it has underground electrical cables, reliable water infrastructure, and uninterrupted 24-hour power, amenities otherwise found only at the Nigerian president's official residence. The contrast with surrounding Lagos, which faces chronic power outages, makes it one of the starkest examples of urban inequality on the continent. Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis and the man who spent his career decoding the deepest fears of the human mind, had a morbid fear of ferns. The specific phobia is well documented among those close to him. There's something almost poetic about it. The person most associated with analyzing irrational anxieties quietly avoiding houseplants. He would likely have had a very clinical explanation for it. The Eiffel Tower has exactly 1,792 steps from the ground to the top, though most visitors today take the elevator. The tower was built between 1887 and 1889 as a temporary structure for the 1889 World's Fair in Paris, and was originally intended to be dismantled after 20 years. It was saved largely because of its usefulness as a radio transmission tower. Gustav Eiffel himself had a small private apartment installed near the top, which he used until his death in 1923. The fastest muscle in the human body is the orbicularis oculi, the muscle that closes the eyelid. A blink takes between 100 and 150 milliseconds, making it quicker than almost any other voluntary muscular movement. The brain also suppresses vision during each blink so you never perceive the interruption. Glacier ice is technically classified as a form of rock. As snow accumulates over centuries, layers compress and recrystallize into a uniform, interlocking grain structure similar to how limestone forms from sediment. The result is a metamorphic rock by geological definition, just one made of water molecules instead of minerals. Geologists treat it as such, and the study of glaciers falls within the broader discipline of rock mechanics and structural geology. Research suggests that around 40% of guests at a house party will quietly open and look through the medicine cabinet in the bathroom. It's one of the more reliably consistent findings in studies of social behavior and private curiosity. People in an unfamiliar home seem drawn to the one space they're technically allowed to be alone in. What they're looking for varies, but the behavior itself is so common it has its own informal name among psychologists: medicine cabinet snooping. In 1992, the cadaver tag attached to Lee Harvey Oswald's wrist at his autopsy sold at auction for $6,600. Oswald, who was shot by Jack Ruby just 2 days after the assassination of President Kennedy in November 1963, was autopsied at Baylor University Medical Center. The tag itself is a simple piece of cardboard with his name, date, and case number, but as a piece of forensic documentation from one of American history's most examined deaths, it carries an obvious and macabre market value. A young entrepreneur named Eric Simons secretly lived inside AOL's California headquarters for roughly 2 months in 2011 while building his startup. He slept in conference rooms, used the company gym, and ate free cafeteria food daily. Employees assumed he was a legitimate staffer. He was eventually found out, but by then had made enough progress on his company that he secured real investment shortly afterward. After discovering that deep-sea dragonfish have chlorophyll, a plant pigment, in their eyes, scientists became curious about how it might enhance low-light vision. Chlorophyll can convert light wavelengths in ways that animal eyes typically cannot. The U.S. Pentagon took enough interest to begin funding research into whether the same mechanism could be replicated in synthetic eye drops to produce inexpensive, drug-based night vision for soldiers in the field. Four-leaf clovers result from a genetic mutation, and plants carrying that mutation tend to produce multiple four-leafed stems. Finding one significantly increases the probability of finding more in the same patch. What looks like extraordinary luck is actually straightforward botany. You've simply located a mutant cluster. During the 1950s, the U.S. military tested nuclear weapons so close to Las Vegas that you could clearly see the mushroom clouds from downtown hotels. This became a temporary tourist attraction. Smaller animals experience time at a faster metabolic rate than larger ones. A fly, for instance, perceives the world in such fine time resolution that a human hand swatting at it appears to move in slow motion. Body size and time perception are directly linked through metabolic speed. Before life existed on Earth, incoming meteorites carried a chemically reduced form of phosphorus. Over time, That phosphorus oxidized into phosphates, the same compounds that form the backbone of DNA and RNA. Without that extraterrestrial delivery, the molecular foundation for all biological life as we know it may never have assembled. Life on Earth has meteorites partly to thank for its own existence. Oscar the Grouch was originally orange in the first season of Sesame Street in 1969. The character's creator, Jim Henson, changed him to green for season 2. The in-universe explanation provided was that Oscar had spent a summer at Swamp Mushy Muddy, and the experience permanently altered his color. Queen Elizabeth II, trained as a mechanic and military truck driver with the Women's Auxiliary Territorial Service in 1945, becoming the first female member of the royal family to serve in the armed forces. She was 18, held the rank of second subaltern, and completed the full training course. When you look at a star, you are seeing light that left it years, centuries, or millennia ago, not its current state. The sun's light is 8 minutes old when it reaches Earth. Some stars visible tonight no longer exist. They simply haven't finished telling us yet. Every clear night sky is a mosaic of different paths displayed simultaneously. Edwin Gene Aldrin Sr. lived long enough to witness both the Wright brothers' first powered flight in 1903 and his son Buzz Aldrin's walk on the moon in 1969. 66 years of aviation compressed into a single lifetime. He died in 1974, having personally spanned the entire arc from Kitty Hawk to the lunar surface. A single dairy cow produces enough milk over her lifetime to fill nearly 200,000 glasses. The average Holstein, the classic black and white breed, produces around 2,300 gallons of milk per year. Over a productive lifespan of roughly 4 to 5 years, that adds up to a staggering volume of fluid from a single animal. The global dairy industry processes over 900 million tons of milk annually, but the math still starts with one cow, one day at a time. Kit Kat's iconic wafer filling is made from crushed, rejected Kit Kat pieces. Broken bars that don't meet quality standards are ground up and blended into the filling for new ones. It's a closed-loop system that technically means every Kit Kat contains traces of previous Kit Kats going back indefinitely. Adolf Hitler's mother, Clara, seriously considered having an abortion while pregnant with him, but her doctor talked her out of it. That doctor was Eduard Bloch, a Jewish physician. A detail history has noted with considerable irony. Bloch continued treating the Hitler family for years afterward, and Adolf reportedly held him in high regard, later granting him special protections after the Nazi rise to power. John Harvey Kellogg invented cornflakes in 1894 as a deliberately bland, non-stimulating food intended to reduce sexual desire. Kellogg was a physician and devout Seventh-day Adventist who believed that plain food suppressed what he considered unhealthy urges. He served it to patients at his Michigan sanitarium. The recipe was eventually stolen by his brother Will, who added sugar and turned it into one of the world's most commercially successful breakfast cereals. The most distant star visible to the naked eye is Cassiopeia V762, roughly 16,000 light-years away. The light currently reaching your eye began its journey approximately 14,000 years BCE, when humans were still in the Stone Age. You are not seeing the star. You are seeing a 16,000-year-old message it sent before recorded history began. The FBI will pay $10,000 to anyone who provides information leading to the prosecution of individuals caught pointing lasers at aircraft. It's a federal crime under U.S. law. Laser strikes temporarily blind pilots during critical flight phases and have caused real emergencies. The FAA records thousands of incidents annually, which is why the reward exists. It's a remarkably specific bounty for what sounds like a teenage prank. Most people cannot lick their own elbows. And the more interesting part is that reading this sentence just made the majority of people attempt it. The elbow sits too far from the mouth for the tongue to reach on almost any standard human arm configuration. Almost. Oregon is the only U.S. state with an officially designated state nut, the hazelnut. Oregon produces over 99% of America's commercial hazelnut crop, making the designation less ceremonial than genuinely descriptive. The state legislature formalized it in 1989, giving the hazelnut a legal status most snack foods will never achieve. James Cameron pitched Titanic to studio executives at Fox, largely because he wanted personal access to the actual shipwreck 3 miles underwater. The film was his justification for funding the dive. He later admitted the movie was conceived primarily as a vehicle to get him to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. It went on to gross $2.2 billion worldwide and win 11 Academy Awards, arguably history's most successful underwater diving excuse. A special counsel spent over 18 months investigating Jimmy Carter's family peanut business for potential financial impropriety. The resulting report ran 239 pages and concluded there was absolutely no evidence of wrongdoing. The investigation cost significant government resources and produced nothing actionable, making it one of the more thorough and ultimately uneventful political investigations in modern American history. Tina Turner, one of the most electrifying performers in rock history, was born Anna Mae Bullock in Nutbush, Tennessee, in 1939. She took the name Tina Turner after beginning her career with Ike Turner in the late 1950s, a name that, unlike much of that chapter of her life, she kept long after leaving the partnership. She went on to build a solo career that completely overshadowed her earlier work. Rodents' teeth never stop growing throughout their entire lives. This is why animals like rats, mice, and beavers gnaw constantly, not out of habit, but out of biological necessity. Without regular gnawing to wear them down, the teeth would grow so long they'd prevent the animal from eating at all. The incisors can grow up to 5 inches per year in some species, and are harder on the front surface than the back, which keeps them naturally self-sharpening. The human brain regularly consumes and recycles its own cells through a process called phagocytosis, where specialized cells engulf and digest damaged or excess neurons. It's a continuous maintenance process, the brain essentially performing quiet, ongoing renovation work on itself throughout a person's entire lifetime. When a shark bites, 2 things happen almost simultaneously. Its eyes roll back into its head, and its jaws extend outward from its skull. The eye rolling is protective, a reflex that shields the eyes during the violent impact of a bite. The jaw extension is mechanical, allowing the shark to take a much larger bite than its resting jaw position would suggest. The whole sequence happens in a fraction of a second, and the shark is essentially biting blind at the moment of contact. A French man was found to be living a completely normal life, holding a job, raising a family, despite having lost between 50 and 75% of his brain mass to hydrocephalus, a condition where fluid accumulates and slowly displaces brain tissue. Doctors discovered it during an unrelated scan. His brain had adapted over decades, redistributing function across what tissue remained. The case significantly challenged existing assumptions about neurological resilience. Illinois produces roughly 95% of America's pumpkins, earning it the title of Pumpkin Capital of the United States. Most are grown in Tazewell County and processed commercially for canned goods rather than decoration. The jack-o'-lantern on your porch likely had nothing to do with Illinois. The pie filling inside probably did. Statistically, 1 in every 4 Americans has appeared on television at some point in their life. Given the sheer scale of American broadcasting, local news, reality TV, courtroom coverage, sports broadcasts, game shows, and decades of background appearances, the math isn't entirely surprising. The U.S. has been the world's largest television producer for most of the medium's existence, creating an extraordinary number of hours of content that required an equally extraordinary number of faces to fill them. NASA has a tradition of playing a wake-up call for astronauts. These are usually songs such as "What a Wonderful World," but they have also included things like a voice message from Sir Patrick Stewart announcing the voyage of the space shuttle Atlantis. The original arcade version of Pac-Man contains exactly 240 dots arranged across its maze, 244 if you include the 4 Energizer pellets in the corners, depending on how you count. The game was designed by Toru Iwatani at Namco and released in Japan in 1980. Pac-Man must eat every single dot to complete a level, and the arrangement is precise enough that players have memorized exact dot counts as part of competitive play. The maze itself has never changed across any of the original arcade versions. President John Quincy Adams kept a pet alligator in a White House bathtub, gifted by the Marquis de Lafayette in 1826. Adams reportedly enjoyed showing it to visitors to observe their reactions. It remains one of the more memorable entries in the unofficial history of presidential pet choices. When the U.S. Army organized the 50th anniversary reunion at Gettysburg in 1913, planners brought 50 coffins in anticipation of deaths among the aging Civil War veterans. Over 50,000 men attended, many in their 80s and 90s, enduring summer heat for several days. Only 9 coffins were actually used. The reunion is now remembered as a remarkable logistical and human achievement, despite the rather grim preparation it required. Humans are born with only 2 innate fears: falling and sudden loud noises. Every other fear, spiders, heights, public speaking, clowns, is learned through experience or cultural conditioning. Essentially, almost everything that frightens adults is something they picked up along the way. The warty comb jellyfish has no permanent anus. Instead, it temporarily forms an opening in its body when it needs to expel waste, then closes it again afterward. Scientists confirmed this in 2019, revising long-standing assumptions about the digestive anatomy of early marine life. Within the Great Barrier Reef sits an underwater coral tower taller than the Empire State Building. Discovered in 2020 by Schmidt Ocean Institute researchers, it stands over 1,600 feet high and remained entirely unmapped until modern sonar technology made deep reef surveying possible. Non-dairy creamer is flammable. The powdered variety is made largely of vegetable oil and sugar, both combustible, and when dispersed as fine particles in the air, it can ignite rapidly. This is the same principle behind grain elevator explosions. It's the kind of thing that sits quietly next to the office coffee machine for years without anyone stopping to think about what's actually in it. And that's it for today's video. Hope you actually enjoyed it and didn't just survive it. If you liked what you saw, make sure to subscribe and drop a like. It really helps the channel grow. Tell me in the comments what you want to see next, because your ideas basically run this place. All right, take care, stay awesome, and let's meet again in the next one. Johannes and Lazarus Baptista Colloredo were 17th century conjoined twins joined at the chest, with Lazarus being the more fully developed of the two. They toured Europe as one of the continent's earliest prominent freak show attractions, drawing large crowds and significant attention. Supply-side economics argues that reducing taxes and deregulating industry stimulates investment, increases production, and ultimately grows the overall economy. Associated with Ronald Reagan's 1981 policies and nicknamed Reaganomics, it predicted tax cuts for corporations and wealthy individuals would generate growth that benefits everyone. Mason jar lids used for home canning are designed for single use only. The sealing compound on the flat lid can degrade after one heat cycle, making it unreliable for creating an airtight seal a second time. The metal screw band and the glass jar itself, however, are both fully reusable as long as they remain undamaged. Spandex, the stretchy synthetic fiber used in athletic wear, swimsuits, and compression garments, is an anagram of the word expands, all 7 letters rearranged. The material was developed by chemist Joseph Shivers at DuPont and introduced commercially in 1962. Before entering politics, Angela Merkel earned a doctorate in quantum chemistry from the Academy of Sciences in East Berlin in 1986. Her dissertation focused on the quantum chemistry of molecules. She worked as a research scientist until German reunification in 1990, after which she pivoted entirely into politics, a career shift that eventually led her to become Europe's most influential leader for nearly 2 decades. Soccer, formerly known as association football, is the most widely played sport on Earth, with over 250 million active players across more than 200 countries. No other sport comes close in terms of global participation. It requires minimal equipment, which helps explain why it has taken root in virtually every corner of the world. Chocolate chip enthusiasts apparently require 2 separate holidays. National Chocolate Chip Day falls on May 14th, while National Chocolate Chip Cookie Day is observed on August 4th. The distinction between celebrating the chip alone versus the chip inside a cookie is a level of specificity that says quite a lot about how seriously American food culture takes its desserts. Masking tape was invented in 1925 by 3M engineer Richard Drew, who developed it after observing auto body painters struggling to create clean paint lines between two-tone car sections, a popular style in the 1920s. The original tape used crepe paper backing with a lightly adhesive strip. Drew later invented Scotch transparent tape in 1930 using cellophane, giving 3M two of the most widely used adhesive products in commercial and household history. Bull riders use rosin, the same grip-enhancing resin used by gymnasts, baseball pitchers, and string musicians to improve their hold on the bull rope during a ride. The rosin is applied to the glove and rope to reduce slipping under the intense pressure and movement of a bucking bull. Maintaining grip for the required 8 seconds is the entire technical challenge of the sport. The $2 bill was removed from circulation by the U.S. Treasury in 1966 as part of a currency simplification effort, and no new $2 bills were printed for a full decade. The denomination was reintroduced in 1976 as part of the United States bicentennial celebration. Despite being legal tender, $2 bills remain rare enough in circulation that many people mistakenly believe they are no longer produced. Signed in 1215 by King John of England, the Magna Carta was the first document in history to establish that a monarch was not above the law. It arose from a rebellion by English barons who forced the king to agree that even royal authority had legal limits. Its 63 clauses directly influenced the United States Constitution, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and virtually every modern legal system built on the principle of rule of law. Prince Edward Island, Canada's smallest province, sits entirely surrounded by the Gulf of St. Lawrence with 0 land borders connecting it to anywhere else. Every other Canadian province shares at least one land boundary with a neighbor. PEI stands completely alone in that regard. In 2009, a white supremacist web series called The Andrew Show was produced with the explicit goal of spreading racist ideology to children through an animated format. It was hosted by Andrew Pendergraft, the granddaughter of Thomas Robb, National Director of the Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. The series drew significant condemnation before being largely removed from mainstream platforms. An extraordinary number of modern nations have at some point in history existed as 2 separate countries. Germany was divided from 1949 to 1990. Korea has been divided since 1945 and remains so. Vietnam was split from 1954 to 1975. China and Taiwan still contest the division that began in 1949. Ireland was partitioned in 1921. Even France was divided between the German-occupied North and Vichy-controlled South during World War II, demonstrating how fragile national borders have historically been. The stock market behaves remarkably like a person with severe mood swings, lurching from irrational confidence to sudden despair within a single trading session. Economist John Maynard Keynes described it as driven by animal spirits rather than logic. Despite decades of models and algorithms, no method has reliably predicted its short-term movements. The 13 golfers with the most PGA Tour wins in history are all American. Tiger Woods leads the list with 82 wins, followed by legends like Sam Snead and Jack Nicklaus. It's a remarkably clean sweep for one country across a sport played professionally around the entire world. The cheerleader effect describes the phenomenon where people appear more attractive when seen as part of a group than when viewed individually. Psychologist Drew Walker confirmed this in 2013, finding that the brain averages the facial features of people seen together, and that average tends to read as more attractive than any single face in isolation. Groups unintentionally flatter their members. The magnetic compass was developed in China during the Han Dynasty, between 206 BC and 220 AD, initially used for spiritual divination rather than navigation. It reached maritime use in China by the 11th century and arrived in Europe through Arab traders by the 12th century. Its adoption transformed ocean navigation from a coastline-hugging practice into true open sea, directly enabling the age of discovery and the European mapping of the globe. The official mascot for the 1976 Innsbruck Winter Olympics was a snowman named Schneemann, which is simply the German word for snowman. Innsbruck, Austria had previously hosted the 1964 Winter Games, making it one of the few cities to host twice. Schneemann was a fairly straightforward choice for a winter sporting event held in the Alps. Texas has existed under 6 different national flags across its history, having been claimed or governed by Spain, France, Mexico, the Republic of Texas, the United States, and the Confederate States of America. The theme park chain Six Flags takes its name directly from this history, with its original Arlington, Texas location in 1961, built around the concept of honoring all 6 governing nations of the land it stood on. The Ivy League comprises 8 private Northeastern universities: Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Columbia, Penn, Brown, Dartmouth, and Cornell. The term originated as an athletic conference designation in 1954 before becoming synonymous with academic prestige. Harvard, founded in 1636, is the oldest. Combined endowments across all 8 institutions exceed $200 billion. Acceptance rates have dropped below 5% at several schools, making admission statistically rarer than many lottery outcomes. A microbrewery is legally defined in the United States as producing fewer than 15,000 barrels of beer annually while remaining independently owned. The American craft beer movement grew from fewer than 100 microbreweries in 1980 to over 9,000 by 2022. The movement fundamentally disrupted the dominance of large industrial brewers like Anheuser-Busch and Miller Coors, shifting consumer preference toward regional, small-batch production across virtually every American city and most mid-sized towns. The Phillips curve, introduced by economist A.W. Phillips in 1958, describes an observed inverse relationship between unemployment and inflation. When unemployment falls, wages rise, spending increases, and inflation follows. When unemployment rises, the reverse occurs. Stagflation in the 1970s, where both unemployment and inflation rose simultaneously, challenged the model significantly and forced economists to substantially rethink its reliability as a predictive tool. Apple's original rainbow-striped logo, designed by Rob Janoff in 1977, featured 6 colored horizontal bands intended to make computers feel approachable and human rather than coldly technical. The colors also confirmed that the Apple II displayed color graphics, a significant selling point at the time. Steve Jobs replaced the rainbow logo with a monochrome version in 1998 following his return to Apple, aligning the brand's visual identity with the minimalist aesthetic that would define the company's subsequent design era. Twin Peaks, David Lynch and Mark Frost's landmark television series, was set in the fictional town of Twin Peaks, Washington, and drew heavily on the visual atmosphere of the Pacific Northwest. Early in development, however, the show was conceived as being set in North Dakota. The shift to Washington significantly shaped the show's aesthetic identity. There are 25 recognized species of hamsters, ranging from the familiar golden or Syrian hamster, the one most commonly kept as a pet, to wild species found across Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. Most people encounter only 1 or 2 species in domestic settings, but the family is considerably more diverse than a pet store visit would suggest. Snowboarding debuted as an official Olympic sport at the 1998 Nagano Winter Games in Japan, featuring halfpipe and giant slalom events. Its inclusion reflected a decades-long evolution from a fringe counterculture activity, invented by Sherman Poppins' Snurfer in 1965, to a mainstream competitive discipline. American Ross won snowboarding's first Olympic gold medal in giant slalom, though he was briefly disqualified over a positive cannabis test before being reinstated by the Court of Arbitration for Sport. The Long Barrack at the Alamo in San Antonio, Texas, served as the first hospital recorded in Spanish Texas during the 18th century, when the complex functioned as Mission San Antonio de Valero. The building treated soldiers and missionaries long before the famous 1836 battle took place on the same grounds. Today, the Long Barrack operates as a museum within the Alamo complex, housing artifacts and exhibits related to the site's history. The Wiccan pentagram, a 5-pointed star inside a circle, was not permitted on U.S. military grave markers until 2007, despite the fact that dozens of other religious symbols had been approved for decades. The change came after a legal settlement following years of advocacy by Wiccan families of fallen soldiers, bringing the total number of approved religious emblems to 38 at the time. Bodybuilding as a competitive sport was officially banned in China in 1953, likely due to political attitudes toward Western-style athletics during that era. The ban remained in place for 30 years before being lifted in 1983, allowing the sport to gradually reestablish itself in the country. The Laffer curve, popularized by economist Arthur Laffer in the 1970s, illustrates that both 0% and 100% tax rates generate zero government revenue. Somewhere between them lies an optimal rate maximizing income without discouraging productivity. The concept became central to Ronald Reagan's 1981 tax cuts, sparking an ongoing debate about exactly where that optimal point actually sits. Ice hockey originally divided games into 2 halves, but the format was changed to 3 periods in 1910 by the National Hockey Association, the predecessor to the NHL. The switch allowed the ice to be resurfaced twice during a game rather than once, significantly improving playing conditions. VH1's Top 20 Video Countdown ran from 1994 to 2015, making it the longest-running music video countdown program of its kind. Over its 21-year run, it tracked the most-watched videos on the channel each week, essentially serving as a documented archive of mainstream music video culture across 2 full decades of pop, hip-hop, and R&B. The printing terms uppercase and lowercase derive directly from physical typecases used by printers from the 15th century onward. Typesetters worked with large wooden or metal cases holding individual letter blocks. Capital letters, used less frequently, were stored in the uppercase for easy visibility. Smaller letters, used constantly, occupied the lowercase within easier reach. The spatial arrangement of the printer's workstation became the permanent vocabulary of written language. In The Simpsons, every human character is drawn with only 4 fingers on each hand, a standard animation shortcut that reduces drawing complexity, except for God and Jesus, who are both depicted with 5 fingers. The distinction is subtle but consistent throughout the series, and animators have confirmed it was a deliberate creative choice to visually set those characters apart. The Cambodian national flag is the only country flag in the world to feature an actual building as its central image, a depiction of Angkor Wat, the 12th century Hindu temple complex built during the reign of King Suryavarman II. Angkor Wat is the largest religious monument on Earth by land area. The Pokémon franchise has expanded dramatically since its 1996 debut, with the number of officially recognized species growing from the original 151 to over 1,000 across successive game generations as of recent releases. Each new generation introduces regional variants, legendary creatures, and evolutionary forms. The franchise spans video games, trading cards, animation, and merchandise, generating over $150 billion in lifetime revenue and making Pikachu the single highest-grossing media franchise character in history. Heinz produces roughly 11 billion individual ketchup packets annually, enough to hand 2 packets to every person currently living on Earth. Despite the dominance of squeeze bottles and restaurant pumps, the single-serve packet remains a massive part of Heinz's business, supplied to fast food chains, airlines, cafeterias, and food service operations worldwide.
Since 1964, the James Randi Educational Foundation has offered $1 million to anyone demonstrating verifiable supernatural abilities under controlled scientific conditions. Applicants included psychics, faith healers, astrologers, and dowsers. After nearly 60 years and over 1,000 formal applications, not one person collected the prize. Randi closed the challenge in 2015, noting the results spoke clearly enough without requiring further testing. The extended middle finger as an obscene gesture has documented roots in ancient Rome, where it was known as the digitus imputicus, the shameless or indecent finger. Roman writers including Martial and Juvenal referenced the gesture explicitly, associating it with phallic symbolism and aggressive insult. English absorbs vocabulary from other languages more aggressively than almost any other tongue. Latin arrived through Roman occupation and later the Church. French flooded in after the Norman conquest of 1066. Global trade brought words from Hindi, Swahili, Arabic, and Nahuatl. Today, English contains over 170,000 words in active use, with roughly 60% of its vocabulary derived from Latin or French roots rather than its original Germanic base. World War I began with the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria in Sarajevo on June 28, 1914, but the war it triggered was not inevitable from that single event. What turned a political murder into a global conflict was a web of military alliances and mutual defense treaties so rigidly interconnected that each mobilization automatically triggered the next, pulling in nation after nation within weeks, in a chain of obligations that no single leader fully controlled. John Wilkes Booth was a professionally successful and widely celebrated stage actor before assassinating President Abraham Lincoln at Ford's Theater on April 14, 1865. From a prominent theatrical family, he performed Shakespeare across major American cities and was considered one of the most handsome and talented actors of his era. His fame gave him unquestioned access to Ford's Theater on that night, as staff recognized him as a frequent performer and visitor. The North Pole Marathon is an annual foot race held directly on the Arctic Ocean's frozen surface, at or near the geographic North Pole. The first edition was run in 2002, and participants race a standard 26.2-mile course in temperatures that can drop to -40 degrees Celsius. It is consistently listed among the most extreme endurance races on the planet. The Serbian dinar has been the national currency of Serbia since 2003, when the name was restored following the dissolution of Yugoslavia and subsequent political reorganization of the region. The dinar has historical roots stretching to medieval Serbian kingdoms, with coins bearing that name minted as early as the 13th century under King Stefan I crowned. The currency's long history makes it one of Europe's oldest continuously referenced monetary units, despite significant political interruptions. Keynesian economics, developed by British economist John Maynard Keynes during the Great Depression of the 1930s, argues that governments should increase spending and stimulate demand during economic downturns rather than cutting budgets. When private spending collapses, public investment fills the gap. The theory directly shaped Roosevelt's New Deal and remains one of the most debated frameworks in modern economic policy. The last immigrant to be processed through Ellis Island's inspection facilities was a Norwegian merchant seaman named Arne Petersen in November 1954. At its peak, the station had processed over 1 million immigrants in a single year. By 1954, that era had quietly come to a close. Utah's nickname, the Beehive State, reflects the founding values of its early Mormon settlers, who adopted the beehive as a symbol of collective industry, cooperation, and productivity. The beehive appears on the state seal, the state flag, and highway route markers. Deseret, the original name proposed for the Utah Territory in 1849, was itself the Mormon scriptural word for honeybee. Fiat money has no intrinsic value. A paper bill is worth nothing physically, yet functions as currency because governments declare it legal tender and citizens accept it. The United States abandoned the gold standard in 1971 under President Nixon, fully transitioning to fiat currency. Since then, every major global currency has operated on collective trust rather than any physical commodity backing its value. Mensa International, the high IQ society, takes its name not from an acronym but from the Latin word mensa, meaning table. The choice is deliberate. A round table has no head, symbolizing that all members, regardless of background or status, are considered equals within the organization. Pugs are among the sleepiest dog breeds, averaging around 14 hours of sleep per day. Their flat-faced, brachycephalic anatomy means they expend more energy on basic breathing than most breeds, which contributes to their need for extended rest. Despite their drowsy reputation, pugs tend to be alert and playful during their waking hours. Evolution was formally introduced by Charles Darwin in 1859, is now supported by fossil records, genetics, and direct observation, and yet a significant portion of the global population still rejects it. A 2021 Gallup survey found that about 40% of Americans believe humans were created in their present form. It remains one of the widest gaps between scientific consensus and public belief in modern history. Only about 2% of the global population is naturally blonde, making it one of the rarest naturally occurring hair colors in the world. The trait is most concentrated in Northern Europe, particularly in Scandinavia. Natural blonde hair also tends to darken with age, meaning many people born blonde no longer carry the color into adulthood. European welfare states have produced measurably higher quality of life, lower poverty rates, and better health outcomes compared to less comprehensive systems. However, economists including Alberto Alesina have documented associated reductions in labor participation, entrepreneurship rates, and working hours in Scandinavian and Western European nations relative to the United States. The trade-off between security and economic dynamism remains one of modern economics' most genuinely contested empirical debates. Fisherian Runaway describes a self-reinforcing cycle in sexual selection where a trait becomes increasingly exaggerated across generations simply because it is preferred. The peacock's tail is the classic example. Females preferred slightly longer tails, so longer-tailed males reproduced more, and the preference and the trait amplified each other over millennia until the tail became structurally impractical, driven entirely by inherited preference rather than survival advantage. Tom Brady was selected 199th overall in the 6th round of the 2000 NFL Draft by the New England Patriots, after 198 other players had already been chosen. 6 quarterbacks were picked before him. He spent his first season as a fourth-string player. Brady went on to win 7 Super Bowls and is widely considered the greatest quarterback in NFL history, making his draft position the most frequently cited example of scouting failure in professional sports.
Georgia on My Mind was written by Hoji Carmichael in 1930, but it was Ray Charles's 1960 recording that turned it into something truly iconic. The state of Georgia agreed, officially adopting it as the state song in 1979, nearly 2 decades after Charles made it famous. The very first product Motorola sold was not a radio or a phone. It was a battery eliminator, a device that allowed home radios to run on household electrical current instead of expensive disposable batteries. The company was founded in 1928 as the Galvin Manufacturing Corporation, and the battery eliminator represented a practical, affordable solution to a common consumer problem of the era. Jackie Chan trained from childhood at the China Drama Academy in Hong Kong, a Peking opera school where he studied acrobatics, martial arts, singing, and performance for over a decade under extremely demanding conditions. Beyond his film career, he has released 20 studio albums across multiple languages, including Cantonese, Mandarin, Japanese, and English, and is considered a genuine pop star throughout much of Asia. Earth's tectonic plates move at roughly the speed human fingernails grow, between 2 and 15 centimeters annually, yet this slow movement has reshaped every continent across geological time. The theory of plate tectonics, formally accepted only in the 1960s, unified previously puzzling observations about earthquake patterns, volcanic distribution, and the matching coastlines of Africa and South America into a single coherent explanation of Earth's geological behavior. The average person loses between 50 and 100 individual hairs per day as part of the normal hair growth cycle. Each strand goes through phases of growth, transition, and rest before shedding. Losing hair in this range is entirely healthy. It only becomes a clinical concern when shedding consistently exceeds that threshold or when regrowth fails to keep pace with the loss. The last public execution by guillotine took place in Versailles, France, on June 17, 1939, when Eugen Weidmann was executed before a gathered crowd. Public executions were banned in France shortly after. The last use of the guillotine overall occurred in 1977 in a private prison setting, making France one of the last Western nations to abolish the death penalty, which it did officially in 1981. Hayao Miyazaki drew on personal memory when creating My Neighbor Totoro in 1988. His mother suffered from spinal tuberculosis throughout his childhood, spending years hospitalized, mirroring the film's central narrative of 2 sisters whose mother is ill and hospitalized nearby. The rural Japanese countryside depicted in the film reflects the landscape of Miyazaki's own boyhood, making Totoro one of animation's most quietly autobiographical and emotionally grounded major studio productions. The most expensive piano ever sold is the crystal piano, a fully transparent instrument crafted from tempered glass and acrylic materials. It sold at auction for $3.22 million USD. The piano was notably played during the opening ceremony of the 2008 Beijing Olympics by Chinese pianist Lang Lang, which significantly elevated its profile. The stolen generation refers to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children forcibly removed from their families by Australian federal and state governments between approximately 1910 and 1970. Policies aimed at cultural assimilation separated an estimated 10 to 33% of Indigenous children from their communities. In 2008, Prime Minister Kevin Rudd delivered a formal national apology, acknowledging the profound and intergenerational trauma these removals caused across entire communities. Food safety regulations exist because without them, contamination, mislabeling, and adulteration become commercially routine. The United States passed its first Food and Drug Act in 1906, after journalist Upton Sinclair's book The Jungle exposed horrifying conditions in Chicago meatpacking plants. Government standards since then have dramatically reduced foodborne illness, though outbreaks linked to regulatory gaps still kill thousands of Americans annually. Herd immunity occurs when enough of a population becomes immune to a disease, either through vaccination or prior infection. That transmission slows and eventually stops, protecting even those who cannot be vaccinated. The exact threshold varies by disease. Measles requires about 95% immunity to halt spread, while polio requires roughly 80%, making vaccination coverage a precise mathematical target, not a general guideline. Ashkenazi Jews, descended from Jewish communities in Eastern Europe, record the highest measured average IQ of any ethnic group, approximately 120, which is roughly 20 points above the global average. Researchers attribute this partly to centuries of cultural selection for scholarly ability, as literacy and intellectual achievement were deeply embedded in community life due to the accelerating expansion of the universe driven by dark energy, galaxies are moving away from each other faster than light can bridge the gap between them. In roughly 2 trillion years, every galaxy beyond our own will have receded beyond the observable horizon permanently. Astronomers born in that era would look out at a universe containing only the Milky Way, with no observable evidence that billions of other galaxies, or the Big Bang itself, ever existed. The avocado goes by several names, but one of its oldest informal titles is the alligator pear, a reference to its rough, bumpy, dark green skin and its pear-like shape. The name was commonly used in English-speaking markets through the early 20th century before. Avocado, derived from the Nahuatl word aguacatl, gradually became the standard term across North America and Europe. Packing peanuts are color-coded by composition. White peanuts are made from at least 70% virgin polystyrene. Green ones contain at least 70% recycled polystyrene, and pink peanuts are manufactured with anti-static properties to protect sensitive electronics during shipping. The color system allows handlers and recipients to immediately identify the material type without any additional labeling. The world's first airline was not a conventional aircraft operation, but an airship service. DELAG, Deutsche Luftschifffahrtsaktiengesellschaft, launched in Germany in 1909 and operated passenger Zeppelin flights between German cities. Before World War I grounded operations, it had carried over 37,000 passengers without a single injury, making lighter-than-air travel the first commercially viable form of passenger aviation in history. With emus, it's the father who takes charge of incubating the eggs and raising the chicks. The female lays the eggs and then largely moves on, sometimes finding another mate. The male sits on the clutch for around 8 weeks, barely eating, and then continues caring for the chicks for up to 18 months. Exercising in new and varied ways has been shown to produce greater mood benefits than repeating the same routine. Novelty activates the brain's reward system, releasing dopamine in response to new physical challenges. Studies in behavioral neuroscience suggest that the combination of physical exertion and cognitive engagement required to learn a new movement pattern produces a measurably stronger sense of well-being than familiar exercise alone.
Cuisine is among the most durable expressions of cultural identity, encoding geography, history, religion, and trade routes into daily meals. Japanese cuisine reflects island geography and Buddhist dietary restrictions. Mexican food carries the layered history of Aztec, Spanish, and indigenous culinary traditions. The spread of ingredients through colonialism and trade permanently altered regional cuisines worldwide, making most dishes considered traditionally national actually the products of centuries of cross-cultural exchange. A sundog, formerly called parhelion, is an atmospheric optical phenomenon appearing as bright spots of light flanking the sun at the same elevation on the horizon. They form when sunlight refracts through hexagonal ice crystals suspended in high cirrus clouds, bending light at precisely 22 degrees. Sundogs appear most vividly in cold climates and have been documented and illustrated in meteorological and artistic records dating back to ancient times. Cyberpunk, steampunk, solarpunk, and decopunk all trace their roots back to retrofuturism, the imaginative practice of blending past aesthetics with futuristic technology. Each subgenre takes that core idea and filters it through a different era or political lens, but the underlying fascination with reimagining the future through the past remains constant across all of them. Judy Garland was paid $500 per week for her role as Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz in 1939, a total that, while modest even by the standards of the time, was still significantly less than what her co-stars received. The actor who played the Cowardly Lion earned $2,500 per week. Garland was 16 years old during filming and had little leverage to negotiate otherwise. The use of the word spirits for distilled alcohol traces back to medieval Middle Eastern alchemists who observed that heating certain substances produced vapors, which they called the spirit of the material. When alcohol distillation spread into Europe, the term followed. The idea was that the vapor captured during distillation was the essential spirit being drawn out of the fermented liquid. The Bahamas has maintained a comprehensive ban on shark fishing, the sale of shark products, and shark fin trading since 2011, making it one of the first countries to establish a full shark sanctuary covering its entire exclusive economic zone. The policy was driven partly by the economic value of sharks to the Bahamian dive tourism industry, which generates far more revenue from live sharks than from their fins. Glenn Beck got his start in radio at just 13 years old, winning an on-air contest at a local station that led to his first broadcasting opportunity. He went on to build a long career in both radio and television, eventually hosting programs on CNN, Headline News, and Fox News. The early start gave him over 4 decades of on-air experience by the time he became a nationally recognized media figure. A sunflower's petal count follows the Fibonacci sequence. It will have either 34, 55, or 89 petals, depending on the size of the plant. This isn't a coincidence. The Fibonacci pattern appears repeatedly in nature because it represents the most efficient way for plants to pack seeds, petals, and leaves around a central point. The Church of England was created in 1534 not for theological reasons but for a personal and political one. King Henry I wanted to annul his marriage to Catherine of Aragon, who had failed to produce a male heir. The Pope refused, partly to avoid offending Catherine's nephew, Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, Spain's ruler and the Vatican's most powerful political ally. Henry responded by declaring himself head of a separate English church and granting his own annulment. The feeling that time accelerates with age is a well-documented psychological phenomenon rather than a literal change in time's pace. Psychologist William James noted in 1890 that each year becomes a smaller proportion of total life experience, making it feel shorter in retrospect. The brain compresses memories of routine periods and expands memories of novelty, creating an illusion that recent decades passed faster than childhood years did. The word flip-flops is a genuine example of onomatopoeia. The name mimics the slapping sound the sandals make against the sole of the foot with each step. It's one of the more straightforward examples of a product named after the noise it produces. The footwear itself dates back thousands of years, but the specific English name is a relatively modern invention. Greed systematically distorts perception. Bernie Madoff's investors ignored obvious warning signs because promised returns were extraordinary. Tulip mania buyers paid warship-sized fortunes for single flowers. .com investors funded companies with no revenue. Psychologists call this motivated reasoning, where desired outcomes cause people to unconsciously dismiss contradicting evidence. The pattern repeats across every financial bubble in history because the underlying cognitive bias never changes between generations. Mardi Gras, French for Fat Tuesday, is the final day of the carnival season immediately preceding Ash Wednesday and the beginning of Lent in the Catholic liturgical calendar. Historically, it marked the last opportunity to consume rich foods before 40 days of fasting. New Orleans' celebration, established when French colonists arrived in Louisiana in 1699, grew into America's most famous Mardi Gras tradition, attracting over 1 million visitors annually to its parades and festivities. Occam's razor is a 14th century principle from philosopher William of Ockham, stating that among competing explanations, the one requiring the fewest assumptions is almost always correct. If a streetlight goes dark, the bulb burned out is the better explanation over a citywide power conspiracy. Science, medicine, and detective work all rely on this principle as a default starting point. The narwhal's closest living relative is the beluga whale. Both belong to the family, a small group of Arctic cetaceans with no dorsal fin. Despite the narwhal's dramatically distinct appearance, particularly the long spiral tusk, which is actually an elongated tooth, the two species share more biological similarities than the narwhal does with any other whale. In Belgium, approximately 54% of working adults are union members, making it one of the highest unionization rates among developed nations. For context, union membership in the United States sits below 11%. In Belgium, belonging to a union is genuinely the norm rather than the exception. The invisible hand is a concept introduced by economist Adam Smith in 1776 in The Wealth of Nations. It describes how individuals pursuing personal profit in a free market, without intending to, collectively produce economic outcomes that benefit society broadly. Competition, pricing, and supply naturally self-regulate, as if guided by an unseen force requiring no central coordination. The Streisand effect explains that attempting to suppress information often backfires, drawing far more attention to it. In 2003, Barbara Streisand sued to remove an aerial photo of her Malibu home from a coastal survey. Before the lawsuit, the image had been viewed 6 times. Within weeks of the lawsuit becoming public, it had been viewed nearly 500,000 times.
Human motivation operates across multiple layers simultaneously. Psychologist Abraham Maslow's 1943 hierarchy proposed that basic needs like food and safety must be met before people pursue belonging, esteem, or purpose. Frederick Herzberg later distinguished between factors that prevent dissatisfaction and those that genuinely inspire performance. Understanding this distinction transformed how businesses design incentive systems, how teachers structure classrooms, and how leaders build organizations. Hyperbolic discounting describes the human tendency to choose a smaller reward available now over a significantly larger reward available later. In studies, most people prefer $10 today over $15 next week, even though that same logic applied consistently would be financially irrational. Behavioral economists link it to failures in retirement saving, diet adherence, and financial planning, where long-term benefit consistently loses to short-term comfort. In 2013, the NFL partnered with Victoria's Secret's Pink brand to expand merchandise targeting teenage girls and young women, a demographic the league had not previously prioritized in its licensing strategy. The deal reflected broader efforts to grow the NFL's female fan base, which at the time represented approximately 45% of total viewers. League-branded apparel became the centerpiece of the campaign, available through Pink's retail and online channels nationwide. Japan's transformation from a country leveled by World War II into the world's second-largest economy by the 1960s was substantially engineered by the United States, fearing communist expansion in Asia. Following Mao's victory in China and the Korean War, the U.S. invested heavily in Japanese industrial reconstruction, transferred technology, and opened American markets to Japanese exports, using economic development as a strategic buffer against Soviet and Chinese influence. The Chernobyl disaster of April 26, 1986, released 400 times more radiation than the Hiroshima atomic bomb and directly contaminated over 150,000 square kilometers across Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia. Beyond its immediate casualties, it triggered a global reassessment of nuclear safety standards, contributed to the political destabilization of the Soviet Union, and resulted in the permanent evacuation of the city of Pripyat, which remains uninhabited to this day. In 1970, Cartier projected a holographic image of a jewel-covered hand onto the sidewalk outside their Fifth Avenue location in New York City as a promotional installation. The advertisement drew significant public attention at a time when holographic technology in commercial settings was extremely novel. The Haunted Mansion at Disney theme parks transports guests through its ghostly halls in vehicles officially called Doom Buggies. They move on a continuous track system called Omnimover, which allows the cars to rotate and direct riders' attention to specific scenes. The name Doom Buggy has been part of the ride's lore since it opened in 1969. France, Italy, and the United States are the top 3 wine-producing countries in the world, in that order. France and Italy have dominated global wine production for centuries, each contributing iconic varieties from regions like Bordeaux, Burgundy, Tuscany, and Piedmont. The United States, led primarily by California, has grown into a major producer over the past several decades. The first box of Crayola crayons was sold in 1903 for just 5 cents and contained 8 colors: black, brown, blue, red, purple, orange, yellow, and green. The brand was created by Beanie and Smith, a company that had previously made products like shoe polish and barn paint before pivoting towards something considerably more colorful. Before becoming one of the most significant political figures in LGBTQ history, Harvey Milk served in the United States Navy during the Korean War era, reaching the rank of lieutenant junior grade. He was later forced to resign during a period of military investigations into gay service members. His naval service predated his years as a San Francisco supervisor by roughly 2 decades. Traffic congestion predates automobiles by centuries. In 45 BC, Julius Caesar banned wheeled vehicles from Rome during daylight hours due to gridlock. In 1900, a traffic jam in New York City involving horses, carriages, bicycles, and electric trolleys paralyzed Lower Manhattan for 4 consecutive days. The chaos of pre-regulated roads was so severe that early automobiles were initially welcomed partly as a solution to horse-related congestion. Highclere Castle in Hampshire, England, serves as the filming location for Downton Abbey and has been the ancestral home of the Carnarvon family since 1679. The current Victorian Gothic structure was redesigned by Charles Barry, the same architect who designed the Houses of Parliament in the 1840s. The 5,000-acre estate is still privately owned and operated by the Earl and Countess of Carnarvon. Hello Kitty, introduced by Sanrio in 1974, generates approximately $5 billion in annual revenue through licensing agreements covering thousands of products across fashion, electronics, food, and entertainment. Designer Yuko Shimizu created her without a mouth, a deliberate choice allowing buyers to project their own emotions onto the character. Despite being among the world's most commercially successful fictional characters, Hello Kitty has never starred in a narrative story with a plot. Goats have horizontally elongated, rectangular pupils that give them an exceptionally wide field of vision, between 320 and 340 degrees. This near-panoramic sight allows them to monitor for predators across almost their entire surroundings without turning their head. The pupils also rotate to stay parallel to the ground, even as the goat lowers its head to graze, maintaining that wide visual field constantly. Ice needs to be at least 4 inches thick before it can safely support the weight of a single person on foot. At 2 inches, it may hold a person briefly, but remains dangerously unreliable. Ice thickness guidelines scale upward from there. A small car requires around 8 to 12 inches, and large trucks need significantly more before the surface is considered stable. Oliver and James Phelps, the twin brothers who portrayed Fred and George Weasley across all 8 Harry Potter films, are naturally brunette. Their signature red hair required consistent dyeing throughout the decade-long production schedule. The casting directors selected them from thousands of applicants specifically for their comedic chemistry and physical resemblance to each other, rather than any natural resemblance to the book's descriptions of the famously red-haired Weasley family. Wicca is a modern religious movement rooted in pre-Christian pagan traditions, but formally developed in mid-20th century England by Gerald Gardner, who introduced it publicly in the early 1950s. While it draws on older folk practices and ceremonial magic, Wicca as a structured belief system is relatively recent. It falls under the broader umbrella of paganism, but has its own distinct theology and ritual framework.
Robert Oppenheimer, scientific director of the Manhattan Project, reportedly quoted the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita, upon witnessing the first atomic test in July 1945, saying he had become death, destroyer of worlds. His hope was that the bomb's destructive power would make large-scale war unthinkable. Since 1945, no 2 nuclear-armed states have gone to war directly with each other, suggesting that mutually assured destruction has functioned grimly, largely as intended. Oxytocin, often called the love hormone, is released during physical touch, eye contact, and moments of social bonding. It plays a documented role in increasing trust between individuals and strengthening group cohesion. Interestingly, research also shows oxytocin has a darker side, reinforcing in-group loyalty while simultaneously increasing suspicion of outsiders, making it simultaneously the hormone of connection and tribalism. Australia covers approximately 7.7 million square kilometers compared to the United States' 9.8 million, making it slightly smaller than the contiguous 48 states but larger when Alaska is excluded from the comparison. It is simultaneously the world's largest island and its smallest continent, a geographical classification that depends entirely on whether one defines continent by landmass size or tectonic and cultural criteria applied inconsistently across different geography traditions. Social media algorithms are engineered to maximize engagement, and outrage consistently generates more engagement than agreement. Research from NYU's Center for Social Media and Politics found that each additional moral emotional word in a tweet increased retweet rates by approximately 20%. Platforms therefore systematically amplify divisive content not through deliberate political intent, but through optimization for the interaction metric that divisive content reliably produces more of. Lake Superior State University in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, has issued official unicorn hunting licenses since 1971, when the tradition was started as a lighthearted New Year's celebration. The licenses are genuine physical documents complete with an official seal and are available by request or through the university's website. The program has since issued hundreds of thousands of licenses to applicants worldwide. Monopolies and oligopolies form when one or a handful of companies dominate an entire market, eliminating meaningful competition. Without competitive pressure, prices rise, quality declines, and innovation slows. Standard Oil, broken up by the U.S. government in 1911, and today's debates around Amazon and Google illustrate how market concentration consistently produces outcomes that regulators, consumers, and smaller competitors find economically damaging and politically contentious. During the gold rushes of the 19th century, the people who consistently made the most money were not the prospectors panning for gold, but the merchants selling them shovels, pans, boots, and denim trousers. Levi Strauss built his fortune this way during the 1849 California gold rush. The prospectors took the risk. The suppliers took the profit, with far greater reliability and far less mud. In 1867, the United States purchased Alaska from Russia for approximately $7.2 million, working out to roughly 2 cents per acre. Secretary of State William Seward negotiated the deal and was widely mocked for it, with critics calling it Seward's folly. Alaska later proved to contain vast reserves of oil, gold, timber, and fisheries worth hundreds of billions of dollars, making it one of the most consequential real estate transactions in history. The albedo effect measures how much sunlight a surface reflects rather than absorbs. Fresh snow reflects about 80% of incoming solar radiation, while dark ocean water absorbs over 90%. As polar ice melts and exposes darker ocean beneath, more heat is absorbed, accelerating further warming. It is one of the key feedback loops studied in climate science today. GDP, or gross domestic product, measures the total monetary value of all goods and services a country produces within a given year. First developed by economist Simon Kuznets in 1934, it became the standard global benchmark for economic size and growth. Despite its widespread use, economists increasingly note it measures output but says nothing about inequality, sustainability, or actual human well-being. Mosaic is a company that became so synonymous with soft background music that its name effectively became a generic term for the genre itself. Founded in the 1930s, it originally piped recorded music into workplaces and elevators via telephone lines. The brand has since rebranded and expanded, but the word muzak remains in casual use as shorthand for inoffensive ambient sound. Julie Andrews made her feature film debut as Mary Poppins in Disney's 1964 musical adaptation of P.L. Travers's novels. The role earned her the Academy Award for Best Actress, her first film performance winning Hollywood's highest honor. Andrews had been passed over for the film adaptation of My Fair Lady, despite originating the role on Broadway, and Mary Poppins was widely seen as a remarkable vindication. The Treaty of Versailles, signed in 1919, imposed devastating conditions on Germany after World War I, including full war guilt, 132 billion gold marks in reparations, and severe military restrictions. Economists like John Maynard Keynes immediately warned the terms were punishing enough to destabilize Germany politically. They were correct. The resulting poverty, humiliation, and resentment created the conditions that brought Adolf Hitler to power and directly precipitated World War II within 2 decades. Wes Anderson and Owen Wilson met as students at the University of Texas at Austin in the late 1980s and co-wrote Anderson's debut feature Bottle Rocket, released in 1996. Wilson has appeared in every Anderson film in some capacity since, from starring roles in Rushmore and the Royal Tenenbaums to brief voice work. Their creative partnership, beginning in a college dormitory, produced one of the most consistent director-actor collaborations in contemporary American independent cinema. The jerboa is a small desert rodent found across the Sahara and similar arid climates that looks and moves almost exactly like a miniature kangaroo. It has elongated hind legs, a long balancing tail, and moves in rapid bipedal hops. The resemblance is entirely coincidental. The two animals are not closely related in any way. Liquid and dry measuring cups are designed differently in shape and markings, but a 1-cup liquid measuring cup and a 1-cup dry measuring cup hold the exact same volume. The difference is purely functional. Liquid cups allow space above the measurement line to avoid spilling, while dry cups are designed to be leveled off at the rim for accuracy with ingredients like flour or sugar. Route 66 stretched 2,448 miles from Chicago, Illinois to Santa Monica, California, established in 1926 as one of America's original federal highways. John Steinbeck immortalized it in The Grapes of Wrath as the Mother Road, the path Depression-era migrants traveled westward seeking work. Officially decommissioned in 1985 after being bypassed by interstate highways, it remains one of America's most recognized cultural symbols and a dedicated tourist route.
Chocolate as a beverage has roots stretching back to the ancient Maya civilization around 450 AD, who prepared a drink called zocolatl from ground cacao mixed with water, chili, and other spices. The drink was consumed in ritual and social contexts and was far more bitter and savory than modern hot chocolate. The tradition passed to the Aztecs and eventually reached Europe through Spanish colonizers in the 16th century. In Breaking Bad, Walter White's criminal alias Heisenberg is a direct reference to German physicist Werner Heisenberg, who developed the uncertainty principle in 1927. The principle states that you cannot simultaneously know both the exact position and momentum of a particle, a fitting name for a character who deliberately keeps his true identity impossible to pin down. The Dunning-Kruger effect explains that people with limited knowledge in a field tend to significantly overestimate their own competence. Psychologists David Dunning and Justin Kruger identified this in 1999, finding that the least skilled participants in tests consistently rank themselves well above average. Knowing a little, it turns out, is often just enough to feel like an expert. Urban wildlife adaptation is accelerating as cities expand into natural habitats. Red foxes have colonized London so thoroughly that an estimated 10,000 now live within the city. Peregrine falcons, once nearly extinct, now nest on skyscrapers across North America, hunting pigeons between office towers. Coyotes have established themselves in Chicago and Los Angeles. Cities, unintentionally, are becoming one of the most significant drivers of rapid behavioral evolution. Project Runway premiered on Bravo in 2004, challenging fashion designers to create garments under tight time constraints and limited budgets before judging panels including industry professionals. Running 14 seasons across Bravo and Lifetime, it generated 5 spin-offs and inspired international versions across dozens of countries. It established the competitive design format as a viable television genre and launched the mainstream careers of designers, including Christian Siriano and Chloe Dow. Candy apples were invented in 1908 by Newark candy maker William Kolb, who originally created them as a Christmas window display. The caramel apple came along decades later in the 1950s, reportedly invented by Kraft Foods employee Dan Walker, who was looking for a way to use excess caramel inventory. The two have coexisted as autumn fair staples ever since. Following the massive 2003 Northeast blackout that knocked out power across Ontario and several U.S. states, communities in Ontario organized an annual voluntary blackout day to mark the anniversary and encourage energy conservation awareness. Residents were asked to voluntarily reduce electricity use for a set period each year. The initiative ran until 2010. Roderick Jaynes, the editor listed in the credits of multiple Coen brothers films including Fargo and No Country for Old Men, is entirely fictional. The name is a pseudonym used by Joel and Ethan Coen, who edit their own films but prefer not to credit themselves in that role. Roderick Jaynes was even nominated for an Academy Award for editing No Country for Old Men in 2008. Brad Pitt was born on December 18, 1963, in Shawnee, Oklahoma, but his family relocated to Springfield, Missouri when he was still young, and that's where he was raised. He attended the University of Missouri and was just 2 weeks away from graduating with a journalism degree when he decided to leave for Los Angeles to pursue acting, a decision that worked out reasonably well. Botanists have identified over 150 wild rose species distributed across the Northern Hemisphere, with the greatest diversity found across Asia. Through centuries of cultivation and hybridization, horticulturalists have developed an estimated 30,000 rose varieties worldwide. The oldest living cultivated rose, growing against the cathedral wall in Hildesheim, Germany, is documented at over 700 years old. Romans cultivated roses so extensively that they imported shipments from Egypt to supplement domestic production for festivals. Externalities occur when economic transactions impose costs or deliver benefits to parties not involved in the exchange. Factory pollution is the textbook example. The factory and its customers benefit while surrounding communities bear health and environmental costs neither paid for nor consented to. Economist Arthur Pigou proposed taxing negative externalities in 1920, a concept now called a Pigou tax and the theoretical foundation behind carbon pricing systems globally. Walter Cronkite was, at the peak of his career, considered the most trusted man in America, a title earned through decades of calm, fact-driven broadcast journalism. Objective news reached its zenith in the 1980s with Ted Koppel's Nightline, the most decorated news program of its era. Since then, news has steadily traded accuracy for entertainment and engagement for information. The IKEA effect explains that people assign disproportionately higher value to things they helped build themselves. A 2011 study by Michael Norton, Daniel Michon, and Dan Ariely found that participants valued their self-assembled IKEA boxes nearly as highly as identical expert-made ones. The effort invested creates a personal attachment that inflates perceived worth beyond any objective measure. The restaurant at the top of Seattle's Space Needle, called Sky City when it originally opened in 1962, sits in the disc-shaped top section and rotates continuously, completing a full 360-degree turn in approximately 47 minutes. Diners can sit still and watch the entire Seattle skyline, Puget Sound, and Mount Rainier pass by their window over the course of a meal without moving from their seat. Giant panda cubs are born in an extraordinarily underdeveloped state, pink, hairless, and about the size of a stick of butter. They do not open their eyes until roughly 6 to 8 weeks after birth and remain almost entirely dependent on their mothers for months. The gap between a panda's size at birth and its eventual adult weight of up to 300 pounds is one of the largest proportional differences of any mammal. When the Trump International Hotel and Tower in Chicago was completed in 2009, it ranked as the 7th tallest building in the world at 1,389 feet. It held that position briefly before being surpassed by newer constructions. The building remains one of the tallest skyscrapers in the Western Hemisphere and the second tallest in Chicago after the Willis Tower. In traditional Chinese culture, white is the color of death, mourning, and funerals, occupying the symbolic role that black holds in Western traditions. Mourners wear white at funerals, and white flowers, particularly white chrysanthemums, are associated with grief and loss. Gifting white flowers or presenting white items at celebrations is considered deeply inauspicious. This cultural association explains why international businesses operating in China frequently modify packaging and marketing materials that use white prominently.
The electric car predates the gasoline-powered car by roughly 5 decades. Scottish inventor Robert Anderson built the first crude electric carriage around 1832, while Carl Benz introduced the internal combustion automobile in 1885. The steam-powered car is older still, with Nicholas Joseph building a working steam vehicle in 1769, making it the first self-propelled road transport in recorded history. The hybrid car, often discussed as a modern breakthrough, was actually invented in 1909 by Henri Pieper, a Belgian engineer who patented a petrol-electric hybrid vehicle combining both power systems. Ferdinand Porsche also developed an early working hybrid around the same period. The technology sat largely dormant for most of the 20th century before Toyota revived it with the Prius in 1997. Penguins and kiwis share flightlessness despite evolving on opposite sides of the planet in completely different ecosystems. Penguins, adapted to Antarctic conditions, repurposed their wings as flippers for underwater hunting. New Zealand's kiwis, facing no ground predators for millions of years, lost flight through disuse. Both demonstrate that flightlessness evolves independently whenever the survival advantages of flight are outweighed by the advantages of staying grounded. Thomas Jefferson is credited with introducing French fries to the United States after encountering them in France during his time as ambassador. He reportedly served potatoes fried in the French manner at a White House dinner in 1801, marking one of the earliest documented appearances of the dish on American soil. The United Kingdom is the only country in the world that does not print its name on its postage stamps. Instead, British stamps feature a silhouette profile of the reigning monarch as their sole identifying marker. This exemption was granted by the Universal Postal Union in recognition of the fact that Britain issued the world's first adhesive postage stamp, the penny black, in 1840. Mike Medavoy, born in Shanghai to Russian Jewish parents, raised in China, Chile, and eventually the United States, is among the most prolific film producers in Hollywood history. He has been involved in over 300 films, including The Godfather, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, The Terminator, Apocalypse Now, and Silence of the Lambs. His career spans 5 decades in multiple studios, from United Artists to TriStar to Phoenix Pictures. Leonardo da Vinci first sketched the concept of corrective contact lenses in 1508, describing a lens system that could alter the eye's focusing ability when placed directly on the cornea. The idea remained theoretical for nearly 4 centuries before German glassblower F.A. Müller produced the first wearable glass contact lenses in 1887. Wearing them for extended periods was uncomfortable enough that widespread adoption didn't come until plastic lenses were developed in the 1940s. Kleenex facial tissues were introduced by Kimberly-Clark in 1924, originally marketed as a makeup remover rather than a nose tissue. However, the concept of disposable facial paper far predates that. Japan had been producing and using washi paper tissues since before the 17th century, making the idea considerably older than the brand that commercialized it in the West. Tonic water was developed in British colonial India as a medicinal delivery system for quinine, a compound derived from cinchona tree bark that effectively suppressed malaria. British soldiers required to consume bitter quinine daily began mixing it with water, sugar, and gin to make it palatable. The gin and tonic that resulted from this practical workaround became one of the most enduring cocktails in history, long outlasting its medical purpose. Tennessee Williams based the character of Big Daddy in his 1955 play Cat on a Hot Tin Roof on his own father, Cornelius Coffin Williams, a domineering, hard-drinking traveling salesman with whom the playwright had a deeply complicated relationship. The character's bluster, authority, and emotional distance reflect qualities Williams associated with his father throughout his life and writing. The Chelsea boot, the sleek, ankle-high, elastic-sided boot that became a staple of 1960s British fashion, actually dates back to 1851. It was designed and patented by J. Sparks Hall, the official shoemaker to Queen Victoria, who reportedly wore them regularly for horse riding. The elastic side panel was made possible by the relatively recent invention of vulcanized rubber at the time. The flush toilet was invented by Sir John Harington in 1596, who installed a working model in the home of Queen Elizabeth I. The word John, as informal slang for a toilet, is widely attributed to his name, though the etymology is not conclusively documented. Harrington called his invention the Ajax, and while it worked mechanically, the technology wasn't widely adopted for another 200 years. Herman Cain, the businessman and political figure, managed to pursue two significant endeavors simultaneously early in his career. While working as a ballistics analyst for the U.S. Navy, he enrolled at Purdue University and completed a Master of Science in Computer Science. He balanced both commitments concurrently before moving on to a long career in the restaurant industry and eventually politics. Calorophobia is the clinical term for an intense or irrational fear of clowns. The phobia is more common than most people expect and has been studied seriously by psychologists. Researchers suggest the fear often stems from the unsettling combination of an exaggerated human face and unpredictable behavior, a phenomenon sometimes linked to the broader concept of the uncanny valley. Portland, Oregon got its name from a coin flip. Two of its founders, Asa Lovejoy from Boston and Francis Pettygrove from Portland, Maine, each wanted to name the new settlement after their respective hometowns. Pettygrove won the toss in 1845, and the Oregon city took the name of the Maine original. The Amsterdam Stock Exchange, founded in 1602, was the first formal stock market in history. It was created specifically to trade shares in the Dutch East India Company, the world's first publicly traded corporation. Investors could buy ownership stakes, receive dividends, and sell their shares to others. The core mechanics of that 17th century market, publicly listed companies, transferable shares, and a trading floor remain the structural foundation of every stock exchange operating today. Botswana maintains strict laws prohibiting both the possession and distribution of pornographic material, with violations carrying potential fines or imprisonment. The Southern African nation has consistently upheld these regulations as part of broader public decency laws, and enforcement applies to both physical and digital formats of such content.
North Korea reportedly maintains a list of 28 state-approved hairstyles, 18 for women and 10 for men, from which citizens are expected to choose. The policy reflects the government's broader approach to controlling public appearance and expression. Western-influenced styles have historically been discouraged, and hair guidelines are reportedly enforced at schools and workplaces. Monetary policy and fiscal policy are the two primary tools governments use to manage economies. Monetary policy, controlled by central banks like the U.S. Federal Reserve, adjusts interest rates and money supply. Fiscal policy, controlled by governments, adjusts taxation and spending. Used together or independently, they influence inflation, employment, and growth, though economists debate their effectiveness and appropriate timing with considerable disagreement. In Melbourne, Florida, wearing a thong bikini in public is actually prohibited by local ordinance. The law specifically targets overly revealing swimwear in public spaces outside of designated beach areas. Melbourne is a coastal city, but apparently there are still limits to what's considered acceptable beachwear on its streets. Switzerland's banking secrecy laws, formally codified in the Banking Act of 1934, legally prohibit Swiss bank employees from disclosing any client account information to third parties without explicit consent from the account holder. The laws made Switzerland a global destination for private banking for decades. Though international pressure and tax evasion treaties have significantly eroded strict banking secrecy around 2009-2010, you've got enough material to keep people thinking for the rest of the day, and enough to impress someone at dinner tonight. If you want more where that came from, hit subscribe, and I'll catch you in the next one.